This is the Northern Ireland Assembly.
At the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Please take your seats. Members, the first item of business on the order paper is the consideration of business not concluded on Tuesday, the 22nd of March. As all business was disposed of on Tuesday, we will move on. Members, just take your ease for one moment, please. Okay, members, I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on a speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their place, as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. Remind members to be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate per se. A long introduction should not be introduced. I also do remind members that in accordance with the long-established procedure, points of order are not normally taken during a statement or the question period after. And I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement to the Assembly on my decisions regarding future agriculture policy for Northern Ireland. I published the Future Agriculture Policy Framework for Northern Ireland on the 24th of August 2021. The document identified 4 key outcomes of increased productivity, environmental sustainability, improved resilience and effective functioning supply chain that together constitute my long-term vision for the Northern Ireland agricultural industry. Over the coming decade, the agri-food industry in Northern Ireland is facing many significant developments, from the impact of changes to our climate, changing internal markets and trading relationships, consumer demand and technological advances, and most recently from the escalating input costs as a result of the war in Ukraine. We are facing many challenges, but with challenges, of course, there are opportunities. I want Northern Ireland to have a farming sector that is sustainable, resilient, productive and profitable. And since the Framework Portfolio document was published in August last year, my officials have worked to progress the policy proposals that constituted the components of future agriculture policy. I launched a public consultation on my future agriculture policy proposals for Northern Ireland on the 21st of December 2021 for a period of 8 weeks. The consultation sought responses to 60 individual questions and give the opportunity for respondents to provide views and comments. The consultation was supported by a communications plan that included notification to a wide range of stakeholders across the agriculture and environment sectors. A series of well-attended consultation and information sessions, press releases, radio interviews and advertisements in the farming press, along with an extensive social media campaign. In total, 339 responses were received, with 55 of these from organisations. Of these, there were 30 farming and 11 environmental organisations. Of the 284 responses received from individuals, almost half identified as farmers. I also welcomed the position paper provided by the ERA Committee, and would like to take this opportunity to thank the Committee for taking the time to consider the policy proposals and for providing a number of very helpful comments and recommendations. Overall, respondents welcomed the opportunity to comment on the future agriculture policy proposals and look forward to playing an effective role in the future development of a sustainable agricultural industry. Across the majority of respondents, there was a sense of opportunity for Northern Ireland to redefine its agriculture policy for the first time in almost 50 years, and to develop a future agriculture policy better suited to local needs that will underpin long-term sustainability within the industry. So today I am announcing my policy decisions on future agriculture support. But before I do so, I will take a few minutes to say something about the importance of agriculture support. As this House is aware, farm support administered by my department has a very significant influence on the economic viability of the industry and its competitive position relative to that in other regions. Over the last 5 years, direct payments amounting to £1.3 billion have accounted for 87% of the cumulative total net income of the Northern Ireland agriculture industry. In 2 of these years, the industry as a whole would have been in a loss-making position without this support. This illustrates the importance in recent years that these payments are in sustaining the industry and underpinning its competitive trading position. However, it equally highlights a vulnerable position, and long-term viability must be secured. The agri-food sector, with the help of this support, continues to provide high-quality, safe, traceable food. The actions of many generations of farmers and growers have also shaped the appearance of the landscape we all enjoy today, our natural environment and the biodiversity that it supports. We have noted many times in this House the need for the agri-food sector to play its part alongside other sectors to ensure excess nutrients do not seep into our waterways, that ammonia emissions are reduced to restore the health of our vulnerable habitats, that agriculture plays its fair share in our journey to net zero carbon, and that biodiversity decline is halted and reversed. With appropriately designed policy interventions and innovation, all of this can be achieved. Moving now to decisions on future agriculture support. Today I am publishing some 54 decisions, and details of these are now available on the departmental website. Time will not permit me to go through each of these in detail. I'm sure you're glad, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to cover some of them this morning. I have announced a farm sustainability payment which recognises the need for continuation of an income support safety net. Initially, this measure will have the majority of the budget allocated to it. However, over time and in line with the capacity for delivery and uptake of new measures, its budget will reduce to a much lower level as funding is released to other measures. The payment will be area-based, use entitlements in all land-based agriculture and horticulture businesses which meet the eligibility conditions will be able to apply. Current basic payment scheme entitlements will be carried forward into the new regime. Current arrangements will continue to enable entitlements to be leased, transferred or sold. Farm businesses that solely produced grass silage and maintained land suitable for grazing or cultivation, but undertook no further activity during a 2-year historic reference period, 2020 and 2021, will not be eligible to claim the farm sustainability payment. There will be progressive capping of the farm sustainability payment above £60,000 per farm business. I have listened to the significant and numerous concerns raised by stakeholders in my proposals for a minimum claim size, and have decided to set the minimum claim size at 5 hectares for the farm sustainability payment. I am announcing a beef sustainability package with 2 parts, a suckler cow measure and a beef carbon reduction measure. Both of these measures are aimed at increasing productivity, making more efficient use of finite resources and driving down carbon emissions. Again, stakeholders raised concerns about qualifying criteria for aids at first calving, calving interval and aids at slaughter, and the pace of implementation that was suggested in the consultation document. Officials have undertaken extensive analysis of the data held in APHIS, and I have relaxed the targets and the pace of implementation to ensure that a significant proportion of the farm businesses can meet the targets over 4 years, and then we can move forward together to increase productivity and reduce the carbon footprint. No further proposals for support to incentivise productivity and breeding ewes are brought forward at this stage. However, work will be undertaken to explore options for support that will improve the overall performance and resilience of the sheep sector. This will include work to explore how the sheep sector could be incentivised to provide baseline performance data to inform future sector support measures and to engage in a future ruminant genetics programme. The Department will now proceed to develop the Farming with Nature package through co-design with stakeholders and in line with the principles stated in the consultation document, with an initial focus on actions to reverse the declining trends by creating and restoring habitats that are important for species diversity. All land managers with 3 hectares or more of eligible land who meet the scheme requirements will be eligible to participate in the Farming with Nature package. This includes land under Conacre agreements and common land. In principle, a cap on the level of payment available under the Farming with Nature will be applied. Work will progress on the detail of a cap, including the appropriate level, as elements of the scheme design, such as agreement length, are developed. The need for low-carbon emissions farming practices was broadly supported during the consultation. I have asked officials to develop low-carbon emission farming practices on reducing the numbers of older cattle and improving suckler cow productivity with beef sustainability package. Further options to reduce the age at first calving and replacement rates within the dairy sector are co-designed with stakeholders. The use of feed additives to reduce enteric methane emissions and nitrogen and phosphorus outputs. Progress by collaborative industry research through a research challenge fund. Breeding cattle that are more environmentally efficient through the ruminants genetic programme. The use of urease inhibitor fertilisers, the optimal timing of fertiliser and slurry applications, and the establishment of grassland swards with legumes and herbs to reduce fertiliser nitrogen use, progress through applied research and knowledge transfer initiatives. Peatland rewetting and sustainable management that can be progressed under the umbrella of the Northern Ireland Peatland Strategy. Biomethane and hydrogen production from agricultural waste, developed through the Green Growth Strategy, employing technologies to capture and recycle nutrients post-digestion that would otherwise be land sprayed as farm animal slurries. My department will now proceed with the development of the investment measure on the basis of the guidelines and design principles set out on the consultation, including further engagement with stakeholders to gather evidence on the market failures affecting investment in agriculture and horticulture sectors. We will develop and expand a suite of knowledge transfer and innovation programmes that builds on the success of the current programmes delivered through the Northern Ireland Rural Development Programme to include an agri-food development programme for professionals interacting with farmers and growers, to encourage longer-term planning for farm businesses. A generational renewal programme will be developed based on a three-phased approach to include planning for succession, development of the successor and maintaining support for both generations. The future of the current Young Farmers Payment will be considered in the context of this programme. The Department will engage with professional bodies in Northern Ireland dealing with land letting to seek to address some of the misunderstandings that existed around the relative merits of Conacre versus long-term lets. The development of the supply chain measures will proceed on the basis of the future approach and policy proposals set out in the consultation, including further engagement with stakeholders as we review existing measures and systems and explore opportunities to make improvements to meet the specific needs of Northern Ireland supply chains. DAERA will invest in the initiation of an industry-led ruminant genetics programme. Farmers will be required to provide data for the ruminant genetics programme as an eligibility condition for future support payments. The current cross-compliance SMRGACs are replaced with a simplified system of farm sustainability standards. The current verifiable standards will be rewritten as a set of underlying requirements to better meet local needs and a compliance regime, and penalty system for non-compliance will be devised for the farm sustainability standards, which is effective but fair. To support this, remote sensing and administrative controls will be used by default and educational and communication resources developed to better inform farmers and improve understanding of their responsibilities and the sanctions they may face if they do not meet those responsibilities. All agricultural land is made eligible for payment except for hard futures, for example buildings, yards, laneways, etc., under future area-based schemes. The Department will revise its land eligibility documentation effective from the 1st of January 2024. Further work is being undertaken to fully develop the 7 high-level metrics to measure out achievement against the 4 key outcomes. The horticulture policy proposals will be further developed through a pilot programme or programmes working in consultation with relevant subsectors of the industry and focusing on the production of crops with good economic potential. Mr Speaker, the purpose of this statement is to outline the decisions I have taken on future agricultural policy for Northern Ireland. It is my view that the policy decisions I am announcing today are absolutely vital to support sustainable farming and rural communities in Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for that. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Declan McAleer.
And I thank the Minister for his statement here this morning on the future agriculture policy proposals. Minister, in your statement you made reference to your decision to increase the minimum claim size from 3 hectares to 5 hectares. That was in paragraph 25. Does the Minister have any assessment of how many businesses that would impact in terms of those who are currently receiving single farm payment, but then who will not be subsequently able to apply for the new resilient payment? Thank you.
The entitlement of business excluded from claiming the farm sustainability payment by the decisions I have announced today will not be confiscated. Therefore, businesses will retain the option to lease or to sell their entitlements to another farm business. In addition, they may be eligible to apply for funding under a number of the other funding streams that fall under the future agriculture support package. So by moving it to 5 back to 5 instead of the 10 that was consulted on, that has considerably reduced the numbers that would fall out. I should say that the committee had suggested between 5 and 7.5 hectares, 5 or 7.5 hectares. I went for the lower option, and that was what was reflected largely in what came back in the consultation process.
We call Harry Harvey.
And thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, farming with nature is a key element of this policy, and I welcome the outcomes-based model which it follows. However, Minister, how will you ensure that all land types play their part in delivering for nature? Thank you.
Well, there are so many opportunities in Northern Ireland to ensure that we do our bit in terms of the carbon footprint. So, for example, we have approximately 100,000 kilometres of hedges. Flailed hedges will contain between 4 and 7 tonnes of carbon. Unflailed hedges will contain between 10 and 45 tonnes of carbon. So, do the figures. If none of the hedges in Northern Ireland were flailed, if they were allowed to grow completely out, you'd be storing 4.5 million tonnes of carbon in hedges alone in Northern Ireland. Now, interestingly enough, in that 27% that has always been applied to agriculture, that has never been included. So it is entirely reasonable to believe that there is at least 1 million tonnes of carbon being stored in hedges, which currently is not accounted for, nor are single trees accounted for. And your traditional oak tree, mature oak tree, for example, would have 4 tonnes of carbon stored in it. And if one can think of the many hundreds of thousands of mature trees that there is across our farms, and indeed the young saplings that have been planted, there's a very clear demonstration that much more work needs to be done to assess the levels of carbon sequestered and stored on our farms. And therefore, it is important that we look at what is stored underneath the ground in that big carbon sink that we call topsoil, and how that is sequestered through grassland, through peatland management, through tree planting, through hedgerow management, allowing our hedgerows to get wider and taller. All of these things, everybody can make their contribution, whether in the lowlands or the uplands, to ensuring that Northern Ireland does its bit in carbon reduction. But we want to do it in a way which sustains agriculture here in Northern Ireland. The nonsense of basically destroying agriculture as a means of saving the planet will not save the planet, it will starve the planet.
McGlone.
And I thank the Minister for his statement. Just in relation to the statement itself, the Minister has made some reference to the fact that over this last 5 years, direct payments have accounted for 87% of net income to agricultural businesses. And I note there in the statement around farm sustainability payments, its budget will reduce to a much lower level. What projections have been done at the Department as to what level it's likely to reduce to? Because obviously, without supplementary incomes elsewhere, it will have consequential knock-on effects on that basic income to farming activity.
The overall envelope isn't going to fall, but the dispersal of that envelope is going to change. Instead of people getting paid because they've owned land, they'll get paid for actually working that land, and particularly in terms of suckle cows and in beef finishing, those payments are going to be set out, and the figures that are going to be set out in that. So those are to be finalised, and I hope to be able to announce that very, very soon in terms of the actual figures. But we will be looking at this moment in time of utilising around £50 million of the money that currently goes out in single farm payment. That will be reduced off the BPS and redistributed to people who are actively engaged in farming. So this is a means of ensuring that people actually make best utilisation of the land. Land's very precious, and it's going to be very precious going forward. And it is absolutely incumbent upon us to ensure that that land is absolutely well utilised, and therefore ensuring that efficient farming takes place will not just assist farmers to draw down finance from the Department, but it will assist them in becoming less financially reliable on that, because efficient farms are more profitable farms, and that's something which we will drive forward through the ruminants genetics programme, through reducing the period between calvings, reducing the time it takes to get a heifer and calf, reducing the time it takes to get that animal away into beef. So all of those things will see a significant change in the beef sector, and it becoming a much more efficient sector going forward.
Call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement and your answers so far. Minister, you'll be aware that the Area Committee had a launch recently of the challenges in agriculture for women. And unfortunately, Minister, I see nothing in relation to women in agriculture in your statement. So, Minister, I'm wondering, at the moment with women in agriculture, there are a number of, I'm asking, are you thinking of, or will there be extra support? Will you be thinking of in terms of extra support for women? For example, you talked about succession, sometimes to allow women to succeed in the family farm. Many have caring responsibilities. Many also, if they do accede to a family farm, are prevented from carrying out some of the duties due to pregnancy, for example, lambing of sheep, etc. And I'm wondering, have you thought about supporting those people?
Yes, thank the member for her question. And of course, women contribute greatly to the operation of family farms in Northern Ireland. And training for women in agriculture has been highlighted in the responses to the consultation for the future agri policy programme and in the recent committee report that you sat on yourself. And as they work to develop knowledge transfer and innovation programmes, my officials will engage with industry and take appropriate actions to encourage the participation of women in these programmes. I spent most of yesterday at Greenmount College, and it was fantastic just to see the numbers of young women who are training in agriculture. The day before I was at Loughrea, and again, fantastic amounts of young women, vast majority of them young women, in fact, going into the agri-food sector. And whenever you apply for grants, you get a higher percentage if you have that agricultural education background. Therefore, those young women, when they go back to the farms, those farms will have greater opportunities to progress because of young women on it who have got that agricultural training than would otherwise be the case.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for the statement? The statement, Mr. Speaker, I was a little surprised to realise this mentions the word climate only once and makes no mention at all of the Minister's own climate change bill. Now, I thought these matters would be integral to any agricultural policy coming forward at this time. Can the Minister give an assurance today that the policy direction will now be reframed to include this, as well as the sectoral plans, including a sectoral plan for agriculture, which the Minister has indicated he will bring forward?
Yeah, I haven't time to go back to the statement, but I know the word carbon and carbon reduction was mentioned in it on numerous occasions. And the whole emphasis of particularly of this programme on beef is to ensure that we can become efficient producers of beef animals, of beef proteins. And the carbon that is captured by that photosynthesis that takes place in grass and then put into that soil, that we make the best utilisation of that grass possible. The grass is a wonderful thing, but humans don't eat it. And therefore, if we are to get good use of grass, then we are going to have to utilise that by producing animal proteins. And animal proteins come in the form of milk and beef. And therefore, our dairy sector has shown great efficiencies going forward. We need to get that same efficiency delivered on the beef side, and that's why there's such a focus on the beef sector, because we believe that there are massive opportunities to continue to reduce the quantities of beef to support the agri-food processors, but do that in a smaller footprint of land, and that will then enable re-wetting of peatlands, planting of other areas, and ensure that altogether this will come together to not just sustain agri-food, but to also make massive benefits for the environment simultaneously.
I call Philip McGuigan.
It seems from this policy announcement, Minister, that you're a minister for only some farmers. The sheep sector in the north depend on direct support. The department itself have said the sector is viable but vulnerable. But yet, Minister, you indicate there will be no support for sheep farmers brought forward at this stage. For the multitude of sheep and hill farmers across the north, in my own constituency of North Antrim, this will be very concerning. Minister, do you agree with me that the sheep sector must be recognised for a direct support scheme, such as the previous area of natural constraint, which must be reinstated?
Thank you, Member, for the question in terms of the sheep sector. Now, I do know that most sheep sectors have mixed farms, which include suckle cows. So there is a relatively small number of sheep-only farmers across Northern Ireland. And we do recognise that they have done reasonably well this last 2 years, but that's not saying that won't change in future years. Therefore, we have built into the programme, because this isn't a finished programme of change. This is the start of a process, not the end of a process. And it's the start of a process of moving away from landowners, and big landowners in particular, claiming on an asset but not actively farming it. And therefore, we do need to work with the hill farmers, particularly in providing the support that they need to ensure the environmental improvement that the member has demanded of farmers, so that we can do that in a way which ensures that they're not worse off. And the sheep sector has its role to play in the future, and we want to develop how we can assist the sheep sector in the way that we're assisting the beef sector to become better at what it does, to have a greater output for the grazing that takes place, because there will be stresses on the land available as a result of peatland wetting and as a result of tree planting. That is just a reality that we all have to face. It's a reality that all of us as politicians will have to talk to the farming community about, but that is a reality of the bill that is passed in this House, that there will be a reduction in land available, and therefore driving that efficiency forward. And we will commence work almost immediately on how we can work with the sheep sector. It's more difficult in the beef sector, but how we can work with the sheep sector to develop such programmes, and then have a transfer of funding from the single farm payment towards that sector as well.
I call Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Minister will be quite aware that the member who spoke before me, the farmers of Northampton, will make a choice, and an informed choice, as to who it was best supported farmers in this mandate of this Assembly, and that thankfully our hands haven't been on any piece of legislation that would have decimated and destroyed sheep farmers, beef farmers and the farming industry in its totality. So can I thank the Minister for his statement. Can I also thank him for his leadership in the farming industry in Northern Ireland over this mandate, and for his many visits to Northampton. In the statement he makes reference to the beef sector, which something that has been lobbied for some time. And can he highlight how the support that he has outlined this morning will drive sustainability and efficiency going forward, so that our farms will be profitable and not destroyed the way that some members in this House would have done if they'd had their way?
First of all, by having heifers calving at the optimum time, so in and around 24 months, when they're big enough to have the calves, but they don't need to be grown out considerably longer to do that. So having them calving at the optimum time, ensuring that they calve quickly again. So instead of running on for 400+ days, we want to get a much tighter calving pattern, close to a calf every year. And then ensuring that that calf is got away in terms of being beefed, and we're reducing the age on the payment year by year to get people to that point. So it isn't going to be a big bang, it isn't going to be a sudden shock, it's going to be a progressive scheme which delivers that efficiency over the course of 5 years, and we will then deliver substantial kilos of animal protein, but we'll do it in a much more efficient way, which will enable then other uses of land to kick into play and meet our carbon contributions that has been requested of us by this House.
Call Keith Archibald.
Good Cancoya, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, work has been going on for some time in relation to the Ammonia Action Plan. Can I get an update in relation to that? And in reference to paragraph 23 of your statement, can you outline what are the benefits in removing grass silage growers from the payment system?
First of all, on ammonia, I regret that I will not have the action plan to the House before the end of this mandate. There was a considerable course of work done. There's been a lot of good progress that has been made on that particular issue, and we are now in a position where we have actually, for the first time ever, reduced the amount of ammonia emissions across Northern Ireland, and not by a small amount, by a large amount, and have a suite of measures which are in place to continue to reduce ammonia emissions in the future. In terms of grass growers only, there's a lot of people out there who own plots of land, and they basically grow a bit of grass and sell it off without making much investment into that. And what we want to encourage is more active farmers. So people who hold on to those plots of land just for to be able to draw down the single farm payment is not something which we wish to encourage. We want to encourage the people to actually engage in the production of crops, in the production of dairy products, in the production of beef and sheep and so forth. So that is why we're moving away from that, because it is a disincentive to younger people coming into farming. It makes it more difficult for them to rent land, to be able to develop and build up their farms. And therefore we needed to remove that disincentivisation from the younger population to actually come in and make something off the farms that they have.
I call Roy Beggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Declaring interest as an owner of 25 acres of agricultural land, and my parents run a small agricultural business. There is a shortage of fertiliser, and the Minister has referred to the difficulties in Korea at present that will be contributing to this. But a shortage even at the exorbitant cost of £1,000 a tonne. And I've learned this morning that Canada are advising their farmers only to plant 60% of their crop because of the shortage that they have. So my question to the Minister is, what role can government play in ensuring that supermarkets bear a fair proportion of the cost, so that the cost does not fall on the producer and the supermarkets continue to make exorbitant profits, so that the costs are shared all round?
Well, the government have a grocery adjudicator. Whether anybody thinks it does a lot of good or not is another matter entirely. I would have my doubts as to how effective that has been to this point. What I would say is that the lack of fertiliser is potentially a bigger problem than the lack of grain that's coming out of Ukraine. So the feedback I'm getting is that grain is still being planted and has been planted in the winter time in Ukraine. The question is, will that be able to get out? And it will certainly be considerably less than it was the previous year, because quite a number of farmers aren't planting as well. But there still will be grain planted in Ukraine. But the second part of it is the problem of fertiliser, and the problem of fertiliser will lead to reduced crops. Now, it will also lead to environmental benefits, because fertiliser releases nitrous oxide. So environmentally, it will not be a bad thing. But in terms of crop production, it will be a bad thing. And the fear that we have, I've talked about Egypt before, but population of 120 million who have put out tenders for wheat and haven't got those tenders filled. That scares me, that we'll be looking at a real problem in Saharan regions in Africa in particular, of the non-availability of food that they rely on. And it'll cause problems obviously for people who have chickens and pork and so forth here in terms of the costs. But this is a global problem, and therefore global prices will rise, and the supermarkets won't have any choice but to move up with that. And that is something which we're well aware of. It is anticipated that cereal growers will probably achieve around 70% greater profitability this year. So we've chosen not to incentivise them because the incentives already exist in terms of the price. The problem is if we did have a lot more cereal production, we don't have the fertiliser to grow with it.
Minister, thanks for this statement and for the answers that you've already provided. In paragraph 36, you refer to a generational renewal programme, and I was shocked at this point not to see any reference to women, given the fact that we know that only 5% of farm owners across the north are women, and the work that the committee did in encouraging women into agriculture. You also say in that piece of the statement that you're considering the future of the young farmers payment. Can I ask what action you will be taking to encourage young farmers into the industry and to encourage women into agriculture?
Well, in terms of women in agriculture, I'm mindful of the need to encourage females in farming, and eliminating perceived barriers to access in the industry as a viable career path. I'm absolutely heartened by the number of young women that I see in farms, and I think that transformation is taking place before our very eyes. And, you know, whenever I went to Greenmount 40 years ago, there were seven women. Yesterday, we now have a majority of women at Greenmount and at Caffrey in general. So that transformation has taken place before our very eyes. And it's vital that everybody, male or female, taking over the management, leadership of the business is appropriately qualified for the role. So future support arrangements will be open to all farm businesses if they meet the conditions irrespective of gender. However, we reflect on work streams to ensure greater engagement with females in the industry. And as they work to develop knowledge transfer and innovation programmes, my officials will engage with the industry and take appropriate actions to encourage the participation of females in these programmes. So we are absolutely committed to supporting those women who want to farm and who are coming into farming and who are doing an extremely good job of it when they do come into it.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. And we're about to move on to the next item on the order paper. Okay. I've received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make another statement. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Minister.
With your permission, Mr Speaker, I wish to make a statement regarding my decisions on the way forward for a new strategy to eradicate bovine tuberculosis from Northern Ireland. It has been a priority for me since taking up post to put in place a new long-term strategy for the eradication of bovine TB from cattle herd in Northern Ireland. I'm now pleased to be able to update the House on the actions I intend to introduce as part of that strategy. I believe that we need a realistic and pragmatic strategy that will move Northern Ireland towards the eventual eradication of TB in the most cost-effective way. We need to create an intensive programme which, when fully implemented, aims to finally drive this dreadful disease from our cattle population. My department has consulted extensively with our key stakeholders, the wider public and the ERA Committee in developing this new strategic approach. Through the farming industry and government working in partnership, our aim is to reduce and ultimately eradicate TB in the most effective way and on a realistic timeframe. Bovine TB is a pernicious disease. It has a devastating impact upon our cattle industry. It is complex in nature and is costing the public purse around £40 million each year. In addition, the industry has had to bear the cost of lost production, the loss of breeding stock built up over years, and of course the huge emotional burden of seeing animals destroyed. To date, our efforts have at best kept the disease in check, but they have not made a significant change to the incident rates. The situation has to change. The £40 million annual bill to deliver our programme provides a powerful incentive to achieve eradication. This year-on-year expenditure is a poor use of public money and has been criticised by the Northern Ireland Audit Office. This is not sustainable. The increasing pressures on the public purse and the public services, particularly as we seek to recover from the economic impact of COVID-19, are key drivers for change. So too is our ambition to secure new trade for Northern Ireland, where the high standards of health in our agri-food sector is and will continue to be a crucial selling point for new markets. The proposals outlined in my new departmental strategy are based on the experience and evidence from other jurisdictions and on solid scientific research. I have carefully considered the views of all of our stakeholders following a public consultation and have weighed those up against evidence and information within a detailed business case and the recently completed strategic environmental assessment. I want to pay tribute to the work of the TB Strategic Partnership Group, which in 2016 produced a comprehensive report and series of recommendations to eradicate TB. Its work laid the foundations on which this new strategy is built. I also want to acknowledge the contribution of the TB Eradication Partnership, which has played a key role in providing independent advice and challenge as my department has developed the strategy. So to eradicate TB fully will take time. There isn't a quick fix. It will be a difficult and a challenging process for all concerned. It will require a strong, committed partnership between government and industry to see it through to ultimate success. The new strategy recognises and seeks to address all of the factors that contribute to disease spread and maintenance of this costly disease. This is a holistic approach to TB. It will deliver measures that will reduce the impact of TB in the short term, while laying the foundations that are necessary for the eventual eradication of this disease. We will deliver the actions within this strategy through a series of phases once implementation commences. We will set goals for each phase that are shared by government and industry. We will review what we have achieved and after each phase set new targets and refresh our strategy for the next phase. The strategy addresses three key areas, broadly speaking, with new proposals relating to capital measures, others relating to finance and funding, and finally measures relating to the motive and difficult issue of tackling the role of wildlife in TB maintenance and spread. In terms of capital measures, I intend to introduce additional enhancements to existing TB testing programme, including the compulsory use of the interferon gamma blood test where deemed necessary. My officials will work with TBEP and industry in relation to the criteria for this testing. I also intend to introduce new powers to enable the testing of non-bovines. This will build on the current programme and support farmers suffering TB breakdowns, playing an active part in getting rid of this disease. We will also work with the TB Eradication Partnership, our independent advisory body, and local farmers in relation to improved biosecurity and herd health. My officials will explore how we may pilot new and enhanced approaches and provide support. This will include exploring how we can help farmers make more informed decisions when purchasing new stock. We will strengthen and develop our partnership with private veterinary practitioners. Our private vets are already key to the delivery of our testing and surveillance programmes, and in future they will play an even greater role working with individual farmers to provide farm-specific advice on how to keep their herds free of TB. We will establish local groups and governance structures in response to significant TB outbreaks to work better with farmers and vets to focus efforts to address such outbreaks to minimise their impact. We will broaden the scope of research into the nature and cause of TB infection and spread. We have a number of current research projects ongoing, which include looking at TB in deer, the role of fragmented farms, and identifying and mapping strains of TB across Northern Ireland. The new strategy demonstrates our commitment to utilising the best scientific evidence to tackle TB and will enhance the role played by TBEP in identifying research priorities. As I have mentioned, the annual cost of the TB programme is around £40 million, with around half of this paid in compensation for infected cattle. It is expected to be even higher this year at around £27 million, as compensation costs for individual reactors has risen. And this is simply not sustainable and is a drain on the public purse. I have considered proposed changes to the levels and rates of which compensation is paid, including reductions from the current overall 100% value of cattle paid in compensation for those compulsorily removed under the Department's programme. I do believe that it is right that the compensation system is looked at as part of the overall strategy, and that reform will underpin the strategy's principle of working in partnership with industry, sharing costs, sharing delivery and sharing ownership. Changes would also help rebalance the financial cost of our TB programme. However, I am very aware that the farming industry faces a number of challenges at the moment and into the immediate future. I also know that farmers operate good buying practice and put in place strong biosecurity, but still face TB breakdowns due in some instances to the role of wildlife in TB spread. So taking this into account, I am not content to proceed with the introduction of a cap on individual compensation payments of £5,000. And whilst I am supportive of a reduction to the level of compensation paid from the current 100%, I do not intend to implement this change now. I have asked officials instead to review the position 2 years after implementation of the full strategy commencing. As I have emphasised, to eradicate TB, all factors which contribute to the spread and maintenance of the disease in the environment must be addressed. And I am satisfied that wildlife, in particular badgers, is a significant factor in the maintenance and spread of TB. I do not believe that there is any argument about whether badgers have TB or that they can represent a disease risk to cattle. They therefore have an important role in this disease picture, which must be addressed. I have considered the evidence presented to me and critically considered the experiences of other jurisdictions across the UK and Republic of Ireland. It is therefore my intention to introduce a programme of badger intervention in areas of high TB incidence, initially through a cull of badgers. In the long term, I wish to see a move to a programme of badger vaccination. Addressing the role of TB in cattle and badgers will, I hope, lead us to a position where we have a healthy population of both cattle and badgers. I am aware, however, this is an extremely emotive matter, with strongly held positions on both sides of the debate. I want to assure you that I have considered the options presented to me, the scientific evidence, the experience of other jurisdictions, the robust analysis of the necessary business case, the responses to last summer's consultation and the environmental reports. And following this consideration, I have decided that the most cost-effective and practical way forward is to implement a limited cull of badgers in specific intervention areas where there is a high incidence of TB breakdown and a high density of badgers. It is my intention that this should be delivered broadly on the model deployed in England of shooting of badgers by skilled and trained operatives deployed through bodies established and led by farmers. JER will oversee and manage this. We will identify intervention areas and invite applications from farmer-led bodies that have necessary resources and expertise. Shooters will be required to undergo specific training. JER will carry out ongoing monitoring and evaluation, ensuring that high welfare standards are adhered to. The cost for on-the-ground delivery will be fully met by the new intervention farmer-led bodies, but I have been asked by officials to explore if any other financial assistance can be considered prior to implementation. I know that for too long a key factor to underpin success is the role that wildlife play in TB spread. I have therefore asked my department to progress the necessary work required to ensure wildlife intervention commences as soon as possible. I very much appreciate that some of these changes may be difficult. As I have mentioned, this is a very emotive matter. I am aware of the concerns expressed in the consultation from many conservation bodies, the two public petitions led in this House, and indeed the concerns of some of the members of the House. But I am determined to act as the current position cannot continue, and I must do all that I can to address all aspects of TB. I also think it is important that I make some key points absolutely clear and dispel some of the misinformation that has occurred, particularly in relation to wildlife intervention. This is not the whole-scale removal of badgers across Northern Ireland. It is not the eradication of badgers. It is not shooting free-for-all, and it is not anti-badger. It is a targeted intervention, limited specifically to those areas where badgers may play a significant role in the maintenance of BTB in cattle. Evidence from England is that this approach meets welfare standards. It's also been effective in contributing to reducing disease spread in those intervention areas. As Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Minister, I recognise the challenges of TB across the industry, the need to protect and enhance wildlife and the necessary actions government must take to support and sustain our communities. We must therefore now take the steps to address the impact TB has on Northern Ireland. As highlighted, it is a source of significant stress for our farm families and has the potential to inflict serious damage on the wider agri-food industry and its ability to trade on a global scale. For too long, this disease has had a devastating impact on our farming community. And since taking up office as Minister, I have made the eradication of poultry TB a top priority, and I am determined to take every action possible to achieve this goal. I care deeply about the environment and the wildlife that live within it. I want to see a healthy population of both cattle and wildlife, and ensure that everyone with a vested interest in the eradication of this disease moves forward together in the next steps towards BTB eradication. I want to work together towards reducing TB levels in short term and in the long term eradicating this disease from the Northern Ireland herd. The measures I am seeking to progress will underpin the great ability of our wonderful farming and processing industry to trade. This is a strategy not just for today, but for the young farmers of tomorrow. I have listened to farmers, to veterinary bodies, to conservation groups and to fellow MLAs, and whilst they may have different perspectives, they all want the same thing as I do, the eradication of TB from Northern Ireland. I therefore ask for your support for the measures I intend to introduce. May I conclude by thanking all stakeholders for their ongoing constructive engagement with us in relation to eradicating bovine TB. I know that success will be achieved through a shared understanding on the issue and shared commitments to the goals I have outlined. I commend this strategy to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I thank the Minister for that statement, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Declan McAleer.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for his statement. And Minister, the TB is a very serious issue. Obviously, it can impact on our international trade, and we heard recently that approximately 1,000 cattle a month are culled as a consequence of TB, which is a very serious disease. So, Minister, paragraph 18 made reference to the biosecurity measures to prevent TB. Will the department be demanded to support farmers to enhance on-site biosecurity measures to prevent the spread of TB? And certainly that was something that we had recommended in the ERA committee. Thank you.
Well, certainly, if you look at our future agricultural proposals, one of the things that we are actually encouraging is wider hedges, and wider hedges can help prevent nosing, as well as that being augmented by good fencing. And those are areas which we have supported particularly through our EFS schemes in terms of fencing programmes. Good biosecurity is something that should be practised by each and every farm. So ensuring that the animals on their farm don't have the opportunity to mix with other animals through good fencing. Ensuring that people who visit their farms go through biosecurity measures before entering their farms, and proper foot dips and all of that there. Some of these costs aren't big costs, but they involve people consistently taking the appropriate steps to ensure that disease doesn't spread from farm to farm. Albeit, we believe that the most significant spread will actually come from wildlife to bovine and bovine to wildlife, and therefore the logic of consistently eradicating the bovines without doing the same with the wildlife that's in that area only introduce fresh animals to be reinfected, and therefore that's not a position which is sustainable going forward.
Call Harry Harvey.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Minister, would you agree with me that the wildlife intervention is needed to maximise the success of the next phase of this policy, which is primarily vaccination, by breaking the cycle of infection and indeed reducing the infection load? Thank you.
Yes, and if people wanted to look at the logic of it, you just look at the response to COVID-19. And the first thing that we done was the lockdown to actually reduce the incidence, and then the vaccination policy. And we're going to have to do the same with TB, bovine TB, reduce the incidence. And unfortunately, that will involve the culling of animals. Up to this point, we have just culled the bovine population, but this may involve the culling of both deer and indeed badgers, as well as the bovine population, and then the vaccination. So you get control, you get on top of the disease, then you vaccinate and allow a healthy wildlife population and a healthy agricultural population to live side by side with each other without causing each other harm.
McLone.
I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, are you aware that the Animal and Plant Health Agency in GB is conducting or has conducted clinical field trials on a cattle bacillus calmette-guerin vaccine that was conducted in Hertfordshire? And some of the chief veterinary officers in England, Scotland and Wales have described these as groundbreaking field trials. Has there been anything further done through the chief veterinary officer and the staff here to explore the success of that?
We have constantly monitored everything that's going on with bovine TB because it is such a scourge in Northern Ireland. So our veterinary team have been looking at what's happened in other countries, looking at every other opportunity. And we do believe that vaccination has a role, but we first of all have to break that level of TB that exists. And if you have a population, for example, of badgers where you could have up to 20%, indeed more, in a local group, you're going to have to reduce that first before the vaccination will be effective. And therefore, that is the unfortunate circumstance that we find ourselves in. There is such a high prevalence of TB within parts of Northern Ireland in the wildlife population that you just cannot go in and vaccinate and hope that that will sort it out. It will work in the future, but first of all we need to break down that high incidence of TB, and unfortunately that involves some reduction to take place in those areas where infection is high.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, in paragraph 17, you say, I also intend to introduce new powers to enable the testing of non-bovines. Could you expand on that statement, please? Thank you.
Yes, currently other ruminants can carry bovine TB, and that includes deer. So there are some farm deer. Those currently aren't tested, so there would be the opportunity of carrying out tests on farm deer. Maybe don't fancy doing that job myself because they can be a bit frisky, but nonetheless, we need to ensure that we find the reservoirs of bovine TB and get rid of the reservoirs of it. Because if we don't get rid of the reservoirs of bovine TB, then it will continue to exist and to spread. And certainly, farm deer would be an area that we would be looking at testing.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My opposition to widespread culling is on record here, and I in the recent past presented a petition of over 10,000 signatures to this House, and I want to record again my thanks to the USPCA and Ulster Wildlife for bringing that forward. And in relation to that, Mr. Speaker, a report published last week in the Vet Record concluded that there is no evidence that badger culling had any meaningful impact on the incidence of bovine TB in England. Does that not bring into question, Mr. Speaker, therefore, the use of public money for culling, and did the Minister consider diverting this investment to investment in biosecurity in farms or the use of more effective cattle testing and vaccination?
Well, first of all, we're not using public money for the intervention. That's going to be paid for by the industry itself. Secondly, if you want to talk about public money, we're looking at spending close to £50 million on bovine TB this year, which has already been criticised by the Northern Ireland Audit Office. And I do note that the member has referred to one report, but there's a series of evidence that has been provided to us, which would indicate that the unfortunate process of the culling of wildlife does lead to significant improvements in the reduction of TB in those areas. And it also would indicate that it will lead to the expansion of other wildlife species, such as hedgehogs, such as bumblebees, and indeed other species, because a high prevalence of badgers very often can actually reduce other wildlife species.
Good. Minister, as you know, the island of Ireland as a single epidemiological unit needs to cooperate if we are to eradicate bovine TB, as any policy divergence between North and South could undermine proposals contained in this new strategy. So can I ask, Minister, how does your department intend to cooperate with the Southern Government on the implementation of this new strategy?
Well, we have had discussions, particularly with the veterinary side in the Republic of Ireland, as to what they carried out. We listened closely to what they recommended, and they have been carrying out a culling policy for some years, and that has led to a situation where the Republic of Ireland has considerably less incidence of bovine TB than Northern Ireland has, and that is something which was weighed in terms of the decisions that we made. And it is something which will enable us to perhaps get into a better circumstance in terms of the food that we produce, that we have reduced significantly the bovine TB that exists. And I would hope that at some point we get to a stage where we have the vaccination programme rolled out and bovine TB becomes, like brucellosis, something which is a thing of the past. And I think that would be a laudable goal for all of us, and will ultimately lead to a thriving wildlife population, because we will have dealt with the disease, and therefore badgers transmitting TB to cattle, and cattle transmitting TB to badgers, and badger to badger, and cow to cow, will be something which will cease. And I think that is something which would be really beneficial in terms of animal welfare. But to sit back and say we do nothing at this stage, well, you will achieve nothing. And someone once said, how do you weigh up madness? It is to keep repeating the same thing and expect a different result. And therefore, I have to say we have to draw a line under this and stop doing the same thing, expecting different results. Let's do something and get that different result that is really needed.
I call Mervyn Story.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement. And clearly there are some in this House who want to just continue the same old, and get the same outcomes at a huge cost to the public purse, at a huge cost to farms in Northern Ireland. This is a scourge, and the Minister is absolutely right. And those of us who have seen the consequence on our farms in our constituencies in terms of what this does to our farm industry and to the economy. And it's on that point, Minister, particularly in relation to this policy announcement, would he agree with me that reducing the issue of TB will improve our ability to access, and I think the Chair of the Agriculture Committee was alluding to this in terms of cost, access those new markets, because I think that when we have that intervention, we will see the benefit, which ultimately is to everybody's best advantage in farming in Northern Ireland.
Some of the biggest markets that exist in the world have already expressed concern at the high levels of bovine TB that exist in Northern Ireland. And in spite of the fact that you cannot transmit bovine TB through beef, nonetheless, people have expressed their concerns, and countries that would be importing have expressed their concerns at the high levels. So, from an international reputational position, we need to do something about this. But my number one priority is to actually, for the animals, that we get into a situation where this mass cull of cows that takes place every year is something that becomes a thing of the past, and we get into a position through a wider cull in the first instance leads to far more animals not getting bovine TB in the first instance, and therefore a healthier population of both bovine animals and wildlife.
I call Trevor Lunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his statement. I have to declare I am not from a farming background, so I'm listening with interest to all this. But I do remember that the Public Accounts Committee, quite some years ago, did an investigation into this issue, and I think the conclusion was that there wasn't a proven link between badgers and bovine in terms of transmissibility. I do notice in paragraph 46 of the Minister's statement, it says that it's a targeted intervention limited specifically to those areas where badgers may be playing a significant role in the maintenance of BTB in cattle. Does that indicate that there's still some doubt about this, Minister? I'm not necessarily disagreeing with your approach, but just for that.
There's little doubt about the spread of TB between badgers and cattle, and there are actually different strains of TB that exist across Northern Ireland. So there isn't one strain of TB. It's like our COVID situation. You have different strains of it, and the strains within the wildlife population in particular areas are the strains that the cattle have in those particular areas, and vice versa. So if you had animals in Fermanagh, they would have a different strain of TB than animals in County Down or animals in County Antrim and so forth. So the linkages are very, very clear. In terms of the May, where that comes in, that's because there's a piece of work to be done by the veterinary side to say, OK, it's OK to cull in this area because we believe that the evidence is strong enough to do that. And in other places, the evidence may not be strong enough, and they'll say, no, we're not allowing it cull in this area. So a lot of it will still continue to rest on the veterinary side to make those decisions. And this is not a free-for-all culling of badgers across Northern Ireland. It will be confined to those areas where there are high intensity. I spoke to a young farmer this week, and they've just had a baby recently, and his herd has just been wiped out by half at this stage. He says, I still have my repayments to make. I still have all these other things going on my farm, and my income has dropped dramatically as a consequence of this. I spoke to a young farmer 2 weeks ago in County Londonderry, and he has lost his entire herd. Very progressive young farmers, really high standards of herd management, and even in spite of that, they're still getting infected with TB. So, you know, whenever you hear these stories, and I've had so many females, women who are involved in farming, have written to me, just expressing the trauma and the loss and the devastation that has happened to that family farm as a consequence of losing so many animals. I did visit a farm in Downpatrick, and I watched as many young animals that had a lot of life left in them commercially were loaded onto a lorry, and talked to that farmer and that farm family. And again, the devastation that was left behind there is unreal. So we do need to realise that this is not just about the animals, but the people who actually farm those animals. The actual impact and trauma that is caused on them, leading to actually some people taking their own lives, is immense. And therefore doing nothing, again, is not an option.
I call Rachel Woods.
I know we've had several statements from the Minister this morning, but nothing regarding the significant damage to wildlife and environment caused by the fires currently burning in our hills and mountains, which is very disappointing. But to the statement, the Minister talks about caring deeply about our wildlife, yet he's happy to sign off on the shooting of protected animals. He talks about scientific evidence, but ignores the scientists and the research that highlights the ineffectiveness of killing badgers when it comes to the spread of TB. So I'd like to ask the Minister whether he has read Section 20 of the Northern Ireland Act, and if so, why he does not view the shooting and killing of protected species as a significant and controversial matter that should be referred to the Executive.
I hear the member, and I'm sorry, but it's not me that's not listening to the scientific and veterinary advice. It's the member herself. And you know, I have struggled with this for 2 years and worked with the veterinary services. And let's be honest, people who are in the veterinary service have the greatest expertise of anybody in this subject. They have spent years dealing with it. They have specialised in their university degrees in achieving that. The specialism that veterinary is one of the hardest courses for anybody to get into. So the people that I have advising me on this are the best available. And the member is telling me to ignore the advice that I'm receiving from them. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared to do that. In terms of Section 20, I have taken the legal advice on this as to what I needed to do. I have done that, and you know, obviously we don't have a sitting executive at this point, and I have no doubt that some people will wish to test us. But I have done what I have been legally advised to do.
And that concludes questions on the statement, members. And we are about to move on to the next item on the order paper. People are content. Okay. I have received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make another statement. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Minister.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And with your permission, I wish to make a statement to the Assembly regarding Northern Ireland's first overarching environment strategy ever. It's no exaggeration to say that never before have we faced such environmental challenges as those which confront us today. And on a global scale, our world is under unprecedented pressure from population growth, the impact of fossil fuels and unsustainable living, the impact of climate change such as rising sea levels, droughts and wildfires pose a real risk to our communities and livelihoods across the world. Locally, our environment is under threat from pollution in its many forms. Action is required if we are to realistically respond to the challenges of climate change, the deterioration of habitats, the loss of biodiversity, the impacts of pollution on land and on sea, including plastic pollution. Meeting and dealing with these challenges is something that can only be achieved through global cooperation in tandem with local grassroots initiatives. We all have a responsibility in meeting these challenges, and it is incumbent on all of us to protect and preserve our local environment as we strive to protect and preserve our planet for future generations. So against this background, I launched a formal consultation on a draft environment strategy for Northern Ireland on the 11th of November 2021 during my visit to COP26 in Glasgow. The draft strategy set out a vision for the future of Northern Ireland's environment and Executive's role in dealing with the challenges we face. I also advised members of my intention to adopt the final version of the strategy as Northern Ireland's first ever Environmental Improvement Plan under the Environmental Act 2021. So when the consultation closed on the 18th of January this year, 336 responses had been received from a variety of stakeholders, organisations and members of the public. After reviewing these responses and also taking into consideration helpful comments received from members of the ERA Committee, my officials revisited and strengthened many of the key actions and targets previously contained in the strategy. I have now approved the final version of the strategy and have written to the ministerial colleagues enclosing a final version of the document. As the Environment Strategy will be an executive-endorsed document, I would also like to point out that my department is in the process of producing a number of other key strategies and policies on significant matters such as clean air, peatlands, biodiversity, future agricultural policy. These policies, specific strategies, will deliver more detail in relation to key targets and actions, and these in turn will be reflected in future revisions of the Environment Strategy as we seek to enable all of us to play our part in the global efforts to urgently address the substantial climate and biodiversity crises. Going forward, my officials are considering the best means of ensuring effective governance and oversight of the delivery of actions set out in the strategy and the necessary resources to achieve this. Members will be aware of the overarching multi-decade green growth strategy, which DERA is leading the development of on behalf of the Executive. The Environment Strategy is intended to be a key document setting out Northern Ireland's environmental priorities for the coming decades and will be a key pillar of the delivery of green growth. Members have just heard my statement on the future agricultural policy framework, which has environmental sustainability as one of its key outcomes. Furthermore, the Minister for Economy also launched a new energy strategy late last year, which outlines the path to achieving net zero carbon energy in a way that is clean, secure and affordable. Taken together, these key strategies show the commitment of myself and ministerial colleagues to a future which addresses our significant climate and nature challenges while facilitating substantial economic progress. The Environment Strategy itself includes a mix of both existing and new environmental targets and objectives for all Northern Ireland departments, with a role in improving the environment. The strategy links into the longer-term strategic objectives in our developing programme for government and aims to build on work that has been done across a wide range of policy areas. Taking it as a starting point, the commitment contained within the draft outcome, we live and work sustainably, protecting the environment. Key aspects that we will want include clean air, clean water and healthy soil, and beautiful places to visit and enjoy, which benefit both our physical and mental health. The strategy will provide a coherent response to the global challenges of climate change and biodiversity loss, to be addressed by the Convention on Biodiversity COP15 conference in 2022, and the successful COP26 climate change summit, which I touched upon a moment ago. My time at COP26 confirmed to me that climate change and biodiversity loss are inextricably linked. The evidence is clear that the state of our natural environment and its capacity to sustain us has been compromised. We are part of the natural environment, and we have a significant vested interest in accelerating policy and action to safeguard and restore our nature and biodiversity for the health and prosperity of current and future generations. As shown at COP26, our reliance on Northern Ireland's natural capital and ecosystems to provide nature-based solutions cannot be overstated. We need to protect and invest in nature now to start reaping the benefits and avoid the much higher costs of habitat loss and restoration. If we leave it until later to act, we need to act now. I am committed to delivering for nature and climate and recognise the importance of meeting COP26 commitments and those emerging from COP15 on biodiversity. The Environment Strategy is a response to our environmental challenges, and Northern Ireland faces a range of local environmental challenges, including habitat and species loss, agricultural greenhouse gas emissions, climate change, waste management, the development of a circular economy, soil quality, air quality and waste crime. In addition, the United Kingdom's withdrawal from the European Union has provided new environmental opportunities, and as environmental degradation poses an increased challenge to all parts of the globe, there is a clear impetus for the first long-term overarching environmental strategy for Northern Ireland. In the last decade, we made some notable advances in tackling local environmental issues. Perhaps foremost in the public's mind would be the successful introduction of the carrier bag levy and the remarkable rise in our household recycling rates to over 50% in 2019-20. However, it is clear to everyone, not least myself, that more needs to be done, and with urgency. Northern Ireland's first environment strategy will form the basis for a coherent and effective set of interventions that can deliver real improvements in the quality of our environment and thereby improve the health and well-being of all who live and work here, create opportunities to develop our economy, elevate Northern Ireland to an environmental leader and enable us to play our part in protecting the global environment for many decades to come. The strategy sets out six strategic environmental outcomes which encompass all of the main environmental challenges we will face in the coming decades. Excellent air, water, land and neighbourhood quality. A healthy and accessible environment and landscapes everyone can connect with and enjoy. Thriving, resilient and connected nature and wildlife. Sustainable production and consumption on land and at sea. Zero waste and a highly developed circular economy. Net zero greenhouse gas emissions and improved climate resistance and adaptability. These outcomes will form the basis of how Northern Ireland faces up to the challenges of improving our environment and our ability to connect with, understand and enjoy that environment in a responsible way. They provide us with a framework to foster environmental awareness and engagement through education to live in harmony with our environment that provides us with a home, a livelihood and somewhere to relax. In short, this strategy is a guide to how we can preserve, protect and improve our environment for our children and our grandchildren. Within the framework of the 6 key outcomes, the strategy includes many concrete actions. The following examples give just a flavour of them. Protecting 30% of our land and water for nature by 2030. Conserving and restoring all our semi-natural peatlands to healthy, functioning ecosystems by 2040. Publishing the final river basin management plans this year. Increasing the maximum fine for littering to £200 and applying for DAERA to become the world's first eco-department. The strategy will be an open-ended living document that will be supported by a series of action plans. There will, of course, be costs associated with many of the proposed actions to achieve the critical outcomes, which will require adequate funding through a variety of mechanisms. All Northern Ireland ministers will work to ensure that Northern Ireland has the necessary resources to tackle the significant environmental challenges we face. It is a truism that we cannot make the necessary urgent progress on the environment alone, and my officials have been working with key stakeholders, including other departments and external bodies, to develop the premise that a better environment can provide greater economic, social and health benefits for individuals and for society. And to outline a pathway to realising those benefits, I look forward to that engagement continuing as we revise the strategy in the months and years ahead. As I mentioned at the start of my statement, my ministerial colleagues have approved my intention to designate the first version of the strategy as Northern Ireland's first environmental improvement plan under the Environment Act 2021. The Act defines an EIP under the EIP as a plan for significantly improving the natural environment and will require DAERA and other Northern Ireland departments to set out the steps they intend to take to improve the natural environment. Adopting the strategy as Northern Ireland's first EIP will give it a legal underpinning, meaning that there will be a statutory requirement for ongoing reporting and monitoring against the targets and objectives on an annual basis. As we emerge into the post-COVID-19 world outside of the European Union, more than ever we need to be prepared to face the environmental challenges of tomorrow today. Every one of us, collectively and individually, has an important role in how we manage, preserve and protect our local environment. If we all play our part and are ambitious with our plans, we can make a thriving, sustainable environment a reality here and demonstrate leadership on this crucial issue. The Environment Strategy aims to focus on ambitious outcomes for big environmental issues facing us that make a difference to the lives and well-being of current and future generations. I believe the strategy that I have approved today is ambitious in both its breadth and depth, containing over 50 key actions and targets with timescales between 2022 and 2050. Our environment affects every aspect of our existence. It is central to all life: what we do, what we eat, how we work, where we live and play. It is unquestionably our most precious asset. This strategy sets out our plans for protecting our local environment by making sustainable living central to every aspect of our lives in the coming decades. As I said at the outset of my statement, the environment strategy will be a key pillar of green growth, and I commend it to the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank the Minister for that. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Declan McAleer.
Gormalgood, and I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, your statement made several references to biodiversity, and I suppose I just want to know what specific actions does the Department propose to reverse the issue of biodiversity loss? Thank you.
A series of things to help biodiversity loss. Re-wetting peatlands is one, and the Peatland Strategy is a key element of that. Encouraging greater planting of both trees and indeed hedgerows, and encouraging hedgerows to actually not be cut as often will improve biodiversity. Reducing the amount of nutrients that goes into our soils, and we launched a soil health action plan yesterday, which will see all of our soils tested, and indeed LiDAR mapping taking place right across Northern Ireland, will be hugely beneficial in knowing what's going on underneath the ground, and as a consequence will help to regenerate soils, and those soils will provide even greater use for farms going forward from that. So there is so much that we can do that will improve our river qualities and our water qualities by taking the phosphates and reducing the amount of phosphates that enter our waterways and our water bodies. So there is so much that we can do, and when we pull all of our plans together, that will ensure that we do make a significant difference to the improvement in biodiversity. I'll just close by saying that good management of our heathlands, and in particular work to achieve the reintroduction of species and the growing of species under threat, such as snipe and red grouse and so many of those ground nesting birds, is a course of work that has already commenced, and it is a course of work that needs to be expanded in other areas.
And I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, finally, Mr. Speaker. So, Minister, would you highlight what steps you have already taken in the past 2 years to improve our environment? Thank you.
Well, the Green Growth Strategy is a strategy which will ultimately lead to substantial environmental improvement as a result of doing things differently and ensuring that future growth will be closely linked to the environment. That will help us deal with animal nutrients in particular, which will be hugely beneficial to water bodies. The Peatland Strategy will see the re-wetting of peatlands, which will make them greater stores of carbon, will also increase the biodiversity in those. The future agriculture policy will assist us in seeing more work done on an environmental basis on farms, such as the growing out hedges further. The Forest for Future policy was to set out 1.8 million new trees being planted each year, and the soil nutrient health policy will ensure that our soils will have the best health of anywhere in the world, because we will be knowing exactly what is going on and will respond to that. So the suite of actions that we are taking over the course of the last 2 years and are now set in place to happen over the course of coming years will ensure that Northern Ireland's improvement in terms of its environmental footprint will indeed be massive as a result of steps taken and actions taken which will make real tangible difference.
Here, Patsy McGlone. I call Patsy McGlone.
Can Corley thank the Minister for his statement. Just on his final point there in regard to the green growth strategy, could I ask the Minister just which department, or will it be in fact his department, will drive this strategy to ensure that it is cross-departmental, including all relevant public agencies, arm's-length bodies, local authorities and all those bodies charged with government and its extended lens, and including that being inclusive to draw in community, voluntary groups to ensure that the maximum effect and maximum benefit is derived in a coherent, cohesive manner from the strategy?
I entirely agree with the member, and I believe that the Executive needs to lead on these issues and cooperate with each other on these issues, and look forward to a future Executive when other issues are dealt with appropriately. Green Growth Strategy is an Executive strategy, and therefore it is cross-departmental, and we have a cross-departmental working group on that particular issue. But in all of these things, and again, the member is quite right, we need cooperation. So, Belfast City Council have an aspiration of planting 1 million trees. I think that's great. I received a letter from another council telling us we needed to plant more trees, but didn't identify how it was going to do it. So, people do need to realise this isn't something for somebody else to do. It's something for each and every one of us to do. So, whether it's personally in reducing the amount of waste that we put into the black bin and we recycle more, if it is for companies to not send us some product which is wrapped repeatedly in plastic and so forth, everybody has a responsibility to take here. So we will ensure that everybody takes that responsibility. Extended producer responsibility for packaging is one of the things that we're looking at. Single-use plastics is another thing that work has been done on. So there are so many areas where each and everybody has to take responsibility, but government has to show the lead, and government working with each other will demonstrate that. So fully agree with the member's remarks.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, so far for your answers. Minister, my questions lead on from Mr McGlone's. You talked about responsibility for the environment. Everybody has to take a responsibility for their local environment, and it's that aspect I want to look at. I'm just asking you, what conversations have you already had with local councils to meet the challenges that this strategy in the future, how can they help you with this strategy?
Well, local councils are obviously responsible for waste collection, and therefore we have been working with them in improving waste collection. And we do need to get to a point where we're not sending waste to landfill sites. And people who object to proposals which would remove waste from landfill sites are ensuring that there's more methane going into the air. Landfills is one of the biggest emitters of methane in Northern Ireland. So, as I say this, that those who say, no, we don't want this to happen, we don't want that, we're going to object to that because we think there's a few votes in it, need to recognise that waste needs to be dealt with, and dealt with in a different way than landfill. So, councils many councils are leading. We've seen how they're operating on tree planting. I have to say Northern Ireland Water has been amazing in terms of its response, both on tree planting and indeed renewable energy. And I wish them every success as they continue to lead in the way that they have been. And Translink are certainly taking significant steps in terms of moving to buses and so forth, which will not be using fossil fuels. So there is a lot of groups, organisations, public bodies that are out there making a difference, and I would hope that all of the councils will actually really take this to heart and ensure that they will make that difference by getting on board fully to make a real difference to the environment in their areas, and everybody doing their bit will help build this jigsaw, which will leave us with a beautiful environment and landscape when it's concluded.
I call John Blair.
Mr Speaker, thank you, and I thank the Minister for the statement. I genuinely wish Dara well with this strategy, just as I did also, I hope genuinely, when the Green Growth Strategy was announced. But, Mr Speaker, there are some problems. A business plan update to the ERA Committee just 2 weeks ago today showed that in this mandate there had not been the required interdepartmental collaboration on green growth. It showed that in this mandate there would not be the promised second iteration of the Marine Plan, and that also in this mandate DERA was off target with regard to its afforestation plans. Can I ask what the Minister is doing in his final days in office to rectify or turn around these red-flagged issues so that this new strategy and the existing green growth strategy have some chance of success?
Well, in just over 2 years of office, in which case we've had the issue of COVID-19 predominant for well over half of that period of time, we have managed to introduce Forest for a Future, and that was never going to achieve the 1.8 million in the first year, but we have funding set aside which will assist us greatly in doing that, and with organisations such as Belfast City Council and Northern Ireland Water Service intending to plant millions of trees will be of great assistance whenever that gets fully into swing. But I would encourage other government departments to ensure that happens within their areas, and that is for every department and for every arm's length body of departments to help us to do that, as well as the farming community, landowners and others. Whenever it comes to the Green Growth Strategy, we fought very hard to get a financial package to actually deliver on green growth, and unfortunately the Department of Finance, when it did have the executive behind it, did not come forward with proposals that would ensure that we could make the environmental changes that are needed. So, that particular party that held that office give lip service to the environment and about everything that needed to be done, but whenever it came to actually putting money where their mouths were, they were very shy to do that. So let's be very clear. Sinn Féin, if they're serious about the environment, they didn't bring forward a budget proposal that demonstrated that they were serious about the environment. In terms of other strategies, yes, there is further work to do to get the marine strategy brought forward. But in the course of this last month, for example, the environment strategy has come forward, the climate change bill has come forward, the green growth strategy is being further developed. We have made tremendous progress over the period of time, and I think if members reflect on it, the progress that was made in the midst of a global pandemic, it is quite remarkable what has been achieved in the last 2 years.
Minister, thank you for your statement. Can I ask how this environment strategy has developed and changed following the passing of the climate change bill, given the more ambitious targets contained within it and the additional independent oversight bodies that it creates?
Well, in terms of the climate change issue, the environment strategy is primarily concerned with the protection and enhancement of the natural environment, and the green growth strategy actually provides more of the actions in terms of the climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. However, we're all aware that climate change and biodiversity loss are aligned and they must be tackled together. And that's why I was delighted to be visiting COP26 on what was Nature Day, to highlight my commitment to deliver much-needed nature recovery and nature-based solutions, and to endorse the World Leaders' Declaration on forests and land use. With that focus on nature, it will give Northern Ireland a unique opportunity to showcase to the rest of the world the positive action being taken to restore nature as set out in the recent UK Nature Positive 2030 report, and our commitment to deliver for biodiversity and nature-based solutions to tackle climate change. So we need to build on and accelerate these actions to ensure that they are building a low-carbon, high-nature future for all.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement. And also, it will be noted that there are those who cry much about the environment and purport to be the champions of the environment, don't even have the courtesy to come to this House today and actually to be present when the statement is being made. In terms of the issue in regards to declaring interest as a brother-in-law who farms near the Gary Bog in my own Northampton constituency, Could the Minister outline what the strategy, the Peatland Strategy, and how that will contribute to reaching our carbon targets, and also allows our farmers to produce food, because it's not a case of either or. And the Minister did visit the Gary Bog with me some time ago. He saw the challenges, and I commend those farmers in that area who, despite many of the challenges, have actually produced some of the best outcomes in farming in that particular area.
Well, thank the member for the question. The Environment Strategy will reference the Peatland Strategy, which is currently under development for Northern Ireland, and it will provide a framework for conserving our intact semi-natural peatlands and restoring degraded semi-natural peatlands. In Northern Ireland, our semi-natural peatlands are of enormous importance to the stability and general well-being of our environment. In addition to the ecosystem services they provide, semi-natural peatlands can provide a nature-based solution to climate change. They can store and sequester carbon, with implications for the regulation of our climate. To provide these services, however, semi-natural peatlands need to be in a healthy state. Currently, most of our semi-natural statements have been degraded or in poor condition, and as such are acting as carbon sources as opposed to capturing carbon. So the Peatland Strategy is being taken forward under the auspices of the UK Peatland Strategy. Public consultation was carried out in June and September of last year, and we will be in a position to publish an agreed peatland strategy in 2022. It will set a direction for travel over the next 2 decades, and the work that we've done on supporting lessee equipment and will reduce the amount of ammonia that exists in our atmosphere by around 25%, and that will be something which is hugely beneficial to peatlands which are overburdened with ammonia. That, in conjunction with wetting peatlands, will be a considerable benefit. We have other steps to take in terms of ammonia, which can reduce the ammonia burden by closer to 50%, and therefore that's a course of work that needs to continue to ensure that we can continue to restore our peatland habitats to where we want them to be. And there will be great benefits from us having those peatlands capturing carbon, and that is something which we will work with the local landowners and farmers to ensure that we have their cooperation in delivering upon that.
Call Ashley Riley.
You mentioned the success of the plastic bag levy, but it's been 3 months since the EU Plastics Directive was due to come into law here, and there's still no sign of it. You have previously told us that you've repeatedly contacted the British government about this. Do you have an update for us, or are those British ministers ignoring you?
Well, in terms of plastics, I don't need the European Union to tell us what to do in terms of plastics. We're quite capable of making our own decisions here in this House. I wasn't elected to be answerable to Brussels. I was elected to be answerable to the people of Northern Ireland. And in terms of plastics, we are doing work on single-use plastics. We are doing work on extended producer responsibility, and we are doing work on the single bags, and that fee is going to be raised, as people know. So those things are all happening without Big Brother telling us what to do or looking over our shoulder. We're quite capable of protecting the environment here, thankfully.
Members, that concludes questions on the statement. And members, please take your ease for a moment or two. Do we move on to the next item on the order paper?
Order, members. The next item of business is the further consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill, and I call on Alan Chambers to move the bill.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that the further consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill be now taken.
Members will have a copy of the Marshal's list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate and in the provisional groupings of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 6 amendments to deal with the definitions, and we will debate the amendments in turn. I remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group that they should address all the amendments on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. So if that's clear, we will proceed. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 6. Within the group, Amendment 6 is consequential to Amendment 2. Members may also wish to note that Amendment 4 is a paving amendment to Amendment 5. So I call Paula Bradshaw to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wish to move Amendment 1, which is similar to Amendment 3. Members, you will probably be aware in the last couple of years there was some media attention to the 27 babies' bodies, at least 27 babies' bodies, which were bequeathed from mother and baby homes to Queen's University for medical research, and it is our understanding that this was done without the mother's consent. I would like the members to support me in these 2 amendments, Amendments 1 and 3, because I believe that these babies deserve to have their voices heard. Through any records held by Queen's University or any other body that may have taken these bodies, babies' bodies into their possession. Secondly, we know that from the research from Queen's themselves that was published in January 2021, there is evidence of very high rates of mortality amongst the babies born in the mother and baby homes, and I would hope that the records that are held would help tell the story when we come to the public inquiry stage about how and why they died prematurely. Hopefully the information will be forthcoming that will bear testimony to the treatment, the harsh treatment of the pregnant mothers and their children. I would draw members' attention to the article in the Times when this made the headlines of July 2021, and it, Queen said that its records, based on these 27 anatomical donations, are based on a mortuary's technician's log and do not represent an official university record. And my concern would be that if these are not properly preserved and safeguarded, then they could become unavailable. I also would draw members' attention to the Commission's report in the South in their 5th interim report, and obviously it doesn't relate to here, but in that report they said that many of the stillborn infants that were donated in the South had with them a note reading not to be interned. So I suppose in some ways there is concern that these infants may not even have been buried and may be preserved as wet specimens for display purposes in medical schools. So I think that we have to speak for those babies in these 2 amendments, but to give them a voice in the subsequent inquiry that was recommended in the Truth Recovery Design Panel's recommendations. So I will leave that there, but I do want to speak to the other 2 amendments that are 2 sets of amendments that I'm not moving, Amendments 2 and 6 around the extended timescales, and I would put on record again that I am concerned that there were some institutions operating on a cross-border basis well into this century, into 2006, and I would be concerned that some of the records relating to those movement of children will not be preserved within this. However, I do not want to do anything, and anyone who knows how hard I've worked with the birth mothers and their children over the years. I wouldn't want to do anything that could jeopardise this bill, so I'm not going to move those amendments, but I just want to place on record concerns that I'm not entirely convinced that the timescale laid out in this bill covers all what a subsequent inquiry would need. Lastly, with your indulgence, Deputy Speaker, in relation to Amendments 4 and 5, I worked with the Bills Office at haste. People will be aware that we had our consideration stage on Monday evening, and we had till 12:30 on the Tuesday morning to get amendments in. And I worked with the Bills Office, and we came up with a clause there in relation to other institutions. And again, I was, on reflection, we were just not sure whether that was in the right part of the bill, in the right section of the bill. And again, I would not want to move anything that I felt could have potentially unintended consequences. I did speak at length, and I appreciate the time given to me by the departmental officials around this issue, and they have agreed that they agreed with the sentiment of it, and that they will prescribe the intent of these amendments into any resulting guidance. And there's an issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's quite live today, and it speaks also to the amendment, and that's around support for those who were in foster care. And you'll be aware that one of the members of the Truth Recovery Strategy panel, Professor Phil Scratton, he emailed me today on this basis, and if with your indulgence, I'll read into the record what he's saying about the intent of the panel. He said that the panel was not commissioned to investigate the operation of the foster care system, but to focus on the operation of the mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses. However, our detailed recommendations to secure a dedicated records facility, preservation of all personal records held by state, religious institutions and non-governmental organisations, full access to all information held by institutions and agencies regarding the operation of the care system, and necessary research and advocacy support should include those fostered via state and religious organisations. Appropriate redress, reparation and compensation should extend to those who suffered abuses in foster care as well. So I will leave it there, Mr Deputy Speaker, but as I say, I'm only moving Amendments 1 and 3 today. Thank you.
I now call the Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee, Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee of the Executive Office and will briefly address Amendments 1 and 3. The priority of the Committee is that this legislation provides for the preservation of any document that may provide information on what happened to individuals in these institutions and in the case of children born in them after they had left. This requires the widest possible interpretation. I would not want to see any victim or survivor at a disadvantage because we fail to include the relevant category of document in the legislation. The Committee has been engaged with victims and survivors who are concerned about the fate of individuals who died in these institutions. In this case, it concerns the transfer of bodies for anatomical study, some of whom were infants. The Committee has called for an independent investigation into these circumstances. For this reason, the inclusion in the legislation of documentation relating to the disposal of bodies from these institutions is essential. As an extension of this principle, while it has not been discussed in detail in the Committee, it would make sense that perhaps Amendment 5 and therefore Amendment 4 should also stand part of the bill. But I have to emphasise that we as a Committee did not discuss these amendments as they were late in the day. Mr Deputy Speaker, we are just looking forward to this bill making its final passage later on today. Thank you.
And could we have Linda Dillon onto our screens, please? And I call Linda Dillon.
First of all, just to say that I am welcome Amendments 1 and 3 that are hopefully going to be included in this bill, and I again want to put on the record my appreciation to the proposer of the bill for bringing it forward, to the Health Minister and the officials in the Health Department who have worked with all of us who have worked closely with the victims and survivors organisations and mothers and babies and adopted children. It's really important that we get this right. So I think that given the short time frame, it is good that people looked to see what amendments could be brought in to ensure, as has been outlined previously by other members, that we don't leave anybody out, that we ensure that everybody that is humanly possible to be included in this is included, and ensure that all documentation that can be protected is protected. So Amendment 1 makes provision for records kept by a body involved in the removal, retention, storage or use or disposal of human tissue from deceased persons. This is an important amendment. Recently it came to light, as has been outlined, that remains of residents, including babies and children of mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses, were donated to Queen's University Belfast for anatomical study. These records must be recovered and used for the incoming inquiry. Parental consent was not required for these donations, so many families may not know where their loved ones were taken to, what happened, where they were buried. This fits into the wider issue of burials that is covered by the bill. It should be handled in the most sensitive way possible, as it is likely to reveal yet another tragic element of this scandal and how the state and institutions treated women and children. In relation to Amendment 3 then, which obviously is as a subsequent to Amendment 1, the amendment again makes provision for the retention of records regarding the removal, retention, storage, use or disposal of human tissue from deceased persons. So just to repeat that, for that purpose, I think the same obviously as I've spoken to in Amendment 1, and fully support both of these amendments. In relation to the other amendments which are not being moved, just to put on the record that Amendments 4 and 5, I think, were well intentioned and has been outlined by the proposer of the amendments, Paula Bradshaw. I think that the intention of them was right and good and proper, and for the reason of ensuring that we do all we can do to include everybody and everything, every piece of information that can be included. So I think it is an important point being made, particularly Amendment 5, reminding us that children were fostered and adopted by organisations that were separate from the institutions, including state-run organisations such as social services. Many independent adoption agencies were involved in the illegal adoption and trafficking of children, and it's important that that's not forgotten. However, I feel that this element may already be covered within the original bill, Clause 4, subsection 3, which provides an institution falls within this subsection if it is an institution in which a voluntary organisation provided residential accommodation for women or children, took decisions about the women and children, and D, provided such other service as may be prescribed. It is my understanding, or my reading of this section, that the line "a voluntary organisation took decisions about the women and children" can have the practice read into it. Can have this practice read into it. Furthermore, if it does not hold up, Part D allows for the Department to make regulations that can specifically mention the public and statutory organisations that facilitated adoption and fostering. So I do appreciate that the member Paula Bradshaw has said that the Department have given some assurances around this, and given the work that the Department officials and Minister have done with us around this, I do believe that their intentions are good in relation to this particular bill, so I would be hopeful that we will get the right outcomes. So on that basis, I think that it is right and proper that the member is not moving both of these amendments for fear of unintended consequences, and also because we believe that it may well be covered and guidance will cover it and potentially will actually make it better in the long run. And just to refer then, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the last point that was made by Paula Bradshaw around the fostering. I'm sure many of you will have heard Maria Arbuckle, and I have to say it's not the first time that I have listened to Maria's story in relation to being fostered and what she went through as a foster child. Her and her siblings, actually, and others that she speaks on behalf of. And when she tells her story, it is horrendous to listen to. It is very, very difficult to understand how anybody who would take children into their care, to look after them, to supposedly show them compassion and love, to look after children that have already been through some of the most difficult circumstances that life can ever throw at a child, and they then abuse them, let them down, neglect them, and cause serious mental, physical, and in some cases sexual abuse. And as Maria said herself, she has been diagnosed with severe post-traumatic stress disorder, and not surprisingly, given what she went through. So I do think that it's important, and I listened also to Professor Phil Scratton, who I think has really been excellent on this subject, and we all know that what came out of that panel was excellent in terms of what we will hopefully deliver for all of the victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions. But if there is a way that we can include these children, that we can include those who are fostered out, if there is a way that we can ensure that they are included in the inquiry and in the redress scheme, then I think it is incumbent upon us to do so. Rather than reinventing the wheel, let's deliver for these people as quickly as we possibly can in the most, I suppose, compassionate fashion that we possibly can, because they've been through enough. And Maria herself has said she's been through 4 cancer diagnoses. So these people, and very often, are in circumstances where they may not have a long life expectancy. So I think it's important that we deliver for them as quickly as possible. And again, to place on the record, that is why I'm glad that we have this bill brought forward to ensure the preservation of records done as an accelerated passage. I think it was important to do so, and welcome the support of everybody across this chamber for Alan Chambers' bill. So thank you very much. Cormaila Mayagov.
And can we have Pam Cameron onto our screens? And I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I speak on as my party's health spokesperson at this further consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill, and I'm going to keep my comments brief, specifically to the amendments before the House. I and my party will be supporting the amendments 1 and 3 in the name of Ms Bradshaw. These amendments would bring information relating to the use and disposal of human tissue relating to a deceased resident of an institution into the scope of relevant information and relevant institutions set out in clauses 3 and 4. And presumably this would extend to hospitals, research and teaching organisations and coroner or pathologists, particularly where their work touches on residents or babies born in these institutions who have later died. I want to thank my committee colleague, Paula Bradshaw, for outlining the detail of her thoughtful amendments on what is an incredibly difficult and emotional area. And I do agree with Ms Bradshaw that it is very much appropriate that the documents relating to the remains of those babies and with the bodies of the 27 children donated to Queen's University for medical research as a very stark example of what we're talking about, but that those records need to be preserved. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm glad we've been able to debate this today, and I want to also put on record my thanks once more to the sponsor of the bill, Mr Alan Chambers, for bringing forward this private member's bill, and I look forward to the final stage later this evening. Thank you.
And I call on the Minister for Health, Robin Swan, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and a number of contributors have already referenced the work of the panel. And again, I'd like to place on record the work that they completed in regards to not just publishing the report or the recommendations, but the engagement process that they facilitated that I think allowed us to get to this stage today where we are seeing that continued all-party support for the work that they did and the outworkings of this bill. And I fully appreciate that the timescales for its passage have been extremely tight, allowing little time for detailed scrutiny or the production of amendments. However, that should not prevent this House from striving to ensure that this bill remains fit for purpose, as was the intention of its sponsor, Mr Alan Chambers. I do not consider that all of the amendments that were tabled today would achieve what they intended to achieve, and for that reasons I'll set those out, but I'm grateful for Ms Bradshaw for her reconsideration of the implications of a number of her amendments and for her detailed engagement with departmental officials, but also for her indication that she does not intend to move amendments 2, 4, 5 or 6. Amendments 1 and 3 relate to and rely on each other, and I think, as Ms Bradshaw has explained their purpose, I now understand that they are prompted by a Freedom of Information request submitted to Queen's University Belfast, the purpose of which was to establish whether the bodies of children had been donated by mother and baby homes, workhouses or hospitals to the university. And according to information published in the media, the response to the request indicated that the bodies of at least 27 children were donated to Queen's University Belfast for medical research in the middle of decades of the 20th century. It was, however, also reported that the number actually may have been higher. So it's on that basis that this information was found to be already held and disclosed under freedom of information legislation. So it could be argued that it is unnecessary to include that provision in this bill, but that being said, of course it is a significant matter which I accept is likely to be of significant interest to a future statutory choir. In regards to the amendments 1 and 3, again in reference to the timescale, if they could have been brought forward at consideration stage, it may have given members of this House the opportunity to examine them and make any adjustments to them that may have been necessary. Mr Deputy Speaker, members will note that both amendments refer in very broad terms to deceased persons. The intention of the amendments may have been more accurately been captured by making the connection with residents of the relevant institutions or their children. But given the stage that we're now at, members will need to decide whether to accept the amendments as drafted. Unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, the alternative is for amendments 1 and 3 either to be voted down for prescribing powers at clause 2.3 in conjunction with the prescribing power at clause 3.3 to be used to deliver what is intended by the member. But that being said, I am content on balance to support amendments 1 and 3 as drafted, actually given the significance of the information that they are seeking to require. The members also indicated her intention following further consideration not to move amendments 2 and 6, for which I am grateful. Because in this bill what we're trying to capture is information relating to these institutions, not just information held by them. So although information held by them is of course captured by the duty to preserve and not destroy at clause 1, it matters not that the information was created before or after the relevant period. What does matter is that the information relates to the women, children or the institutions themselves during the period, and we know that they were in operation. You will note that some time to allow for the full winding up of the institution has been built in actually into the definition of relevant period. Reference has been made to institutions in the Republic of Ireland to which we know some women went, and while the reach of this bill cannot extend beyond this jurisdiction, any relevant information relating to a woman or child held in this jurisdiction, either by the institution where they resided between 1922 and 95 or by the persons or bodies listed at clause 2.3, are captured by the duty to preserve and not destroy at clause 1, and that includes the relevant information that may have been created after 1995. And members will note that information relating to a resident's departure from a relevant institution is actually specified at clause 3.3b. So information relating to the care and accommodation of children when they were separated from their mothers is also specified again at clause 3.4, because that should be read in conjunction with clause 3.5. Turning now, Mr Deputy Speaker, to amendments 4 and 5, and I am grateful to Ms Bradshaw for indicating that she does not intend to move these amendments, as again I would not have been able to support these amendments because in my view and the departmental officials' view they were technically incorrect, and I think it's more to do with the positioning. Amend clause 4, which provides a definition of relevant institution. All of the other definitions in the bill are related to the definition of relevant institution. Clause 2, which defines relevant document, refers in a number of places to relevant institution. Clause 3, which defines relevant information, likewise refers in numerous places to relevant institution or simply institution. So the relevant institution is intended to capture the places where women and their children resided, received care, worked, gave birth to children and had decisions taken about them. Other persons or bodies with a connection to the institution but external to it are captured at clause 2.3, and that's the Health and Social Care Trust, for example, which may have arranged a child's care subsequent to his or her separation from their mother. An adoption agency, both statutory and voluntary, involved in making the arrangements for a child adoptions, a resident's parent, a GP or a member of the clergy who communicated with the resident or with an institution. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendment 4 and 5 had sought to capture a body with a connection with a relevant institution but which is external to it. My understanding is that these amendments were intended to capture, for example, a church institution which facilitated a child's adoption or foster care. A statutory body undertaking this function is already captured under Clause 2.3d, and Clause 2.3d would also capture a non-statutory body which held some responsibility for the health, the care or welfare of a woman or her child. So while I support the intention behind the amendments, I would not have been able to support how they have been drafted, and I think the member helpfully indicated that in her speech, because they did corrupt, in our opinion, the definition of relevant institution, and actually ran the risk of rendering the bill incoherent. And if necessary, I think, as the member also indicated in regards to her interaction with my officials, if necessary, the prescribing power, Clause 2.3, could actually be used to capture the intention behind them. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, once again, I am grateful to members for their input to this bill, and in particular I extend my thanks to Ms Bradshaw for her reconsideration of the 4 amendments before us today, but also for the 2 that she has moved that we are able to support.
I now call the sponsor of the bill, Alan Chambers, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The proposer of today's amendments, as well as the Minister, have already spoken in detail on the intent, but also the possible implications of each of the possible changes before us. So I only intend to make a few brief remarks. First of all, I again want to thank members for their ongoing interest and support for the bill, as well as making themselves available to facilitate the very short timescales involved. It's not easy having so many stages in such a short time frame. However, I do think the approach by the House so far is testament to the collective recognition of what the bill is trying to achieve and why it's so important. In terms of today's amendments, I want to thank Ms Bradshaw for what I believe to be her sensible approach in not moving a number of the proposals before us, as well as her decision not to seek support for some others. Whilst I, of course, welcome her interest in trying to help make this bill stronger, I also think it's very important that the bill isn't unintentionally undermined, either through a fundamental change to its intent of applying to historical institutions or by introducing legislative deficiencies at this very last stage. Yet, nonetheless, today's debate has allowed the House to put a number of points on the record, and that is important, I believe. Having spoken to the Minister again today before today's debate, I am very confident that by not ultimately introducing some of these changes, the bill remains a competent piece of legislation and still very much will deliver what it was always intended to do. So again, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thank the House for its continuing support and helpful scrutiny of the bill, and I look forward to it hopefully reaching its final stage later this evening. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call Paula Bradshaw to wind up the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to touch on some of the comments that were made in the course of the debate, and I very much welcome the Chair of the Executive Office Committee's comments, particularly in relation to their determination or their thoughts around an investigation into this issue. I think that would be a very worthy piece of work, hopefully, in the next mandate. Ms Dillon there talked about the sensitivity around the burials, and obviously we all get that sense. And she spoke well about Marie Arbuckle and the need for those people who suffered abuse while being fostered should be captured in the recommendations and the actions going forward from the panel's report. Pam Cameron, the Deputy Chair of the Health Committee, agreed with me that it's right and proper that the records are preserved of these young children so that their voices can be heard in the inquiry. The Minister acknowledged the very tight timescales we have all worked under, not just in this bill, but over the course of the last few weeks, to try and get some legislation over the line. And just to repeat, I've always wanted to get things into this bill, but I would never have wanted to do anything that would have rendered it incompetent. And finally, the sponsor of the bill then acknowledge that this debate has allowed us and previous ones to get some points on the record that hopefully when the officials come to look at the prescribing of the guidance, for example, that they can reflect on what is in Hansard. So I'll leave it there, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 12. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call Paula Bradshaw to move formally Amendment 2.
Not moved.
Amendment 2 not moved. Okay, move on. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call Paula Bradshaw to move formally Amendment 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 3, page 3, line 5. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and as a paving amendment to Amendment 5, I call Paula Bradshaw to move formally Amendment 4.
Not moved.
Amendment 4 not moved. Okay. Amendment 5 has already been debated, and I call Paula Bradshaw to move formally Amendment 5.
Not moved.
Amendment not moved. I will not call Amendment 6 as it is consequential to Amendment 2, which has not been made. And that concludes the further consideration stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order members, the next item of business is the final stage of the Period Products Free Provision Bill, and I call Pat Cackney to move formally the final stage.
So moved, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You need to say the full thing, is that all right? The final stage of the Period Products Free Provisions Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, so I now call Pat Cackney to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This for me is a great day. It's very fitting that my last speech of this mandate will be to introduce this final stage of a private member's bill. Passing this bill today sends a strong message that, as my friends in Homeland Period Belfast state, menstruation matters. Those are powerful words, and those words should ring as we try to pass this legislation today, because it does matter. It matters to all of us, to all the girls, all the women that are out there. It tells people out there that no one should feel ashamed or embarrassed by their period. It makes it clear that menstruation is normal, and access to period products should be universal. I have so many people to thank. I think it right to mention Monica Lennon, the Member of the Scottish Parliament, who's been very helpful to me. She came up with the legislative framework to allow for the free provision of products. I have been so grateful for her guidance and for her support. If we pass this bill today, Mr Deputy Speaker, we will become the second jurisdiction in the world to allow for universal free provision of period products. When I was elected, some of my greatest support and strength came from my wife Rosemary 5 years ago and my 3 daughters, Catherine, Sarah and Emma. Not to forget my son as well, Patrick Jr. My daughters encouraged me to take on this particular fight, and their support has meant the world to me. Thanks must be given to those from my own team that have worked on this bill for coming on 2 years, to Ali for her work at the start and as the bill was coming out, to Johnny within my office, who has given me unrelenting support and the time which was required, Emma and Frank for guiding it skillfully through each legislative stage and keeping me on the level throughout the process, to those across the Assembly that have helped, and it's right across the Assembly, to James and Jerry who worked with us in getting the bill to draft, and to BDB Pitmans for the skillful drafting of the bill. I know I had a lot of back and forth to them, and I am very thankful that they have helped in order to get it to where it is today. I know that some of the bill that I stated earlier as the drafting from Scotland, and I will later on go on to thank the Minister for Communities, but within that department of the Ministry of Communities, some of those small changes was the wording from Scottish legislation to how we word it here in Northern Ireland. I want to thank to Caroline Perry and Denise Morgan. I feel I should bring a final amendment to bring these 2 people here a pay rise. In fact, most that worked with me within the bill offices. They have been at the end of the phone. They have taken time all hours, day and night, and have been so patient in explaining the process, explaining amendments and helping me with all the changes to the bill. I also want to thank the Minister of Communities, which I said there earlier, and the team from her department, Jerry, Martina, Beverly and Diane. The amendments they have developed will make the bill more workable and will improve the programmes that will come forward from it. Do you know, there was a bit of to and fro, and I didn't know who was going to lift this or take up this chalice. Some people may have thought it was the poison chalice, but I'm standing here and I'm going to thank the Minister Deirdre for taking that chalice up. That was brave and correct, and you know, Minister, it was the right thing to do, and I'm delighted that you came on board with that. Thanks must be given to all of the political parties for their support, and some key members across the political spectrum who have helped this bill move at pace to make sure it passes before the end of this mandate. To the Chair on my left of the Education Committee, Chris Little, for his unwavering support, and to all of the members of the Education Committee for their diligent and clear scrutiny of this bill. Mr Deputy Chair, I wish to just take a moment and wish MLA Chris Little all the best as he moves forward. I know that he won't be running in the next mandate, and I know that he will be missed. And I'm honoured as an older man to call Chris a friend, because I have made a great friendship with him. Some of the scrutiny was tough, Mr Deputy Speaker. In fact, if I am lucky enough to bring another private member's bill, my list of consultees may be extended to include statutory interested parties, and top of that list comes to Diane Dodds from the DUP, because Diane, I can tell you, went over every single detail. But that is great. That's what we're here for. We're here for scrutiny, and we're here to try and make it better. So I thank her and all of the members from the Education Committee. I want to thank Aileen Traynor, who's there as well, and Frank Gaddis. Big thank you for all of the help would you give to me and explaining to me as the Bill's Office for their support and patience throughout of all of that work together. I sort of run out of time this morning. I think it was those little round donuts I meant to buy. I think it's a bit of a tradition within the Bill team. So look, they will come. I'll get them down next week eventually anyhow. I also want to thank the Speaker and all of his office and the Business Office for the quick approval and turnaround of the bill. I want to thank Alex. I want to thank Alex for the best wishes that I can give him in his retirement. But knowing Alex, I know that he will be working and doing something. Finally, I want to thank each and every campaigner that has pushed for the free provision of period products. I have had a great time with some of them this morning. I want to thank Catherine, Ailey, Grace and Alexa in particular. I want to thank all of those young students that made it out onto the steps this morning in the front of this building, from all of the universities and from our schools. Those are the people that drove me on. They're the people that helped every single moment, or when I needed a question answered, they were there for us. They were the ones that went out on the street and delivered period products to those that need them. Those people out there that need them, they were out day and night. So I was delighted to have them on the steps here today, because this bill may have my name on it, but this bill belongs to those campaigners and those activists that have pushed us all here. They have not given up an easy ride. They have gone through this bill, every single one of them with a fine tooth comb, and have questioned me in every clause, every time scale, every duty that is included within the bill. However, they have always been supportive, Mr Deputy Speaker, and keen to work this through. Do you know, am I time limited on this? I'll not be much longer, folks. I'll not be much longer. But I do want to say, this morning, as I was coming down, I had the radio on, and there is an art project going on in Belfast at the minute. And this may well be my last time to speak of the Ring of Steel, but I operated behind the Ring of Steel. 50 years ago, this project is being carried out in Belfast. 50 years ago. I'll only be a second, Mr Deputy Speaker, because it's important and it's related, and I will keep moving on it. But we forget where we come from sometimes. The harshness of where my home place is. Well, this, to me, is a fantastic and a great day in order to be here and to make that change. For each of those that give me and fill me full of hope for the future, there are so many more for this fight, and I hope now that the backing of this legislation, that this soon aspirations, all of those young people, their aspirations will be met. So do the future. I'm excited. I'm excited to see departments, and again, come back to the Minister, I've done it twice and I'm doing it again, and I don't know what way the cross-cutting relationship of this will go, or what departments hold the powers this bill provides to make sure period products are available and as widely as possible. Funding must be followed and provided on this, and whether elected or not, I will be making sure that funding is allocated for period products in the next budget. And that's a promise, so I will be watching it and see where it goes through. This is a first step, a momentous one, no doubt, but a first step nonetheless. We now must make sure that, backed by this legislation, product are made available as soon as practically possible, so that all our citizens can live their lives with dignity. And to finish, Mr Speaker, thank you.
Would the member agree with me that not alone is this bill about universal accessibility of period products, and the joy that you've brought to this place today, Pat, is something to behold. And the campaign group out there in the Great Hall on the steps, it was absolutely marvellous to witness. It was marvellous to be a part of it. We're all very, very proud of what you've done. But would the member agree that there's also that element of this which is about destigmatising periods and how that the knock-on effect and implications of that for access for women participating in sport, young girls continuing their participation in sport, really, really crucially important in terms of the impacts of this bill.
I thank the member for Marm for his intervention, and I can only agree with you. And I may well have been one of those guys that are men that probably was a little bit, a little bit frightened to speak of it. but I share offices next door with, and the SDLP have some great women, and I can tell you they pushed and made sure I stood up to the mark, and that is changed, and we need to change, and this bill will change today. So, to finish, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend and I welcome this, and I trust and hope that this passes through the Assembly. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the final stage of the Period Products Fee Provision Bill. I first want to commend all those who have campaigned for this legislation, obviously the bill sponsor, Pat Catney, Minister Hargey for taking up the stewardship, and all those who worked so hard to bring this final stage of this bill before us today. This is a good news story, Pat. It is a good news story for the 1 in 10 of those who said that they were unable to afford period products at some times in their lives. It's good news for the 1 in 7 who said they regularly struggled to afford period products. And it's good news for the almost 50% of girls who said they had missed days off school because of their periods. And it's also good news for the hosts of women and community and health organisations in my own local constituency in Foyle who have campaigned for many years, and in particular our party colleague Sandra Duffy, whose motion on to back on the ball campaign to provide free sanitary products in as many public buildings as possible was unanimously backed in Derry City Council back in 2018. The first local authority across Ireland to offer free sanitary products in its public buildings, and to encourage, and I know we've all worked collectively to encourage other public bodies to have the initiative extended to our schools and hospitals. This legislation here today makes specific reference to making access to free period products in education and health premises. This provides a sound foundation beyond which the full aim of the legislation can be realised, to provide universal access to free period products to all those who need them for personal use. This is an inclusive bill. It recognises that some people may have difficulties accessing products, so there is provision for collection by another person or delivery in certain circumstances. It is gender neutral to ensure women, girls and all those who menstruate have access. I hope that in its implementation measures will be taken to include hard-to-reach groups, such as homeless people, people from the travelling community, asylum seekers and refugees, those from whom English is not their first language, as well as those living in more hard-to-reach locations amongst our rural community. Make this a good news story for them too. Once again, I want to commend Pat for taking this forward and for all his hard work, and I call on the Assembly to support this legislation. Thank you.
Could we have Diane Dawes onto our screens? And I call Diane Dawes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I apologise that I'm not able to be here today. First of all, can I say a huge congratulations to Pat Catney for getting the bill to this stage. Now, I know he thinks that I asked him some very awkward and difficult questions as the bill was progressing, but I think he has always known that I am supportive and will always continue to support the premise of this particular bill, because I do think that it is a bill about inclusivity, it is a bill about equality, and it will change the lives of some young people in Northern Ireland. As has already been mentioned, this bill is necessary because 1 in 10 young women find it difficult to buy sanitary products. 1 in 7 find it a struggle to afford to buy sanitary products. And really, what we don't want to see is young women and girls who are at school or are in education unable to continue with their education journey because they are unable to buy sanitary products. It's also a bill about dignity. And it's very, very important to remember that we took some time in the Education Committee to look at this particular aspect of the bill and added some amendments to the bill which were accepted by the bill sponsor in order to look at the issue around dignity. And I think that that is important, that people can have access to the products in a dignified and confidential way. Of course, the bill comes on the back of pilots that have already been introduced by the Northern Ireland Assembly. When I was Minister of Education, I introduced the pilot schemes for sanitary products in further and in higher education institutions. And of course, the Minister for Education, my colleague Michelle McElveen, has made €2.6 million of funding available for free sanitary products within schools. These are important staging posts for this bill, and I'm glad that we have been able to make progress and show how necessary these are. So, in closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I again thank Pat Catney, the bill's sponsor. I would reiterate, Pat, again, that I still think that we need to ensure the funding and the business case for this is absolutely sound. And I trust that the ministers in each department will take this work on board, and that it won't take too long before the bill is seen in its practical effect in education, in health settings and in the wider community. So thank you for all your work, and to all those who presented from the community groups, to all of those who have advocated on behalf of women and girls, thank you to those as well. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As Chairperson of the Committee for Education, I'm absolutely delighted to support the final stage of the Period Product Free Provision Bill. And I commend the proposer of the bill, Pat Catney MLA, for the work that he's undertaken in this regard. And also to echo his words to me, I'm delighted to have made such a good friend during my time in this chamber. And delighted for the passion that you bring to this chamber, Pat. Thank you for all of those things. Access to period products should be universally available. As is the case for many other basic hygiene products, it is inconceivable that it would be otherwise, and I am glad that this bill will correct that fact. The Education Committee has worked on period product provision for some time, and indeed period dignity. We have made progress in recent years working with the campaigners and the activists on this key issue. The Education Committee met with Homeless Period Belfast on a number of occasions, and it was my privilege to invite the charity to give evidence to the Education Committee and indeed to present a petition to the Assembly for free period products in school on behalf of over 5,000 people. I know Pat has recognised, and I think it is important that we recognise the work of the campaigners and the activists in Homeless Period Belfast, which is a volunteer-led initiative managed by Katrina MacDonald, and indeed those other organisations that have worked on period product provision, such as Red Box and Equality Period. I note that the Education Minister and the previous Education Minister have worked to support the provision of period products in school, and I think that is an important start in support of the implementation of the provisions of this bill. The Education Committee, Deputy Speaker, undertook committee stage scrutiny of this cross-cutting bill. I'm proud that we did, on behalf of other relevant subject committees, and we endeavoured to coordinate evidence taking and scrutiny to enable the passage of this important legislation. We drew in feedback from a range of key stakeholders and conducted meaningful consideration of the issues within a tight time frame that allowed the bill to complete its primary legislative stages. The Department of Education has demonstrated action on this issue with the Period Dignity Pilot Scheme and accompanying CCEA webinars and other educational resources to present the issue in context, and that is important progress on the bill. Department for Community and Councils, Department for Economy and Further Education stakeholders, Department of Health and the Department of Finance all responded with their perspectives and experience on the provision of free period products and ways in which to coordinate and fund the provisions of the bill. The Department for Communities Minister, of course, coordinated the amending stages in the Assembly, which was a welcome intervention that has allowed the bill to progress. The Committee for Education will continue to work to advance period product provision as a means to deliver equal opportunity, particularly along the pathway from school into employment. The Education Committee is proud of this work, proud of the combined effort of legislators and stakeholders throughout this legislative process, as proposed by Pat Catney MLA. Deputy Speaker, society and campaigners have emphatically told this Assembly that free period products for all must be made available, and Pat and this Assembly have responded. We hope and anticipate that this legislation will improve access to education, work, sport and dignity for women, girls and those who menstruate, and we trust that it will improve understanding of menstruation and create supportive conversation about periods. I commend Pat for his committed and passionate proposal of this bill, and I support the Period Products Bill passage into law today. Thank you.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as a Lagan Valley MLA and someone who did council with the member, go down and sing, I feel like a pop star now. I want to... Appreciate it. And it's good to have that on the record, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's been my pleasure to work as a... It's been my pleasure to work with Pat Catney as both a councillor in Lisburn and Castlereagh City Council, and indeed in this mandate since 2017 as an MLA for Lagan Valley, somewhere we're particularly passionate about to born and bred Lisburn men. But this bill that Mr Catney has brought, when I think about it, and I think about all the politicians and parties in this House, sometimes you look at legislation and I think, why did I not do that? And this is a piece of legislation that I'm envious of. I think it's an excellent piece of legislation, and I'll commend the member again for bringing it. And I recall the member's party colleague, Cara, who's sitting behind him, talking about a discussion they had in the office at the start of this 2 years with regard to Pat's fear as a man bringing something to do with menstruation and period products. And it's a testament, and it's very fitting that he actually did it, because it's a mark of the man that he is. And regardless of what happens, Pat, in this next election, you can be very proud of what you've done, because it will bring serious changes and improvements to young girls, women and those who menstruate in terms of our lives. But when we do legislation, Mr Deputy Speaker, there's always the title of the bill, and there's always the written text that's there, and people will look at that and they will say, yes, this gives universal access, and it will define the premises where those products will be. And yes, those products will be in the hands of those people who need them. And that's the purpose of the bill. But do you know something? There's the unintended consequences of the legislation that we do, which sometimes is even better. And I think this is an example of a piece of legislation which will reach places and affect people's lives in a positive way that wasn't even intended. And I'm just going to go through a few of those, if you'll indulge me. The first one, as I've said, obviously, it does what it says on the tin. It provides universal access for period products to those that need it, and those places will be defined. And I'm proud to have been on the Education Committee when we actually spoke into a number of other issues, determining the quality of the product to ensure that it wasn't the bargain basement, and also maybe the environmental and climate aspects of it, that those things would be picked up. But in meeting with different groups and engaging with the primary sponsor of the bill, we identified that one of the barriers to access is poverty. It wasn't necessarily the purpose of the bill. But what this will do in a small way is actually tackle poverty, because it will keep money in some people's pockets. Some people who weren't able to procure the product because they didn't have enough money, and they're maybe at the moment having to choose between heating, eating and period products and all of those other things that are essential in life. So we actually, in a small way, actually start to chip into how we deal with poverty. Then, the thing that probably excited me most when talking to the young people in the community groups, and teachers especially, was the stigma and the dignity that isn't there for some people. And the fact that people will be able to go into premises discreetly without having to ask and to access it is absolutely marvellous. I don't think it was the intent of the bill, but it will really bring a dignity and raise the profile of talking about menstruation and menstrual items, especially perhaps the young men. I think that's brilliant. The impact on young people that came out of the problem with it, the lack of dignity and the stigma and the inability to talk about it, fed into the mental health and the poor mental health for a lot of people. So again, I think this will help reduce the impact of poor mental health for young people. And there was evidence given in one of the sessions by teachers, and it talked about participation in activities, particularly sporting ones, and Justin McNulty will remember this. And what they found was that COVID identified some issues, and actually the lack of availability of product, for whatever reason, was stopping young women from being able to participate in sports and activities. So actually, we're addressing a fourth item of unintended consequences. I would call this the win-win-win-win bill, Mr Catley. So well done for that. I just want to thank the bill sponsor and his team. I want to thank the Minister for Communities for coming in as she did, and also thank the Chamber for supporting the amendment, which I thought was useful. And I know we debated it about the overall responsibility being in TEO. But like the bill sponsor, I want to thank all of those agencies who have been chasing this dream for many years, and those young people, those teachers, those parents who spoke in so well to defining and designing this bill. I just want to congratulate once more my Lagan Valley colleague for this piece of legislation. Win, win, win and win. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Emma Sheeran.
And I want to start by echoing the congratulations to Pat, the member for Lagan Valley, for this important piece of legislation. Mr Catley is one of the characters of this Assembly, and in terms of dedication to women's issues and fighting misogyny and being a feminist, you are an embodiment of that, and I can attest to that. I've received kindness from you, and we're not on any of the same committees, and you don't always have reason to, but you've went out of your way to show me kindness, and I appreciate that as a young woman in this place. So I just want to put that on the record. This is a legacy that you will have left in this place, but you live and breathe that every day. So I think you deserve commendation for that. And I suppose this particular piece of legislation is evidence of the difference that we can make when we all work together. And this place, as an institution, often receives an awful lot of bad praise. But this is a piece of progressive legislation that we have delivered together. It has been sponsored by a member from the SDLP, driven forward by a committee chair from the Alliance Party, and implemented by a Sinn Féin minister with the support from all parties across the House. And I think that's something that we should reflect upon, and something that is to be welcomed, and something that probably wouldn't receive the coverage in the media that other more negative stories might. And it's another piece of legislation that has been passed during this mandate that starts to unpick the misogyny that we have seen across this state for decades, and something that is systemic and has been established, and that we need to work against, and complements a lot of other legislation that's been passed or is in the process of being passed. The Safe Access Zones Bill from Ms Bailey from South Belfast, the work that has been done on domestic violence, upskirt and down blouse, and all these things are progressive, and they start to work towards a fair and more equal society. And that's what we need to see, and that's what we need to see ourselves delivering for all of our constituents. Because I would agree with the comments from the member for Newry and Armagh in terms of the stigma around periods. Periods are something that half the population go through, but they've been shrouded in secrecy. And this, the idea that a period leaves a blue liquid stain, that's not reality, but that's what was propagated for decades and was expected. We only seen the end of the tampon tax last year. So that's the situation. Period products are not a luxury item. They're not something that people can decide whether or not they want to buy. It's not a bar of chocolate. It is an essential item, and we're in a cost of living crisis. And we have a real situation, and people have referred to already the percentage of people that have struggled to buy period products during their life and the impact that that has on their mental health. And again, the other member for Lagan Valley referred to this. The idea that we have got young people growing up who are terrified to ask their parents for money to buy tampons or sanitary towels because they know that their parents are already struggling to heat the house or put food on the table. And that's the situation. So this bill is so important in giving people an opportunity to get those products for free when they are in public spaces. And it's the beginning. And I hope to see Mr Catney back in the next mandate and building upon this legislation. So, Gora Maiga, Leskin Corlea, thank you.
I call Peter Weir. Sorry, Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise, first of all, to welcome the passage of this bill in terms of the final stage, to commend, I think, all those campaigners who have pressed so hard for this, and also to commend the bill's sponsor. I think Pat Catney hearing sort of some of the tributes, it must be a bit like hearing eulogies at your own funeral without having to go through the indignity of dying, which is always, I think, a double advantage in that regard. But he is to be commended, I think, for bringing this forward. Can I say, I think, across the chamber, we know the problems that are created by period poverty. We know the problems that are created by a lack of period dignity. We know the issues around trying to remove the levels of stigma around this issue. And I think that there has been, I think that has been recognised by all parties within this chamber, both executive and non-executive. And indeed, I think we have seen over the last 2 years, I think, a positive step change in trying to tackle these issues. And I think today marks the culmination of those actions. That has been particularly acute in terms of the impact on period poverty. It has been highlighted, I think, by a number of speakers, particularly on young women's education, but not, I think, confined simply to that. But we know that the impact can lead to missing of education. We know that it can lead to constraints within education, and indeed to do so in a disproportionate way. Mention has been made about various campaigners. I want to put one person, one group particularly on record. When I was Minister in Education, there was a campaign on the issue of period poverty from Ellie Massey and a group of classmates from Strathearn School, who pushed very hard on the issue. As a result, indeed, they were able to shine a focus on the issue. I was able to bring forward a proposal to the Executive, which I have to say was unanimously supported and enthusiastically supported throughout the Executive, to introduce the pilot scheme on period poverty. The funding was secured for that, and we've been able to take further steps within that because, as was highlighted, I think, by my colleague Diane Dodds, we've seen my successor, the current Minister, be able to bring that, implement that at the beginning of September of 2021. The funding has been made available for that. The then Economy Minister, Diane Dodds, was able to ensure that was extended in terms of further and higher education. And there's also, I think, particularly through the passage of this bill, been good cooperation across government departments, particularly through the Minister for Communities, in terms of coordinating those degrees of efforts. So I think there has been that important step change, but I think that this bill takes us that further step forward on at least two grounds. First of all, the various schemes that are there that have been put in place, particularly by education, it does mean that these are now put on a statutory footing, and means it becomes the law of the land rather than simply the good wishes and indeed the simple actions by individual ministers. And we all know that ministers at different times can change, and sometimes opinions can change and priorities can change. But this enshrines it within legislation, which means that it covers those issues and gives that level of guarantee into the future. Secondly, I think, and critically, all those actions that have been taken, for instance, particularly within education, higher and further education, other sectors, this ensures that it's being done in a comprehensive fashion, that we take those sectors and ensure that it applies across the board, because no female put in that position, irrespective of what location they are in Northern Ireland, irrespective of whether they are in full-time education or are in a position where they are older and in employment, or in a whole range of issues, whether it is sport or whatever, should be denied the opportunity, indeed denied to the opportunity to reach their full potential, because of a lack of period dignity or period poverty. So I think this is a good legacy of this Assembly. I welcome the final stage today, and I look forward to this receiving royal assent and being implemented, and I commend the member once again. Thank you.
I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is a great day for everyone in Northern Ireland. There are 6 pieces of really important legislation taking their final passage in this House today, and it will improve lives for everybody in Northern Ireland. And I'm really delighted that we have managed to get this bill through in this final stage of the mandate. We've heard from people who have missed school, who have missed work because they cannot access period products, people who have been forced to use unsuitable alternatives, including toilet paper, and those who simply can't afford the cost of these vital healthcare products. When we carried out the survey last year, 45% of respondents said that they had struggled to afford period products, and 69% had resorted to using period products for longer than advised or used unsuitable alternatives. And as members have said, the cost of living crisis has accelerated significantly since we carried out those surveys. I would expect these statistics to be sadly greatly increased, and no one should face going to school or college or work worried about not being able to afford vital healthcare products to manage their period. The impact of this bill should therefore not be underestimated in any way. It will change lives and it will ease a financial burden on so many. Gone will be the days of worrying about being caught out without period products or worrying about being able to afford them at all. No more improvising, no more discomfort. The stress will start to ease, and it is an issue that will no longer burden future generations. What a legacy. What an absolute legacy. I'm delighted that young girls will be growing up in this new world. I would also like to reiterate how proud I am of the bill's sponsor, Pat Catney, for his unwavering commitment to ensuring that the language within this bill remained inclusive. Every single person who needs to access period products will be included, and equality of access will be ensured. How SDLP of him. The shame will also start to lift as we break the stigma around talking about periods. It has been incredibly heartening to listen to so many people across this chamber speaking on a subject that has been discussed in hushed tones for far too long. But the conversation should not and will not end today. Let's keep the conversation going until we dismantle period stigma absolutely, entirely. And let's keep the conversation going for other women's health issues that are currently being treated as taboo subjects. I want to thank all the stakeholders as well that have advocated on behalf of this bill, for all that have engaged with the committees and pushed this bill forward. And again, thank you, Pat, for listening and engaging with those campaigners and to make this bill a reality. I want you to thank the Department of Communities and to you, Minister, for taking this bill on and ensuring the legislation had the opportunity to pass in this mandate. We will finally have real measures in place to end period poverty once and for all. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is positive politics in practice, and I'm proud of what my friend and party colleague has done, but I'm also proud of members right across this chamber that worked collectively. We got behind the wheel and we pushed, and we've got to a place that everybody in Northern Ireland should be proud of. And it's not many days that we can stand up and speak with pride, but as my mama said, there will be days like this.
I call Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege that this is my last speech for the end of this mandate and that we're speaking on a topic as important as this. And I have to say, today is a very good day. For generations, women have had to make do, suffer and struggle. But thanks to this bill, that is no more. This bill today is another strong step closer to true equality within the North of Ireland. It is about social justice. It is about keeping girls in school, the workplace, the study hall, the library and, of course, in sport. And I welcome the previous comments from my colleague from Armagh on the importance of females in sport within the GAA also. My admiration for Pat is no secret, and I reflect often on his incredible work ethic. And today, Pat, everyone can see the heart and soul, the effort and the hours of work you and your wonderful team have put into this unbelievably important bill. From talking to activists from a variety of sectors, hearing the voices of women right across the North and responding with kindness, consideration, the spirit of inclusivity and, most importantly, an open mind. And a thank you to all of those activists, many of which are here today, or many of whom are listening at home. We thank you, students and volunteers, community leaders and more, for their grit, determination and maintaining hope that a bill like this could and should go through our Assembly. As I mentioned previously in a previous stage, the beauty of politics is that none of us here are permanent, but the bills that we put through remain long after we are gone, and they create real change. And what a legacy Pat will leave in the years to come, although I hope he's here for a good while yet. As my colleague had previously stated, I too would like to thank each and every single MLA across this House and each and every party for their support. This really is a day of great importance. Regardless of how we all politically identify, I think we all have that shared goal of improving our communities and their lives here across the North, and this bill will do just that. No longer will those who have periods suffer the indignity, distress and anxiety of makeshift alternatives. This today is what real change looks like. Free products, not means tested, universal provision for all who need it. And as the cost of living continues to go through the roof, this policy is needed now more than ever. As we come to a close, and as a young woman myself, I personally would like to thank Pat for bringing this forward. I have seen behind the scenes, and I am truly so grateful for what this legislation will mean for the woman of today and the woman of tomorrow. He will have saved hundreds of thousands of moments of embarrassment, discomfort and indignity, and that is the measure of the man. Thank you, Pat.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too want to rise in support of this bill and to thank Pat Catney, my friend and colleague, for bringing it forward. As a member who has sat on the Justice Committee, I am just all too aware of some of the harrowing circumstances that young women are faced with living in every day. And while this bill was going through its passage, at the back of my mind was always that young girl who perhaps has no access to funds of her own, who is dependent on the goodwill of others, who now, with absolute dignity and no questions asked, has access to period products. And that's because of Pat Catney. And I really commend Pat for recognising the plight of many women, and particularly I do focus on young girls, because it is young girls who are perhaps least comfortable and least empowered at that stage in their life to manage their period at that time. Periods have had many different names. They've come in many different colours, as Emma has correctly put out there, and they've mostly been with hushed tones. And that is no more. And that is no more because people like Pat Catney, who were uncomfortable sitting in a room full of women, I think he'll admit himself openly, found the confidence to say, this is a wrong that needs to be righted, and I will do it. And we were so proud and are so proud of Pat for doing that, and always will be. And, Mr Speaker, if I might say, there have been plenty of private members' bills come through this House, and no doubt plenty more will come in the future. But very, very few will come with the charismatic style attached that only Pat Catney can deliver. And very few will have every member of this House sitting with a big grin on their face, regardless of the topic. And I think that charm allows Pat to allow everybody to embrace what it is he is trying to achieve here today. And I genuinely mean this when I say it. The people of Lagan Valley served this House proud when they put Pat Catney here. It's having people like Pat with a good heart and good intention in a place where change can happen that really does result in days like today. So thank you, Pat, and thank you every person in this House who spoke and supported Pat in getting this through to its final stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr Deputy Speaker, there are a few SDLP speakers today, as people will have noticed, but there are speakers from across the House, I think, which is testament to how important and popular a piece of legislation this is, and the bill sponsor is also popular, but he's popular for a good reason. His colleagues in his party and people across this House are proud of him for a reason. This bill is a hugely positive step forward. It will pass today, which is wonderful. It's important to acknowledge, first of all, some of the extraordinary campaign groups that have put pressure on us as legislators and legislators in other places to remove the stigma around menstruation, and also to use our power as legislators to do what we can to make access to period products universal, routine, but to hopefully do something else to start making it much more normal for all of us to be talking about issues like menstruation, which for too long have been shrouded in euphemism and awkwardness, and too often that has caused not just discomfort for women, but shame, embarrassment and a huge range of other difficulties. So those campaign groups, Equality Period, Homeless Period, Belfast, Red Box, a huge number of others, deserve so much credit for moving this forward. Often in this place, people think that positive things can't happen. Positive, progressive things are for someone else, they're for another place. We're proving with this legislation today, and it has to be said with other pieces of legislation that will go through today and in recent days, that that's not true. This can be a place where progressive change happens, and we don't just have to wait for other people to do it for us. We'll now be, I think, the second place to introduce ambitious period poverty legislation. And how we do it is that people with a big heart and generosity who are determined to use their mandate to improve the lives of people come here and do that. And that's what Pat Catney is. Over the past couple of years, I've got to know Pat very well. We've become very good friends. We're more than just colleagues. To say Pat has a big heart would be a crude understatement, Mr Deputy Speaker. Pat Catney is a giant of a man with a big heart. He wanted to use his mandate to do something that would be positive for people, and is positive for all women and girls and those who menstruate. And this legislation today is a testament to what good people can do when they come here. But it's also worth acknowledging and celebrating the fact that this is this has been passed by parties across the House, and the Minister from Sinn Féin is implementing it. I think that's important to acknowledge. A huge loss to the Assembly. The Alliance Party Chair of the Education Committee helped shepherd it through when he had both his own private members' legislation and indeed other private members' legislation to scrutinise, so credit must go to him today as well, and indeed to some of the other members from other parties, the DUP and UUP, who've both spoken in support of this bill today. So this is a hugely positive step forward. I'm genuinely delighted. I think most of us will have a smile on our face when this bill passes, because we're proving that this place can do important things for people when we put our minds to it. I'm so proud of my friend, the indefatigable and the amazing Pat Catney, and I'm proud of this Assembly for passing this legislation today. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise on behalf of the Green Party to support Mr Catney's bill at this final stage. I've supported it from day one, and we've had many conversations about it, but he'll know that he will have had our support from inception. We know that steps have already been taken here in Northern Ireland to pilot and provide period products for those who need them, but as we know, it's not universal. And this year we saw the long-awaited launch of the pilot scheme for the Economy Department, and as well as the Department for Education's free products for schools. But this bill closes the gaps. Many businesses, as we know, are already leading on this, especially in the hospitality sector, an area of work that Mr Catley and I do share, which is very, very welcome. But period poverty, as I said at second stage, is a matter that must be viewed from children's rights lens and how this meets our obligations under the UNCRC. And as a political youth champion, I want to thank all of those young girls who reach out to me, and many of us, I would assume, in this chamber over the last number of months to discuss their experiences and in support of this bill. Period poverty is unnecessary, it's unfair, and products should be universally accessible as they are a vital, essential, everyday health product and also a matter of accessing education, play and recreation. And we know that many experiencing period poverty miss school and are absent from class. We know that poverty is directly linked to educational underachievement too, and this is another way in which poverty disadvantages people. And as this bill recognises, and so should we all at every government level, this is dignity, and this is what this bill is fundamentally about. Periods are more than just tampons and pads, moon cups and cramps, paracetamol and ibuprofen. And we have all had an opportunity now to remove the unhealthy narrative around this so-called taboo subject. It's not taboo, it's not dirty, it's not unclean, it's not something to be ashamed of. And I'm sure I speak for everybody in here that's had direct experience of your period arriving, say, when you're not almost prepared for it, maybe when you're out. I know I've had to go in and find some toilet roll somewhere, or having to go into the toilet next to you, bang on the door and ask if anybody's got a spare pad, because guess what? The machine's out of order and you don't have a pound in your pocket. Talking about this bill, though, and talking about periods, now we're really coming over the stigma attached to it. But it still does exist, and this is something that we must facilitate in public conversation. We must consider this now as part of this bill passing, on how we're talking about periods, how we're learning about them in school, and when young people are growing up. But as a wider society too, even powerful street art on period poverty should never have been vandalised or painted over. This is our life. And as I said at second stage, no doubt many of us here will remember the first conversations with our parents, with our family, with our friends about periods, and I found it very uncomfortable. And I don't know why, but that is something that we need to overcome. So I hope that this bill goes in some way to encourage that in our society. And that will be my remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, but I do want to thank Mr Catley for bringing this forward, and very well done.
I now call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to respond.
Yeah, thanks very much. And as others have said, it's great to be here on the final day of the Assembly and this mandate, that we're getting to the final stage of this important piece of legislation. And just as Pat reflected there, I mean, we have come a long way in terms of a society, and obviously a society that is emerging from decades of conflict, and where that often can lead to division as well. And I suppose Pat reflected that in terms of the art installation that's taken place in Belfast, that kind of looks back over those 50 years. And obviously he had a business that operated in the city, just a stone's throw away actually from where I grew up, in the market area of South Belfast, an inner city working class community. And I said this a couple of days ago, you know, that the media and others can kind of focus on the negativity or the disagreements. But there is a lot of good work that has been done, even within a shortened mandate, and there's been huge change over those 50 years, just reflecting back in terms of the art installation that is going up. And I think, again, the final day of this Assembly really reflects that change, and let's hope that that's reflected in the media and on the airwaves this evening as well, where we are seeing progressive and rights-based pieces of legislation progressing. Not just this piece of legislation, the preservation of documents, and we know the impact that that has, and particularly on women and other people in terms of abuse that had happened in our society, in terms of the domestic abuse and safe leave, hospital parking charges and the impact on our health and social care sector, the fair employment, and of course the safe access zones as well. All really progressive, rights-based legislation which has gone through on the final day to ensure that they then become law, and with those protections will be instilled in legislation here going forward. And I suppose it just got me thinking around that change happens with people. That's who can make change. And often we look at the big events like today, that it is a good day that we're getting the legislation through. But that only happens down to the everyday, slow daily grind of our activists who are out there, whether that's political activists, community activists and others, who on a daily basis are campaigning, are involved in activism to really create change within our communities and across society. And indeed that activism has been very clear in terms of the legislation that we're now going to be passing here today. And it was just when I obviously seen the video last night from Homeless Period Belfast, really showing the importance of what this means to people's daily lives. And the products, period products, should be available just like toilet roll. And it's just even that image, you know, of holding up the toilet roll to say that these products should be viewed in the same light, because it is about dignity, it's about normalising it, it's about creating visibility that this isn't some dirty thing that you keep behind closed doors. This happens to over 50% of our population who menstruate, who have periods, who bleed, and it's going to happen to another new generation of people that are coming up as well. So the more that we can build that dignity and normalise it, then the better. And we are seeing change happen right across this chamber, as I say, in terms of rights and equality, which benefit all of our society. And I think that that's the change that is reflected, not just in this chamber, but on the streets. It's reflected in our activism and also reflected in the campaigning, again, that we have actually seen outside this chamber today and out on the streets over the last week as well. And it was just as I was sitting here, I got a photo from a sister of my niece who's coming too soon, and she's starting in a local shopping centre. They're out doing their shopping, and it's a Mother's Day installation with love in the background, and it just got me, you know, the importance of this legislation for future generations. So for young children like her growing up, that there are protections around her rights and around her dignity going forward. And that's what legislation like this really means. That's what a functioning assembly and executive like this really means for people out there on the ground. And it is about building an inclusive and rights-based society going forward for generations to come. So this is a good day with this piece of legislation, with the other pieces of legislation that we're finally closing off on. And just to end, I suppose I want to thank my team within the department who worked with Pat and with others in terms of making sure that we did get the legislation through within the end of this mandate. I'm sure they loved when I came to them to say we needed to get this done in the next couple of weeks. But in true fashion of the department, they put all shoulders to the wheel to make sure that it was done in time. So I do want to thank them. Obviously, I want to thank the Office of Legislative Counsel, the Assembly Bills Office, TEO, obviously, in terms of that's where it's going to go now in terms of this legislation going forward, Education and Health and the other departments that did work in terms of those technical amendments and other amendments that came forward, and of course who ran pilots around this issue as well. Importantly, the campaigners, as I say, those slow daily routines of campaigning, of activism that really created the change that we're now seeing here today as well. And I'm sure, being an activist myself, that this won't be the end for them. They're now thinking and looking to the next campaign in terms of building that type of society that we all strive for. So again, I just want to thank them, and obviously not last but not least, to thank Pat, firstly for listening to your daughters, and also listening and engaging the campaigners out on the ground as well, and also to thank you for working with the department, and importantly bringing forward this much needed legislation which will now become enacted into law. And again, just to say there's much more to do, and we do need to continue to organise to effect the change that we all want to see to improve the quality of life for people outside of this chamber. So thank you.
And I now call the bill's sponsor, Pat Cackney, to conclude the final stage.
Wasn't too sure at the start of this whether or not I was going to wind. I didn't know if I was going to be a minister or not. But even before it started, it's just I want to point over to young Emma there and state that looking you out, Emma, in order to say thank you was from an act of kindness which I noticed you do before we had met on the steps of Stormont. Okay, it made a huge, big impact on me, as a lot of the MLAs here. I mean, I've heard great words, and a big, strong, burly man, but I do find this, I mean, at times it just gets a little bit emotional, and I'm delighted to be part of this Assembly and delighted to be here and to be working within this Assembly with some great people, in fact all of them, because I believe every single one of us is here. We want to do better from where we come from in order to enrich our home place. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all of those members for their contributions to this debate. Ciara Ferguson and Diane Dodds. I'm going to call Diane the Baroness, because Diane looked at it and went through the scrutiny of it, and I have to commend her. I commend everyone that does that. So I'm giving her a full title anyhow, from an Irish nationalist to the Baroness. I thank you. So, impact on those who cannot get the access for period policy is huge. Giving pupils, workers and all people will improve access to the education, to work and life, and to the level of dignity they all deserve. I want to thank Chris Little, and it's been great seeing Chris, how he works, how he does his politics, how he engages, how he was the chair of that committee, how things were pushed upon him, and he himself, which I'm delighted with his own bill, which is going through, which is that whole, it's equality again within teaching. So, a huge piece of work that he had to do on the back of that. So, it makes me proud to be part of this Assembly. I'm not going to apologise. I left school at 15. I don't have any O-levels or any qualifications. But I'll tell you what I do have. I have a grounding in Belfast and seeing the best of people, because I left from Moira in order to come in. Mr Deputy Speaker, we live in a great place, and as we've seen when we work here, we can deliver. This is a positive message. We should have got rid of that stigma years ago that deals with periods poverty or talking about periods. And I'm a son, a brother, a father of 3 girls and a grandfather of 3 little girls. And like the Minister said, this changes it for them. I know it may be. It must be absolutely terrible to wake up in the morning, all right, and find that you're going out to school and you do not have access to the products which you need for a national body function. So I hope that this changes it, and changes it for every little girl, because and every person and every woman and everything that goes on from here. So I am welcoming and I'm delighted that we're able collectively to change this. We should have, as I said, got rid of that stigma years ago. My colleague here, I've been supported throughout all of this. I've went to a lot of the women here from the UUP, the DUP, Sinn Féin. I'm sure I've had your heads turned, and from the SDLP and from the Greens, because I had to ask questions. I was on a journey and was asking questions, and all of those questions and all of that help was given. And when it started out, I didn't know the whole process of where or how it goes, but I know the process now, and I know there's a lot of work, and there's a lot of work from the civil servants. I'm going to go back, Mr Deputy Speaker, to I told you when I had the little pub next door to Churchill House. I seen the civil servants go in and go home at 5 o'clock, and I said, that'll be a great job. I'm still having to work here to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I am glad that I didn't go into the civil service, I can tell you, because I see how hard they work. Dolores Kelly, Nicola Mallon, Sinead McLaughlin, Sinead Bradley and my roommate, young Cara, for all of that help. What a team of members I have sat with them and talked every aspect of this bill, the impact of it and the change that it's going to make. But I have done that with every single member that I have met out there and talked to them. Thank the members across the chamber for their kind words for me personally today. As we go out, and it's not electioneering, folks, I'm telling you, as we walk out and we all face the general public, no one knows what way they're going to go. I don't even want to give you the quote that Winston Churchill said in 1945 after the electorate had spoken. Winston said, the electorate has spoken, and he used a bad word which started with B. But look, I'm not going to say it, but look, we're going out there, and I want to thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the way that you've conducted this debate. And this has been one of those great experiences for me as an MLA, coming in quite late in life. I was near 60, I was over 60 when I was elected here. A day that we're working on important issues. People dedicate their lives campaigning to this, that have stayed early, and in passing legislation that will make this tangible a difference to many. I hope you can all join in that support, but I'm not going to leave the floor here today. Again, going back to our Minister, and I want to thank you, Deirdre, and you have already stated where you were from South Belfast, in that working class area, and I had the little bar which was close to it. And to me, from support from all of the parties, all of us here together, and this is my last day and my last word in this chamber, it gives me hope for the future, and that's what we need, and we're in short supply of, so we can do it when we work together for hope. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Members, the question is that the Period Products Free Provision Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The final stage of the Period Products Free Provision Bill has passed and stands referred to the Speaker. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order, members. Order. The next item of business is a motion to suspend Standing Order 42.1. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Standing Order 42.1 be suspended in respect of the final stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill, NIA Bill 41/17/22.
And I call Rachel Woods to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there will be no time limit for this debate, and so I now call Rachel Woods to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Standing Order 42.1 requires that there should be a minimum interval of 5 working days between each stage of a bill, apart from where it is subject to accelerated passage or between second and committee stage. As the Safe Leave Bill completed its further consideration stage on Monday past, the 21st of March, I am asking the Assembly to approve suspending Standing Order 42.1 in respect of this bill to ensure that it can complete its final stage today, the last scheduled sitting day of the Assembly before dissolution. The significance of this bill and the difference that it will make to the lives of workers and employees that are suffering through domestic abuse is reflected in the widespread support it has received from all corners of the House, and the political consensus that has been crucial in progressing this bill through its various stages. So once again, I ask all parties to support this motion to ensure that we have the opportunity to complete the final stage before the end of the Assembly mandate. The bill has the potential to save lives, and we must seize the opportunity today to get it passed. Thank you.
No one has indicated that they wish to speak to the motion, but can I advise members before we proceed to the question that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is, the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. As there are ayes from all sides of the House and no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that the necessary cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed. The motion is agreed. The next item of business is the final stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill, and I call Rachel Woods to move the final stage.
I beg to move that the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill now do pass.
The final stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there will be no time limit for the debate, and I now call Rachel Woods to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Today is a hugely significant day for victims and survivors of domestic abuse and for workers' rights in Northern Ireland. Today marks a step change in how we, as a society, respond to domestic abuse. From the 1st of January 2021 to the 31st of December 2021, the PSNI responded to 32,219 incidents of domestic abuse. That's roughly every 16 minutes. And that's the only incidents that we know about. The number of domestic abuse crimes increased by 9% last year to 20,827. That's the highest since records began in 2004. And since 2020, when the pandemic instigated mass social and economic shutdowns and the government imposed stay-at-home orders, 17 people have been killed in Northern Ireland by someone close to them. 9 of these were women, murdered by intimate partners. Home, as we know, is not always a safe place. We have a problem. It's a really serious problem. The scale of it is not even fully captured in official statistics. And as my Green Party colleague and Member of Parliament in New Zealand, Jan Logie, put it, when speaking to her own bill in 2018, we will not solve this problem by continuing to focus all of our resources and efforts on what happens after the police have been called. She spoke about a stocktake of government spending in New Zealand, which showed that only 1.5% of budgets go towards prevention in that jurisdiction, 6.6% on early intervention. And as far as I'm aware, we don't even have those figures here for Northern Ireland. We have not taken stock of our spending or where it's directed, and that needs to happen urgently. Again, in Jan's words, we wait until things get really bad or someone is killed, and then we wring our hands, squeeze in another hospital bed and build another prison. No more. We cannot do this any longer. The Executive and our government departments must commit to prevention and early intervention. We must invest in our children and educate them about what a healthy relationship looks like. We have to dispel stereotypes and myths which prop up the harmful culture of misogyny that exists in our society and form the roots of gender-based violence, and we all have our part to play. Some businesses and employers are already leading the way in their response to domestic abuse. These organisations recognise the significant costs of domestic abuse, socially and economically, to their businesses, and they are doing something about it. Those businesses are saying enough is enough. We have seen too many employees suffer through abuse, too many forced to take time off work, too many forced to leave or resign, too many promising talents stifled in their career progression, too many marginalised and isolated in the workplace. These employers are acknowledging that if they support their workers and enable them to seek help and assistance, then they are not just doing the good, decent, right thing on a very basic human level, but they're also going a considerable way to addressing the costs of covering employees' time off work, hiring temporary and agency workers, recruitment exercises, losing talented and experienced staff, and spending resources on workplace issues. Domestic abuse is not confined to the home. It always finds its way into the workplace in some shape or form, because, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is and always has been a workplace issue. Survivors have told us what they've endured, for example, being forced not to go to work, deliberately being made late for work, being followed, stalked, receiving phone calls and emails at work, being threatened and attacked in or outside their workplace. In the most extreme circumstances, some victims have even been killed at work. Employers are now recognising that domestic abuse is no longer none of their business, and they have to make it their business to help and support their staff. And I commend all those that have already begun this journey. Since paid time off work to deal with issues related to domestic abuse became a statutory right in New Zealand in 2019, we have seen global companies like Vodafone and here Danske Bank introduce policies on safe leave, and also local councils across England and Wales and Scotland, in South Ayrshire and Neath Port Talbot. The Northern Ireland Civil Service also has a special paid leave policy that would cover similar circumstances. And I want to take this opportunity through this final stage speech to thank officials and members from those local councils who took the time to discuss their policies with me, the background behind them and how they are working in practice. Thank you for everything that you're doing for your staff, and I hope that, should this bill pass, your regional parliaments and assemblies will take this up a notch, just like we're doing here in Northern Ireland. When every employer stands up and says, "We will help you, we will protect you, We will do what it takes to keep you safe, just to make sure that you keep your job. That is when we will begin to disrupt and transform the fundamental social dislocation that allows abuse to happen and continue. That is why we're here today. We're standing for a future free of domestic abuse. Today is the day when we finally address the inequality between workers who have some access to some form of safe leave and to those who don't. Today is the day when the Assembly says to all victims and survivors of abuse, we are with you, we support you, and we will do everything in our power to keep you safe. And before I finish my opening remarks, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to thank all those that have helped get us here. To all those who took the time to respond to our consultation, many of whom have been through the most difficult circumstances imaginable and who have suffered some of the most appalling abuse, thank you for telling your stories. Your words and experiences have shaped this legislation and will help others in future so they do not have to go through what you did. To Women's Aid and the Men's Advisory Project, thank you for all your work and lobbying. It was your efforts in pushing for some form of safe leave for victims and survivors that led to the first real discussions and debate on this in the Justice Committee. You made sure that this was on the agenda, and I'm really grateful for all of your support through the bill's journey, including the very important evidence that you gave to the Economy Committee. Thank you also to the Women's Resource and Development Agency, the Women's Policy Group and to Victim Support. There are many voluntary and community sector organisations that have offered support, and I'm sorry if I forget to mention you by name, but I just want to thank you all, to everybody that has contributed. To all of the trade unions that supported the bill's journey, and in particular, I want to thank those at NIPSA and ICTU, you know who you are, for all of your engagement and your work on this issue over many years prior to this bill coming to fruition. You have spread awareness of domestic abuse as a workplace issue because you have always known that. You have looked after your members, you have represented your workers and raised issues on their behalf and fought for their jobs, so thank you. And thank you to all in the Bill Office and the Private Members Bill Unit, to the Legislative Drafter for your guidance, advice and professionalism. And thanks also to the Committee for the Economy, their staff, as well as the departmental officials and to the Minister for the Economy. Everyone has spent a considerable amount of time examining this bill in detail, scrutinising its provisions and developing the amendments made at further consideration stage. And now I've just lost my place, I'm really sorry. So I look forward to hearing members' contributions, and I urge you all to pass this incredibly important bill today. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Kiva Archibald.
And I'm very pleased to be speaking on this final stage of this important bill today. I am really glad that this bill has received the cross-party support that it has to get to this stage. I want to thank Rachel Woods, who has brought this bill forward, and also the efforts of the Bill's Office in bringing it to this stage. I'd also put on record my thanks to the Minister and to the Department officials who engaged positively with the bill and helped to progress it to the stage that we are today. Most importantly, I too want to thank those who have campaigned for this legislation, for those victims and survivors whose evidence helped to shape this bill and to help us in our deliberations on the bill. I've mentioned previously that my party colleagues Mary Lou MacDonald and Louise O'Reilly introduced similar legislation in the South, and I think it would be great to see this domestic abuse safe leave available right across this island. As a result of this bill, workers who are the victims of domestic abuse will be entitled to safe leave from work. Far too many people, and the vast majority are women, but far too many people experience domestic abuse. Rachel Woods set out how 32 reported incidents of domestic abuse were dealt with by the police last year. That's the tip of the iceberg, and that abuse affects every aspect of people's lives, including their work life. For some victims, that abuse follows them to their workplace, and that can be in many forms. For others, their workplace will be a sanctuary. And given the figures that experience abuse, you can be assured that there are people in all our lives and workplaces that have or are experiencing abuse. So domestic abuse is very much a work and employment issue. I have spoken before about the direct cost of domestic abuse to employers through absence or loss of valued staff who leave as they don't have the time and space to deal with the issues that arise from their abuse. So this safe leave is very much needed. It will give workers who are the victims of abuse the ability to have up to 10 days off in a leave year, which could be to deal with the physical, mental or practical issues arising from abuse, such as finding housing or childcare arrangements, legal or medical appointments. This legislation could literally be life-saving. We need to ensure that all victims have the space and time they need to deal with their experience, and the very fact that this safe leave exists, I hope, will be part of the process of destigmatisation of domestic abuse. We all too need to do much more to tackle the root causes of abuse, to tackle misogyny and toxic masculinity. Far too often, those who experience the shame of abuse are the victims. That is part of the control exerted by perpetrators. We all have a role to play in taking away that control and ensuring victims of abuse have the space to seek out and to seek help. No one, only the perpetrator, is responsible for abuse. They need to be held accountable for their actions, but the consequences of abuse are felt by many more people. This bill can help to make things easier for victims. At Las Concordia, this is the final day of a mandate that has been very productive in passing much-needed legislation, much of it progressive legislation that will improve and even save lives. The bill we are debating, and which I am sure will pass into law today, sits alongside several other pieces of legislation that tackle violence and abuse, and in particular violence against women. It also sits alongside other important workers' rights legislation, including the Parental Bereavement Leave Bill, which officially became law this week. I am proud of the part that we have played in delivering these important pieces of law in this mandate. Many more important progressive bills have passed. And far from patting ourselves on the back, it shows what good can be done in this Assembly when we work collectively and when progressive parties and representatives work together. I really hope we will see much more of that in the next mandate. Gurmailgat.
I call Peter Weir.
Support the bill at final stage. I commend the bill sponsor for bringing it forward. I want to place on record, I think, thanks to the Minister and the Department for the very positive attitude that both the Minister and the Department have taken towards this. I want to commend all the hard work that has been produced by Assembly officials, not least the departmental committee officials in progressing this, and all those who gave evidence when we as a committee were receiving it. But I suppose particularly a particular commendation and support for those either within the direct process of the bill or outside of that who have been victims of domestic violence, who have taken the very courageous step of sharing their experiences and raising their voices to make sure that what has happened to them should not happen to others. I think the bill has, in many ways, has two levels of significance. It is both what is contained within the bill in terms of the detail of it, but also in the message that the passage of this bill sends. If I can say, and I hope members will take this in the right spirit, somewhat ironically, I wish this was a bill that we didn't have to have in front of us. I wish that even when this passes royal assent, it is a bill which never has to be used. And I'm sure the bill sponsor would concur with me. Because the evil of domestic abuse, if we could reach a point in society in which there was no domestic abuse at all, that would be a miraculous and a very beneficial day for all of us. Sadly, however, that is not the society we are living in. During the period, I know there's been much debate around what restrictions were put in place during the pandemic, but one of the great fears that was there, and I saw it perhaps particularly as Education Minister from the point of view of children, but also in terms of the domestic settings between partners, was the great fear that whenever what was going to happen whenever families, the door closed, the locks went on, and what was happening behind closed doors. And I think one of the biggest problems that is there in terms of domestic abuse is sometimes the lack of transparency and knowledge that is there. We are aware sometimes of particular families where there are, and particular relationships where there are clear problems which have been brought to the police. In how many cases are things happening which we simply have no idea what is happening behind closed doors? So it is critical, as we look at this, that we move towards the maximum support for those with who are suffering domestic abuse, and indeed, as the proposer indicated as well, that we look at where both from an educational point of view, from a preventative point of view, we can take action as well to be able to combat domestic abuse. I think, and I want to commend the many employers in our society who actually take this issue both very seriously and have been very proactive in terms of making that provision. But I suppose the advantage, particularly of the legislation that is in front of us today, is that it takes that good practice and ensures that whoever is the sufferer of domestic abuse, that there is an equality of provision, that they have that statutory right. Overwhelmingly, it has been indicated that those victims are female, but we should also remember that there are victims of domestic abuse as well who are male. And irrespective of gender, it is important that that level of protection is there and those rights are there. That is put in place there as well. I think the other significant element of this bill will be, and I've spoken on a couple of occasions in this Assembly chamber, that there's always a slight danger of us as legislators in seeing any piece of legislation as being the end of process. We can pack that away and put it on the shelf and forget about that problem, it's solved. That should never be our attitude towards legislation. I think I used the phrase before, legislation should be a comma rather than a full stop. And this bill, I think, both in terms of the examination of the guidance that will need to be done, but also actually because I think, to be fair, in terms of to try to ensure this has got onto the statute books, I think the proposer, is as it largely acknowledged within this bill, there would be a level of detail that needs to be provided which simply could not be done at primary legislation stage. So there are direct requirements within the bill for further regulations to come forward. And that means that I think that the focus will remain on this issue, and indeed will have to be further information then will have to be brought back. So as we refine the detail, and I think that is critically important in terms of the ensuring that what we have in practice for those who suffer from domestic abuse is fit for purpose to be able to protect them. But finally, I think, Mr. Speaker, as well as the direct contents of the bill, it is about the message and the signal that it sends. And I think this House, the committee certainly was unified on the issue. I think this House across the board has been unified on the issue that we as a society, we as an Assembly, we as legislators want to send out a clear, single, unambiguous message that domestic abuse is wrong, it is evil, it is never justified, and it must stop. And today I think we can add our voices to that in a very tangible way, both in terms of the passage of the legislation and saying to those, not simply does domestic abuse have to stop, but where it does happen, we will be there to support you in terms of the needs of victims. So I commend this legislation to the House, and I believe that it will receive support from across the Chamber.
I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted again to be speaking on the final stage of a progressive piece of legislation which will make people's lives better. But it is, of course, worth saying that people who need to make use of the legislation that we are passing today are in very difficult circumstances, as the previous speaker said, in the sense this is legislation that you don't want to ever be used. But the truth is that that's why lots of workers' rights and most legislation in relation to protection for workers and individuals has to be passed. It's in the event that people find themselves in very difficult circumstances. That was also the case, obviously, with the parental bereavement leave and pay bill that we passed earlier this year. I want to commend, in, as I say, the strongest possible terms, Rachel Woods, the bill sponsor, for moving this bill. What we all live with as politicians here and as people in the society is the pernicious sense that this society can't get better, that things can't be improved and the progress can't be achieved. Well, actually, today, both with the previous legislation, this legislation, other legislation is going to come, including from Rachel Wood's party colleague today, I think we're proving that we can, that people in this place can have the courage and the will and the intelligence to pass progressive legislation that will make things better for people here. The legislation is not just progressive and ethical, it is timely. It's timely because we know that there has been tragically an increase in domestic abuse over the last 2 years because, in the context of the pandemic. we know that in certain contexts there is at times an epidemic of domestic abuse. People in those extremely difficult circumstances need to be able to understand that not just that they will rely on the goodwill of their employers, and in many cases, many, perhaps most employers, I would certainly hope most employers in Northern Ireland are decent, ethical employers. The vast majority, of course, are, and would be understanding and supportive should their employee find themselves in this situation. But what we're doing today is putting that right in statute and in legislation, and guaranteeing that someone who finds themselves in that appalling situation will be guaranteed at least 10 days paid leave. It's also true to say that we are, to go back to my earlier remarks about offering an antidote to the idea that this place can't change, and as we all go and put ourselves forward for elections, we actually have to be able to tell people on doorsteps, given how bad the reputation of this institution has been at times, not just bad because of party political reasons, but bad because of people's lack of trust that we can make laws and deliver things that make their lives better. Legislation like this will be part of us proving to people that we can do that. I wouldn't, of course, want Ms Woods to think that I'm going to be stealing her legislation, telling people that we've passed. I'd happily give her credit for it. But obviously we all need to cast our vote in favour of it today. But we are going to be leading one of the leaders in the world, actually, whenever this bill is passed, because there haven't been too many jurisdictions, Australia is one example, that have passed it. But the truth is that one of the reasons why we've been able to pass it, I think, in pretty quick time, is that the bill sponsor and her researcher brought to us a robust and mature piece of legislation, which was both ambitious in terms of its provisions, but realistic in terms of how those provisions would be met. One of the first lines, I think, in the legislation is that the Department must make regulations to provide for paid leave in these circumstances. So the Minister's departments, and credit to the Minister and his officials, I think they've engaged with this productively, as our committee did in terms of our scrutiny. We gave it pretty rigorous scrutiny, albeit in an abbreviated time period. The bill sponsor worked with the Minister's department to ensure it was workable from their perspective, and the commencement is not just realistic, I think, but generous in a responsible way to the department in terms of giving them the space to draft the regulations and make them workable. So it cannot be said by anyone who might be looking at this and thinking, well, is this imposing a burden? Is this legislation happening quickly to impose a burden on business? First of all, it is no burden to give your worker safe leave in these appalling circumstances. The rights of the worker to have leave, I think, in my view, outweighs any concern on the other side. But for any business who thinks this is happening quickly, it isn't happening quickly. We're passing the legislation, so this is on the statute book, but there's going to be a period where the department will have the space to make the regulation and to get it right. But I do want people out there now who are concerned about the epidemic of domestic abuse that Women's Aid and other organisations have been reporting, to know that this Assembly is doing what it can today to make things better for people in this appalling situation. I'm proud to have served on the committee that scrutinised this, and I'm proud that we will pass this legislation today. In a cross-party way, I'd say again to Rachel Woods, well done on introducing this. You should be extremely proud, and this is a positive step forward. Very pleased to be supporting the bill today, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Gemma Dolan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak briefly on the final stage of what I think is one of the most important and progressive bills of this mandate, and I commend the positive cross-party engagement to ensure this bill is prioritised and makes it through this mandate. As previous speakers have already alluded to, it's really regrettable that we have such an epidemic of domestic abuse that a bill of this nature is required, but I hope that this, along with the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act and the Sexual Offences and Trafficking Act, is another indication to victims of domestic abuse coming from this mandate that their situation is not of their making and that support is there for them when they build up the courage to ask for it. But just as importantly, I hope that the legislation passed in this mandate sends a clear message to the perpetrators of domestic abuse that their evil and atrocious actions will not be tolerated. I commend the bill's sponsor for bringing this forward, and I support the bill to final stage.
I call John O'Dowd.
and I rise to support the final stage of the domestic safe leave bill. And in the last two debates in the chamber, this one and the one previously, I think is a useful insight into how our society, governed largely by men, has treated women for generations. And I was sitting watching the debate, the previous debate, I will come on to this debate, last Concordia, I can assure you, and I was thinking to myself, every day is a school day, because even though I have been involved in politics for many, many years, and I see myself as a liberal, modern individual, I had an insight into the experiences of women in relation to period products, which I didn't really understand before. And I think in terms of the domestic safe leave bill, I, as a man, am having an insight into the lives of mainly women who are abused by men, mainly men. Because it's quite clear that the vast majority of victims of domestic violence are women, and the vast majority of perpetrators are men, and that includes when men are the victim of domestic violence. That it's, in the majority of cases, it's a man who's carrying out that violence against a man. And of course there is men who suffer domestic violence from women as well, and we have to. I say that because I think it's important that men who are victims of it come forward and seek the support that's there, and it isn't a sign of weakness or being unmanly to do so. But we as men have a lot of catching up to do, and a lot of repair to do for what we have done to women over generations. And there's much more legislation that needs to come through the Assembly and future assemblies for us to achieve true equality of the sexes in our society. So we've made a significant step forward in this mandate. And I think this bill, for the reasons I've outlined, is important, but the purpose of the bill is the most important reason why the bill is coming forward today, because it gives an avenue to the victims of domestic abuse to escape the abuser. Because one way abusers hold on to their victims is through financial control. And now victims of domestic abuse can be assured that they're not going to lose their job because they have to take time off, or because they're not unable to go into work, or whatever it may be. And the abuser can then hold on to them through financial control. We're now recognising that domestic abuse impacts on the person in the workplace, and we're going to support them through that avenue, which I think is a huge step forward. At the end of the previous debate, there was cheering and applause from the Great Hall, and understandably so. I suspect in reaction to this bill, there will be a quiet sigh of relief in many living rooms and workplaces across the North when victims realise that they have support in place. Many of them will not be able to cheer because it will only bring attention from their abuser, but I think the recognition and the support for this bill is as loud in its own way as it was for the previous bill. But unfortunately, this chamber is going to fall silent for the next 6 weeks. There will be no cheering in the hall or elsewhere. And my concern is this, that it will fall silent for much, much longer than the 6 weeks. We may return to some form of shadow assembly, to some form of shadow executive. But I think we'll be doing the people a great disservice by doing so, because when you can bring forward legislation such as we've brought forward, and we can do make massive change through the executive, we won't be able to do the same in some form of shadow executive or some form of shadow assembly. And I would appeal, and I'll end my remarks in this last Concordia, I would appeal to the members opposite. I'm as good as anyone at lambasting my political opponents. I can do it and I can take it. But I would appeal to my colleagues across the chamber this. I, as an Irish Republican, could stand here and make a very, very sound speech and statement as to why I shouldn't come into the Assembly because there is a border on the island of Ireland. And I could be very self-assured and confident in my contribution to that, and go away and say, I was right in what I said. Just as members across the room are deeply concerned about what they see as a border down the Irish Sea. But if I was to do that, I will tell you now, I would be wrong.
Can I draw the member back to the debate?
And I would be wrong for this reason. Because we have shown in this last 2 years what a difference we can make to people's lives through bills such as this one. So I urge the members opposite to reconsider their position, come back to a fully functioning Assembly, fully functioning Executive, and ensure that we collectively make differences to people's lives and that we create that equality for women and others in our society that has been missing for far too long. So thank you for that.
And I now call the Minister for the Economy, Gordon Lyons, to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And first of all, I would like to once again commend the member for sponsoring this bill, and I want to thank not only her but the Committee for the Economy and other members of this House for engaging so constructively on this new legislation. I am proud that Northern Ireland will be the first region in the UK and Ireland to provide such an important employment protection for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. More importantly, to anyone who is here today dealing with domestic abuse, and to anyone who is listening today, I hope that this sends a small signal of hope to you, that this Assembly cares about your situation, that we want to find ways to help you where we can, and that we will work constructively to try and do better for you. During the passage of this bill through the Assembly, we have reflected on the appalling statistics which all too sadly demonstrate just how prevalent domestic abuse is in our society. I know that as an Assembly we agree here today that domestic abuse in all of its forms is utterly abhorrent. Domestic abuse has a devastating impact on families, on individuals and on our society as a whole. I welcome the support that the new employment rights in this bill may offer to workers who find themselves in the most distressing of situations. I also believe it will play an important role in raising awareness of the issue of domestic abuse, and hopefully it will also reinforce the message to those who may need to hear it that help and support is available. It is for those reasons that I want to reiterate my firm support for the principles of this bill. This important new employment right will provide a valuable space for victims and survivors of domestic abuse. This space may help a person stay in employment at a time when they need it most, when that employment offers an albeit temporary escape from the horror that they are experiencing at home. It could help an individual retain some financial independence. It may also help alleviate some of the pressure they face as they seek to deal with important issues arising from that domestic abuse. It may help a person reorganise their lives and adjust to any new circumstances in which they find themselves due to such abuse. It may mean that if, or more hopefully when, a person manages to escape domestic abuse, they still have a job to go to. Helping victims and survivors stay in employment will also bring benefits to our wider society. I hope it will benefit employers by giving a clear instruction as to what they can do to provide support to their workers at such a difficult time in their lives. It may also benefit employers by reducing the likelihood of valuable and experienced employees feeling that they must leave their jobs due to the awful circumstances of domestic abuse. And who knows, maybe this route of encouraging people to tell someone sooner may even help reduce the overall occurrence of domestic abuse. We can but hope. I know that most employers are decent and want to help and look after their staff. Indeed, I know that many employers already offer support to their workers, from offering time off to flexible working and workplace advice and support services. Many employers also already have workplace policies in place to support victims and survivors of domestic abuse, and this is to be commended. I hope this legislation will build on this existing support, as well as bringing it to the attention and awareness of employers who may not have had to consider this issue previously. Now, moving on to the legislation itself, the bill has been deliberately drafted to allow my department to undertake the necessary consultation and policy work to develop the detail of safe leave and how it should operate in practice. And I fully support this drafting approach. This is a new employment right, and my department will need to engage extensively with stakeholders in order to develop the regulations and the accompanying guidance. My department will particularly wish to seek views from employers, workers and organisations which support those who suffer domestic abuse. This may take time, as there is a lot of detail to work through, and we want to make sure we get this right. We need to ensure that the regulations support and protect workers who are victims and survivors, respecting their needs, vulnerability and confidentiality. We also need to make sure that employers know what they have to do and when they have to do it. We need to develop a regulatory framework which encourages and helps build the capacity of employers to be able to provide support within the workplace. It is appropriate that my department will have the time and flexibility to carry out this work. That said, while there is still a lot of work to do, this does not mean that we will be slow to act. As I stated during the consideration stage debate, it is my intention that officials commence the necessary policy development work as soon as possible. This work will include developing the procedures, conducting all the required impact assessments, conducting all the consultation with stakeholders, engaging with the Committee for the Economy and the drafting of regulations themselves. And so, as Minister for the Economy, I intend to provide a clear instruction to my officials to take forward the necessary work that will allow the Assembly to pass regulations that will give effect to this bill. While it will take time to develop the new regulations, the sad reality is that there will be people currently in employment right now experiencing domestic violence. I therefore want to take this opportunity to encourage all employers to continue to support their employees who are victims of domestic abuse with empathy and flexibility. I once again make reference to the existing guidance for employers on developing a workplace policy on domestic and sexual violence and abuse, developed by the Department of Health and Department of Justice. In conclusion, I believe this bill is an important step in helping to tackle the wider societal problem of domestic abuse, and I am pleased that we, as an Assembly, have been able to ensure that it has had the opportunity to complete its progression into law as this mandate comes to a close. More importantly, I truly hope the measures will make a real difference to those workers who are victims and survivors of domestic abuse. I look forward to supporting the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call the bill sponsor, Rachel Woods, to conclude the final stage.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I wish to thank every member who spoke this afternoon and for their comments and support of the bill. I'll address the Minister's comments first, and I do thank him for being here today. I'm glad he is feeling better. This Assembly does care, and we do need to work constructively together to help. Domestic abuse is utterly abhorrent, and I do welcome his firm support for the bill, and again to him and his officials for their constructive engagement so far. We do need to help victims to stay in their employment. We need to support everybody to stay in employment. And I agree with his comments on employers who are offering support and resources. They're already doing it, and that is very, very welcome, although not all of them are, and that is what this is for. We do have to get it right, but we're not starting from scratch. We only have to look across the water or down the road to the public and private sector who are already offering this type of leave. Turning to other members, the Chair of the Economy Committee mentioned that safe leave should be available across this island, and I agree. It should be available everywhere. Northern Ireland is set to become the only place in these islands to have this, and I would encourage others to adopt the same or go further. She also said that this bill could be life-saving, and I do agree. For whatever reason needed, this leave being available could actually be the deciding factor for someone leaving or not. Far too many people affected by domestic abuse. It's a work and employment issue as well. There is no direct cost to employers. Safe leave is needed to deal with the issues related to abuse, and we need to destigmatise abuse, tackle root causes, misogyny, toxic masculinity. And I agree with Mr Weir's comments. We should not need to have these protections in place. We should not have the scourge of abuse in our society, but this is a safety net to be used when it is needed. One of the great fears of the stay-at-home message was the problem of abuse and lack of knowledge of what was going on. We don't know what's happening behind closed doors. And his other point about this being the end of a process, it certainly is not, and I know that the Minister and his department would agree that this is only the beginning. There is much work to do. Mr O'Toole outlined that one of the reasons why we have been able to pass this in time, which some told me a number of weeks ago or a number of months ago wouldn't have time to pass at all. Yes, it did. This is a power-making bill, as he outlined, and the fact that this bill has the power to save lives also means that it needs to be dealt with urgently. We are offering an antidote to the idea that the Assembly can't change things for the better. We are about delivering legislation. I thank my Justice Committee colleague Gemma Nolan for her kind words and her support on this bill throughout its progression. And I hope this progressive bill, as she's described it, is an indication to victims that we are doing everything that we can and abuse is not tolerated. Mr O'Dowd, I'm glad to have been part of your education today. There is a lot of repair work to do, you are right, but we need societal change alongside legislative change on equality. I'm glad that he recognises the purpose of this bill is to formally recognise domestic abuse as a workplace issue, and I too appeal to everybody to reform the Assembly post-election, because we have much more work to do. I am glad that the Minister has committed to leaving a direction to his department in relation to this legislation now. This bill supports victims and survivors of domestic abuse by introducing a legal entitlement to paid time off work, a safe leave day one right for all workers. It will give them space and time that they need to go to court, see a solicitor, move house, seek health care, including mental health care, obtain welfare support and support family members. Providing a statutory entitlement to safe leave will address the inequality between those who currently have access to it and those who do not. We cannot have a lottery when it comes to people's lives based on how compassionate their employers are or how well developed a business's domestic abuse policy may be, if they have one. Allowing for access to safe leave across the board will help remove one of the biggest barriers that prevents victims and survivors from seeking help and leaving an abusive relationship, and that's the financial one. The bill enables them to stay in employment. It means that they can take time off to deal with those issues related to the abuse, but find a safe place to live without being penalised financially. And we know that abusers deliberately target and control finances, which is why paid safe leave is so important. Yes, employers will cover the costs of safe leave, but they will also reap the benefits. We have to look at these two things together. Research and evidence elsewhere all points to the costs of this leave being offset by savings, increased productivity and a reduction in the other types of leave taken. Mr Deputy Speaker, the last few weeks in the Assembly have shown that when it comes down to it, on some occasions, this House can actually work together when it matters. We can pass laws, we can do what we are here to do, and that's to legislate for the betterment of our society and everybody in Northern Ireland. We can listen to our communities, to our constituents, to our friends and families' experiences, or our own, such as this domestic abuse, and change, because that is what this bill is in response to those close to me who have been through this, who have been controlled, abused and suffered and had nowhere to go. We are in an incredibly privileged position sitting in this chamber, with the scrutiny role that being a member of a committee brings with it, with the many responsibilities that comes with being elected to this place. We can help people that elected us and those that did not as well. This bill is a prime example of this, and like many others that we have worked on, this is a progressive step for victims and survivors of abuse, granted one that we should not have to have in the first place, but one that is much needed. We have so much more to do, Mr Deputy Speaker, not just on tackling the scourge of domestic abuse across our society, which this bill will only go somewhere to address. It cannot stop the abuse, but it can be a lifeline to those who are trying to escape. But on a much wider level, we need to tackle fundamental structures of power and relationships that enable violence and abuse to happen, for it to go unreported and unacknowledged. Only then can we challenge the cultural factors that are the root of violence against women and girls. It is time to end the coercive control the criminal gangs have over our communities. Victims and survivors' voices must be heard and reflected in our laws and policies. Minority groups should not be sidelined or silenced. We need to educate from a very young age. We need to learn what a healthy relationship is, to teach our children and our young people what consent is and what abuse looks like. It can be emotional and it can be psychological. We have to empower people to teach them that it's okay to say no, that there is support out there and that you will be believed and you will be understood. We must build a society that is safe for everybody, where everyone is valued, where we have happy, healthy communities. That is our purpose going forward, and I hope every single person here today can get on board with it. One final thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker, to my researcher, who won't be named but is sitting upstairs listening to this. He knows who he is. This bill should have his name on it too, as well as mine. He should be very proud, because I am. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, on my final contribution in this mandate, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you very much. The question now is that the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. On the final stage of the domestic... Very good. The final stage of the Domestic Abuse Safe Leave Bill has passed and now stands referred to the Speaker. Members, just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion to suspend Standing Order 42.1. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That Standing Order 42.1 be suspended in respect of the final stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill, NIA Bill 40:17-22.
Neishirim Sir Aisling Riley, Leishan Wallo, Achorhon Tossi Gohofigu.
Moved.
Agus Davrishan, Masmian Lat, Lords Comai, Tan Corishan Ondage. If you also wish to speak in this regard, you're quite welcome to do so. Okay.
Standing Order 42.1 requires there to be a minimum interval of 5 working days between each stage of a bill. As the further consideration stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill was completed and passed at the beginning of this week, I am asking the Assembly to approve Standing Order 42.1 to ensure it can complete its final stage today, on the last sitting day of this Assembly before dissolution, and to complete its legislative journey. I am asking all parties to support this motion.
Before we proceed to the motion, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. As there arise from all sides of the House and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. The next item of business is the final stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. Agus Ristella, Erin, Sir Aisling Riley, Leshin Kim, Jernach, Awogohon Tossing.
Moved.
Okay, thank you for that. The final stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate, so Davrishan, Erin, or Aisling Riley, Arish, Leshin Gis Brak Doskulch, led the hall. I now call Aisling Riley to open debate.
I took over this bill from former Sinn Féin MLA Fran McCann, who is supposed to be here and he may still make his way here, so hopefully we will see in the not too distant future to witness its passage today. This bill reflects Fara's desire to help people, and I am proud to carry on this important work. Alaskan Corlett, it's my honour to stand here as a Sinn Féin member of this House and to bring this bill to its final stage today. The hospital car parking bill is something that I have worked hard on over the last few months, and I am delighted I have been able to deliver a bill that will help everyone across our communities. I want to thank the bill clerks and the Bills Office for supporting and guiding me through this process. A private member's bill is a large piece of work, as every member who has taken one through the House will know. But with the support of the staff in the Bills Office and the Speaker's Office, it has been made much easier for me. So, I want to thank my own party support, Catherine and Kieran, who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes, supporting not just me, but our entire MLA team. Finally, can I just express my deepest appreciation for all of our health and social care staff across the North, who in the past 2 years have brought us through an unprecedented event. And it's not just a cliché, it's the truth. You are the heroes that walk among us, and you deserve fair pay, safe staffing and good working conditions. It is my wish that this legislation will ensure that workers, families and patients are no longer burdened, worried or at a disadvantage as a result of hospital car parking charges. This legislation tells workers, patients and families attending a hospital either for work or for care that we are listening, and we heard them when they told us that hospital car parking charges are an unfair tax on them and they simply cannot afford it. I hope that this bill will be the first step toward full recognition of the sacrifices that you make for us on a day and daily basis. This bill will make a difference to so many people, and we know that from listening to Unite, Unison, Macmillan, Marie Curie, allied health professionals, the Royal College of Nursing, Rural Women's Network and others. And I again want to thank them all for taking the time to meet with me and for attending committee to show their unwavering support for this bill. I
now call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And this is a significant bill today and will be well received by the staff and those extremely ill patients who visit our hospital settings. And I want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing it forward after coming into the Assembly around the same time as myself, following on from her predecessor, Fran McCann, who first introduced the bill. Today we were in the Health Committee where we spoke to the Minister about workforce pressures and stress that our amazing healthcare staff are under. And we also spoke to the Health Trust and the Royal College of Nursing, and they were stark in terms of their warnings in relation to workforce pressures facing our healthcare settings each and every day in Northern Ireland. I hope with the passing of this bill today that it will go in some way to showing our healthcare staff that they are valued and that they will not face having to use their own pay to pay for the privilege of parking their car at work. And we still have an awful lot to do. I'm sure the Minister realises that as well. We still have an awful lot to do in relation to the workforce pressures and to ensure our workforce are better supported, and I hope today is a step in the right direction. For ill patients, it's important that they do not have to worry about the costs incurred for having to attend hospital settings on a weekly or even daily occurrence, and often that can be a burden that's too heavy for patients and their families to face at an already anxious time. And so it's important that they have that support in place too. I want to place on record that I do hope the concerns that I had raised at earlier stages in the bill in terms of the outworkings of it are ironed out, and that the bill will operate for the benefit and its intent is fully realised. Therefore, I would press that the Department of Infrastructure and Health do put in place the mechanisms to support better public transport availability to hospital settings, and that capacity issues will be dealt with. So I want to thank the bill sponsor for her engagement with the Health Committee on this bill. I hope that the bill sponsor feels that the Health Committee were constructive in terms of their scrutiny. And furthermore, I want to thank the bill clerks for their work on this. Indeed, the work in the from the health officials and for the Health Minister in terms of his amendments that he brought forward as well. and I pay tribute to those who have given evidence to the Health Committee, which helped us look at this particular bill. Therefore, I will be supporting this piece of legislation this afternoon, and I thank the bill sponsor for all her work on it. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm just going to speak briefly to congratulate the bill sponsor on bringing this bill forward, especially since she only came to the Assembly very recently. I think it is another example of great work between the initial idea, the objectives, and then working through the committee with the departmental officials and the trust, etc., to come up with a well-rounded, workable bill going forward. So just want to place on record my thanks to those people who came before committee or wrote to committee and provided us with evidence to allow us to scrutinise the bill properly. But I think it's another great bill, and I look forward to seeing how it benefits the people who use and work in our hospitals. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll be quite brief in this. I just want to thank the sponsor and Mr McCann before for bringing forward this bill. It's certainly well-intentioned in terms of removing car parking charges for staff and also for many groups of people who will be attending hospitals going forward. I had a couple of concerns about the bill in the early days, and really from the get-go. The one thing that concerned me was the period of 6 months from royal assent to implementing in full the legislation. So certainly absolutely no difficulty in fully supporting, or my party in supporting, the bill as amended, because it takes account of that now, and it gives a more, I think it gives a more sensible and doable period for the various trusts to examine how they're actually going to, what logistics they're going to have to purchase and to deploy at the various sites. Also, I think that little bit of extra grace time also takes, doesn't completely remove the pressure of the Department of Health in terms of budget, because they will have to make up the money that formerly did come in through car parking, and that obviously was going to have an impact on it. But I think, given a period of up to 2 years, I think at least have a chance of being able to budget around it, rather than having to scramble to find that missing money out of their budget over a short period, like 6 months. So I certainly welcome the sponsor's willingness to accept those amendments, and I wish the bill well, and thank you to the sponsor.
Leis Iram ar Colm Gildenú, Caithfirleach an Coiste Sláinte. I call Colm Gildenú, the Chair of the...
During the debate on this, I'll just make some brief remarks as Chair. The purpose of the bill, and then I'll make some brief remarks as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. The purpose of the bill is to prohibit the imposition of charges for car parking at health and social care hospital sites. The committee, during evidence, did hear of significant issues being faced by staff in accessing parking and having to pay significant amounts to access that parking to enable them to carry out their duties. I want to thank the bill sponsor, my own party colleague Aisling Riley, and her predecessor, Fra McCann, for introducing this bill and bringing it through the necessary stages. Staff have highlighted to the committee the cost of up to £11 per day to access safe parking, and we heard that many staff are having to park off-site, which is leaving them feel unsafe and vulnerable when coming to and leaving work outside of normal working hours. I think that £11 also, in the context of the significantly increasing cost of fuel at the present time, puts that into context. We also heard of the difficulties staff face in terms of carrying equipment to and from the hospital and out into the community, and how parking is essential in relation to that. And we heard from the cancer charities about the impact that the cost of parking is having on some patients and staff when they regularly need to come for treatment. That's also evidenced in terms of rural persons who don't have access to public transport in the same way that some other parts of the north do. So the committee welcomes the review outlined by the Department and is pleased that there is now a time frame in place for that. I also think it's very welcome the work that the Department have done with the bill sponsor in terms of improving the bill and bringing it to fruition in the shape in which it's at here today. I would like to thank all of the committee members for their consideration and their work on this bill, and I thank the members for their engagement throughout the progression of the bill in what was an extremely busy time for the committee. And I'd like to very much thank the committee team, all the clerks and all the staff who work within the committee team for their support and guidance and advice through the various stages of this bill. I also wish to thank the Bills Office and all of the other teams here in the Assembly who provide that backup and support to allow legislation to be put in place here. I commend this bill to the Assembly, and I'm sure that any incoming Health Committee will consider progress of the review and ensure that the bill is implemented fully after that review is completed. So just a few words then, Lascian Corlia as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. I think this is a fantastic example today of a recognition for, in the first instance, our health and social care staff and those frontline workers who have maintained services through very difficult periods, even preceding the pandemic, but then exacerbated by the pandemic. I know we all took part in the claps of appreciation for staff at the start of the pandemic, and rightly so. However, the point was made at that time that claps don't pay the bills, and they certainly don't pay the parking. And I think it is appropriate that as we draw to a close in this mandate, that we are sending a very, very practical and realistic message out to staff, that we understand the role you play, we understand the difficulties you're facing, and we are prepared to engage in legislation to do something about that. So I think that's indicative also of the wider situation within health and social care, and I acknowledge the remarks that Deborah has made here earlier. And we have heard very worrying evidence today about where the staff are at the present time and the pressures they're under. Chief Executive of Trust stating that the service is limping along and on a wing and a prayer indicates the serious concern that are out there. So I think while the future is unclear and uncertain, I think what this Assembly has achieved over the past number of weeks and days, and even today, demonstrates the way forward. It's around identifying issues that are causing problems for people out there on the ground, our people, all of our people. Identifying those problems, drawing up legislation to do something about that and address them, coming into this Assembly, putting it through the committee process, engaging with the sectors, going back out to the departments. And I think members and ministers have all demonstrated the ability to bring forward realistic, pragmatic and helpful legislation. And I think that is what our community, what our population want to see happening in the time ahead. They want to see this Assembly back up and running, and they want to see it doing things that acknowledge and address issues of concern to them in their everyday lives.
Liz Kimmins. I now call Liz Kimmins.
And first of all, I want to thank my colleagues Aisling Riley and her predecessor Fran McCann for their work, and all of our Sinn Féin team for their work on this really, really important bill. And this definitely is a good day for this Assembly. Sinn Féin are committed to standing up for workers and families, and this bill will help to reduce the burden on health and social care workers and on patients and their families as they access essential healthcare services. So there must be no more platitudes. Our health and social care workers and the most vulnerable in our communities deserve to see more actions like this, which will effectively support them. And we can do more. And hopefully in the next mandate we can do more to improve staff pay conditions and to ensure there is better workforce planning to really help to support them in their jobs and to support all of our healthcare services. This bill will help to reduce financial pressures on staff and patients who access Daisy Hill in my own constituency, and will help to ensure that staff have access to safe and secure parking close to their place of work, which will hopefully now reassure them, particularly in light of recent incidents, that we are listening and that we value them and we care about them. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am so delighted to see this bill reach its final stage and to see such vast support across this chamber, and look forward to seeing it in action in the time ahead.
Mr Speaker, and I call the Minister, Mr Robin Swan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And
Minister, for
not the Deputy Speaker for letting me come in late as it was, but just want to say briefly that I support obviously the final stage of this bill. We've supported it throughout its various stages, and I commend the member. I don't want to tempt fate, but it looks like it's going to be passed today, and in doing so, it will obviously lift one burden off the shoulders of our health workers, but also the burden that I raised with the Minister this morning of pay and of below inflation pay still stands, and I hope that will be addressed soon. So just wanted to briefly say, obviously support the bill as final stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Minister.
Thank you. I now call the Minister for Health, Mr. Robin Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to be here to respond to the final stage of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. And could I start by commending the sponsor of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill, Aisling Riley, for her work in bringing this through the legislative processes and all the stages of this House, but also to acknowledge again, like others, from McCann for initially bringing it forward during his tenure as well. I'd also like to commend members of the Health Committee for their commitment in the scrutiny and the progression of this bill, those who gave evidence, and again my department officials who have engaged both with the Health Committee but also the sponsor in bringing us to the legislation that we have in front of us today. And I want to thank members for supporting the department's proposed amendments at further consideration stage so as to ensure that the prohibition is delivered in the best way possible, is simpler to follow in its own terms and in ordinary language. It is clear just how many important issues this bill touches on and how important it is that we get it right. What we are talking about here today will impact on the lives of staff, patients and visitors. Deputy Speaker, whilst there are undoubtedly elements of this bill that will present challenges and will require significant resource from the Department and Health and Social Care Trusts, the extended commencement date will ensure that proper consideration can be given to what alternative arrangements need to be put in place to manage and control spaces in hospital car parks when parking charges are abolished. At present, there is not enough space to provide free parking for everyone, particularly at sites where space is limited, so sufficient time is required to put in place any necessary provisions to deal with capacity. So the agreed extended implementation period will allow our Health and Social Care Trusts, in partnership with my department, to regionally agree and finalise that new policy to direct and drive consistency across all our hospital sites. And as Ms Erskine's comments made as well, will also enable staff, patient and visitor involvement, but the collaboration also with other related departments in regards to infrastructure, both in regards to public transport solutions, but also this House's commitments in regards to climate change. I think, Deputy Speaker, anything less than the 2-year implementation time period would most certainly have caused major disruption to the running of our hospital car park sites, which would have had a real detrimental impact on service delivery at those sites. And as Mr Chambers highlighted again, the implementation time frame will allow my department to prepare for a reduction in income as well and identify any as yet unidentified costs associated with passing this bill. So, with the passing of this bill at its final stage today, Mr Deputy Speaker, which I think Mr Carroll indicated was probable, my department is now duty-bound and legally required to comply with any change to legislation, so I can assure members that my officials will work with the Health and Social Care Trusts to implement the changes as directed by this bill, by this House, as brought forward by this member. And can I thank her again for bringing forward this private member's bill.
Thank you, Minister. Sir Aisling Riley, Correlation Cam Jaranacht and Villa. I now call Aisling Riley to conclude on the final stage of the bill.
And just as my final speech in this Assembly and this mandate, I want to take this opportunity to thank all members for your contributions and remarks this afternoon and showing your unwavering support for this bill. I particularly want to thank the Minister and his department for working closely with me, and his amendments again brought forward was that willingness to work and ensure that this piece of legislation is practical, because it will make a massive difference to people. I also hope that kind of addresses the concerns that some members had raised throughout the committee in regards to the time frame, the potential unintended consequences, and there was another couple of concerns. So by bringing those amendments forward, I hope that addresses most of the concerns that members have had. There's nothing much more that I can say that I haven't already said throughout each stage regarding the debt of gratitude that we owe to our health and social care workers. The banning of hospital car parking charges will put money back into workers' pockets. At the end of the day, that's what we want to do here. We don't want to see anybody being out of pocket going to work, and certainly just by not going to hospitals, ill patients. So this bill will put money back into people's pockets. It will allow the sick and ill to progress their medical treatment without any additional worry, and it will rectify an inequality felt by those living in our rural communities. Today in this Assembly we have passed numerous pieces of progressive legislation that will improve the lives of so many of our constituents. We had the period poverty, domestic abuse, and there's another couple of important pieces of legislation that will come after this. And I am proud that my bill will be added to that list today. So I'll ask Corley, there's nothing much more for me to add other than I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the hospital parking charges bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the final stage of the hospital parking charges bill has passed and stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. Members, just take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please. Members, the next item of business is the final stage of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill, and I call Chris Little to formally move the final stage, please.
Sorry, excuse me. Apologies. Give me a second.
No, Chris, all I just want is for you to say, so move. Thank you for that. The final stage of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate. I therefore call Chris Little to open the debate. Good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to move the final stage of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill that would remove the anachronistic exception of teachers from the Fair Employment and Treatment Order and ensure it's no longer possible for any teacher to be discriminated against because of their religious background when applying for a job. Fairness and equal opportunity are key values of the Alliance Party, and this legislation delivers on these values. The Assembly and the Executive are often rightly criticised for failing to deliver the leadership and services the people of Northern Ireland need and deserve, and there is a real and urgent need for a functional power-sharing executive to be restored as soon as possible in order to deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. The Fair Employment School Teachers Bill is, however, a small example of what we can achieve at the Assembly when we work together. It should not be legal for teachers to be discriminated against because of their religious background when applying for a teaching job, and this bill presents us with an opportunity to end this provision. The Fair Employment Northern Ireland Act outlawed employment discrimination on the grounds of religious belief in Northern Ireland in 1976, yet the Fair Employment and Treatment Order continues to permit discrimination on the grounds of religious belief in the recruitment of teachers to this day. Almost all workers in Northern Ireland can rely on legislation to protect them from discrimination on the grounds of their faith, except teachers. Under the Fair Employment and Treatment Order, employers in Northern Ireland with 11 or more employees must register with the Equality Commission and monitor the composition of their workforce. That does not apply to the teaching workforce. The Equality Commission for Northern Ireland recommended the removal of the exception of teachers from the Fair Employment and Treatment Order for secondary level teachers in 2004 and early consideration of removing it at primary level on the grounds that it was no longer acceptable to exclude the entire teaching workforce from fair employment legislation that covered all other occupations. It has also recommended that teachers be included in the monitoring and review requirements. Deputy Speaker, there is an increasingly clear consensus that teachers must be included in the Fair Employment and Treatment Order and be afforded the same legal protection from discrimination when seeking employment as anyone else in our society. The Fair Employment School Teachers Bill will give effect to those long-standing recommendations. It presents the Assembly with the opportunity to remove the exception of teachers from the Fair Employment and Treatment Order, and I trust that is an opportunity that we will take today. This opportunity, Deputy Speaker, has been made possible by a collective effort of many people, and I would like to put on record my thanks to Research Officer Connie Egan and Constituency Officer Nick Matheson for the work they have contributed to the progress of this bill. This bill, and indeed my service as an MLA, would not have been possible without their dedication and without that of all staff members that have served on our team over the last decade, and I'd like to recognise them for that. I'd like to thank everyone in the Assembly Bill Office, the Assembly Speaker's Office and all Assembly staff who support the progress of private members' legislation. To the Executive Office Committee, who, to be completely frank, whose proactive and comprehensive approach to the committee stage of this bill made its progress possible, and I'm very grateful for that approach. To the Education Minister, Department of Education and the Executive Office officials for their engagement at key stages of the bill, particularly to ensure engagement with the education management sector, to ensure that there were a small number of amendments that would deliver a good, manageable time period for implementation for the provisions of the bill. To everyone who responded and contributed to the bill, I say thank you. I'd also like to thank my colleague Kelly Armstrong, MLA, and her team, who provided me with valuable assistance and support throughout the progress of the bill. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope this bill will give teachers the fair employment protection they deserve, and I hopefully will be able to dedicate it to them further to the end of final stage today, given the courage, the leadership and the sacrifice that they and everyone across our education sector has shown for many, many years, and particularly in the most recent years of our pandemic. Thank you.
Iramir Sinead McLaughlin, Caithirlach, Offic and Co-Imanish. I call Sinead McLaughlin, Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office, I would like to congratulate the bill sponsor, Chris Little, on bringing this bill to final stage. It has not been a straightforward journey, and it was not always certain that the bill would make it to this point. But Chris's belief in the importance of this bill and the potential for positive change in the education sector, the provisions has provided the impetus to carry on. So what will this legislation mean? It will mean that teachers will be free to apply for teaching posts in schools without being asked about their religious background. Yes, there are some schools that will still ask for the certificate in religious education, but this is now more widely available, and there may be conversations in the future to discuss where this is necessary. It will mean that discrimination on the grounds of religious belief will not be allowed when teachers are being recruited. The fact that this has been allowed up until now has been an anachronism. It will mean that teachers who previously would not apply for certain posts, believing that they would be turned away on account of their religious background, can now, with confidence, apply to teach in any school. It will mean that there will be the potential for greater diversity in our schools. The lack of diversity in our education system has been cited as one of the factors involved in keeping our society divided. Our communities are changing. Our schools need to change with them. The committee acknowledges that this will not be straightforward for many. We have heard that schools are worried about how to preserve their ethos. These are discussions that will need to take place, and we in the committee believe that the 2 years is sufficient time for this to happen. We have heard that schools will need time to implement the monitoring requirements of the Fair Employment and Treatment Order. Again, the committee feels that 2 years is sufficient time for these arrangements to be put in place. With the exception of a small number of individual submissions to the online call for views, all stakeholders who came before the committee and all the stakeholders who provided written submissions to the committee agreed that the exception for teachers in the 1998 order has to go. The only question was when. Mr Deputy Speaker, that time is now. The Committee for the Executive Office supports this bill. I would like to just say a few words in my capacity as an SDLP MLA, and really the few words is to close, is to actually say a very, very big thank you to Chris Little, the bill sponsor. It was a pleasure to work with you on the passage of this bill, and as you leave public life as a legislator, you leave behind a legacy to the education sector and to teachers all over Northern Ireland, to those that are in our universities now studying and teaching, that are going to be the educators of the next generations. You have opened doors for them that previously had been closed. I applaud you and I wish you well in your future contribution to society, because I know it doesn't stop as you walk out the doors of this House. I commend this bill.
Agus na siar mar Pat Sheehan hon cael I call Pat Sheehan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak at this final stage. On the face of it, this isn't a massively important bill. It doesn't put money into anyone's pockets. It's not going to hit the headlines on the news tonight. Why is it important? Because I think it is, and there are a couple of reasons for that. First of all, it exemplifies how, when parties work together, what they can achieve. At one stage, not so long ago, this bill would have been seen as a lost cause. But by parties cooperating and working together, we were able to move this forward quickly, get it onto the floor of the Assembly, get the committee stage done and dusted, and now here we are on the last day of this mandate with the bill ready to pass. The second reason it's important is because there was a time when people thought this was necessary, that it was necessary to have an exemption from fair employment. In our engagement in the committee, it became clear that none of the stakeholders in the education system believes that this exemption from fair employment legislation is necessary today. And that, to me, signals a massive step forward for this society in general. And that's why this bill is important. And I suppose the outworkings of it are that any teacher will have the same protection under fair employment legislation as any other worker in society. And so I want to congratulate the sponsor, Chris Little. I've worked closely with Chris, not just on this, but with himself and with Kelly on the Integrated Education Bill. And if we look at the raft of legislation that has come through here, not just today, but over the past few weeks, it's an indication of what this Assembly can achieve when people work and cooperate together. And I will be supporting this bill.
Can we bring Diane Dodds on the screens, please? And I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all say that as the DUP member who has spoken on this bill, I want to reassure the sponsor of my support for the bill and also to congratulate him on getting it to this stage, and also to wish him every success as he takes on new roles in life. It's absolutely not going to be the last time that we will hear from Chris Little. I'm absolutely confident of that. But I do wish him well as he goes forward. Can I also say that this is a bill that is important in Northern Ireland. And I have had reservations about the process whereby we've arrived at today. I would have preferred this bill to have had more consideration, because the bill does deal with one element of discrimination in employment, but is silent on some of those other issues that are very, very important and which we do need to discuss. Those issues of ethos, the issues around the certificate, the Catholic certificate in education required for some schools, because we don't want to take away a legal form of discrimination and leave anomalies behind us. And I think that that is important. And I hope that given the amendment that we supported and the time that we have to do this, that there can be sensible conversations around how we take all of these issues forward in their totality. I also want to just put on the record that I've engaged with a number of the education sectors over the bill. And indeed, as Pat Sheehan said, this was largely supported by all of the sectors that came and gave evidence to the Executive Committee. And therefore, today we are going to support the bill, but I do want my remarks on the additional issues noted so that we can go forward and look at the whole landscape and make sure that everybody has every opportunity for every job, no matter who they are or where they come from. Thank you, and thank you to the bill's sponsor and those that made it possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I call John Stewart.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I will be brief, but I want to rise first of all on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to support the final stage of this bill. I want to commend Chris Little for all his work in getting to here. I think when we think back 3 or 4 weeks ago, we probably thought that might not have been possible, but it just shows, as previous speakers have said, what is possible when we have a collective will, when we have an efficient and effective scrutiny process through the committee, and we have the collaboration of the various offices in the Bill's office and of the department as well to get us to this stage. It is mercilessly short, as I said at previous stage, but massively significant and symbolic. And Mr Sheehan said rightly that this reflects a change in society and the change of where we're at today. And perhaps it wouldn't have been possible in the past, but I am glad through cooperation and working with the proposer and with other members that we've been able to get here today. So, like others have said, I want to pay tribute to the member, not only for this, but for his dedicated service to the people of East Belfast and to this Assembly over a number of years. I wish him well going forward. Well, I'm sure we'll not be seeing the last of you, Chris. And thank you for all the efforts, like I say, to get us here. It would have been nice, I suppose, if we had have been able to get it 3 other ways. And both he and I and others attempted with the Executive Office over many private members' questions and motions and whatever else over a number of years to try and get movement in that. But we are where we are, and the failure there is to then the success to Chris to get us to this stage. So thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I commend this motion.
Thank you. Agus na siad mar Nicola Brogan hon. Can I call Nicola Brogan?
Garmagad Lassan Corla will be very brief here, but I just want to say I'm very happy to support this bill here this afternoon. It is a very important piece of legislation which will benefit many teachers and student teachers at the minute. And I too would like to commend all of those who have worked really hard to ensure that the bill has made its final stage and got through this here mandate. And as my colleague Pat Sheehan said, it shows how successful we can be whenever people come together and work together, and how we can actually get positive pieces of legislation out that will have a positive impact on real people and on their lives. And finally, I would like to also commend and thank Chris Little for the work he's done on this bill, and as Chair of the Education Committee for all the work he's done throughout the committee. He's shown real integrity and fairness and equality throughout, and I suppose just this here piece of legislation really is very reflective of the MLA he's been and the chair of the committee that he's been. So well done to him, and thanks very much, Chris, for all of that there.
I call Peter Weir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise also to support the bill that is before us today. I think it is dealing with the issue of fair employment within the teaching profession. I think is an important step forward. I think the bill represents a positive step forward. I think it's highlighted, by Diane Dodds. I think it is important that we see this not as a single action, but part of a wider process. And I think there does need to be a review to actually say that this is the first step forward, but there is further work to be done in a future mandate to deal with all the issues concerning this. It is, I think, the exemption of teachers from the Fair Employment Order is an anachronism which I think many, if not all of us, would agree should have been swept away years ago. But it's important that we are actually taking this step today. Education, I think, is very much at the heart of our society. It is one of the most critical things that is there, both in and of itself, but also the extent to which it shapes a new generation and provides them with opportunities. And I think to send out a signal to that new generation that it is all right within society to have discrimination at the heart of the structure of appointment of teachers, I think is something that is fundamentally wrong. I think we should be sending out that signal that selection from the point of view of employment is on the basis of merit, and therefore I think it is a very useful and important step forward. May I finally, Deputy Chair, in conclusion also wish sort of my old sparring partner, Chris Little, all the best. I think there has not been, at times, we've not always seen precisely eye to eye on every issue, but I think that particularly in terms of education, that many of the exchanges that we've had have actually shown, I think, for both of us, a undoubted passion for education. And as such, I want to thank Chris for his service, both to the people of East Belfast and to the wider education system within Northern Ireland, and to wish him and his family all the best as they move ahead. He is voluntarily stepping away from the Assembly. I suppose that is not always a choice that everybody always gets to make in that regard, and I wish him all the best for the future, and I commend the bill to the House.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the bill sponsor for not only bringing this piece of legislation through, but getting it through to its final stage on this, the last day of this mandate. I too would like to thank the Executive Office Committee, because if it wasn't for the committee's actions, I very much doubt the bill would have got this far. As others have said, Mr Stewart has said and Mr Sheehan has said, when this place has a mind to get something done, it can get it done very effectively. It is with regret that we didn't see the Executive Office itself bringing through this bill. It had to go through a private member in order for that to happen. However, as Mr Sheehan said, the timing was just right on this. There has been no fighting about this. There has been no concerns that one sector of our community was being discriminated against by bringing this bill forward. What this bill actually does do is omit Article 71, and that means that school teachers are now protected by fair employment legislation. What it also does show is that private members can make a difference. And Deputy Speaker, this will be the last time I'm speaking in this House in this mandate, and I would just like to say to all of those teachers, in 2024, when you're applying for jobs, Chris Little made sure that the fair employment would protect you. at that stage. Chris is finishing off this bill today, and he's also finishing off his political career. Today has been wonderfully progressive. Today has been wonderfully progressive. The type of legislation going through today, the cheers in the Great Hall, which were quite nice to hear throughout the building, just goes to show, as others have said, how positive this place can be. And it's fitting today that this whole day has been about private members' bills. What I would say is, this changes a few things that I would like to put on record. We have very good teacher training colleges here in Northern Ireland, and those teacher training colleges can now prepare our student teachers to be able to teach in any school in Northern Ireland, and I look forward for them taking that challenge forward. There's an opportunity now for young people, as has been said by Mr Weir, to be able to look to their teachers, knowing that those teachers reflect Northern Ireland and that they have the best person for the job and standing at the front of their classroom. But in my last couple of sentences, all I want to say is we've had a champion for children, a champion for disabilities. We've had a champion for sports and football. We've had a champion for learning disability, and we now have had, in his final piece of work for this Assembly, a champion for teachers. Thank you very much, Chris Little, MLA. It has been an absolute privilege and pleasure to work with you, and I cannot wait to see what you achieve next. Thank you.
I now call Trevor Long. Sir Trevor Long.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise, like everybody else, to congratulate the bill sponsor on bringing this forward and on bringing it forward at such speed, with the cooperation of the committee through the chair, who's smiling, and the department and everybody else. But that a one-line bill shouldn't be that complicated. But actually, this one did raise issues which we managed to resolve fairly quickly. I was also going to say that I wasn't expecting to be retiring on the same day as Chris Little. Before I forget. I know what I'm going to do. I'm not quite sure what he's going to do. But whenever the discussion at the committee was going on, Mr Deputy Speaker, we had submissions from CCMS, Upton Catholic trustees, and I must say, listening to the discussion, I thought that there was an element of reservation around those two organisations, and I thought perhaps they were going to even to oppose this bill. So it was a pleasant surprise at the very end when it was indicated by Jerry Campbell from CCMS, and particularly from Bishop Donald McKeown on behalf of the trustees, that they have no problem with this bill. They're okay with it. And that others have said things have moved forward in this place in Northern Ireland. That's a pretty good example of it, because 10 years ago you wouldn't have had that reaction. They're relaxed with this. I know they have some concerns about the Catholic ethos of their schools. I can't believe that the admission of non-Catholic teachers into Catholic schools is going to change the ethos of those schools at all. It's more an obligation on those teachers coming in to accept that ethos and run with it. And there are I'm trying to avoid the word Protestant, there are non-Catholic teachers already in Catholic schools. The roof didn't fall in. So this is a good day. I congratulate Chris, my past party colleague, and I also congratulate him on his tenure as committee chair. He's done a fantastic job, and I wish him well in wherever life takes him. Let's put it that way. I don't think he'll be lost to public service. I hope not. But he may not even be lost to politics, because I know he's got the bug, and he's trying to deny it. But I think we'll have to wait and see. He's very quiet what he's going to do. So I really hope. I wish him well. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, in closing, this is a pretty good day for smaller parties. We've had the hospital part. Well, that was not a smaller party. Sorry. Well, not yet. Anyway. Well, we've had two from the Green Party. We've had this one from Chris, and I just forgot the others. But it's been a good day, and it does, as others have said, yes, indicate Pat Catney, of course, my constituency colleague as well. But others have said it indicates what this Assembly is capable of. I think people are going to be reminding us, or you, I won't be here, of that after the election. And people have often said to me in the last few weeks, why couldn't you have done this over the last 3 years? How much legislation would you have passed? And they do have a point. So, not looking in any particular direction, but I hope that good sense will prevail and that perhaps you can get back to work after the election at an early stage. I really hope so, and I wish everybody well in this Assembly, including yourself, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Trevor. I've already wished you all the best for your retirement, if that's what you want to call it, and please do enjoy the rest of your time. And it'll be a lot different to this political forum here, but do have a good time, and I'm sure you will. We've worked together on many things through the duration of my time here in the Assembly and worked well together, so all the best to you, Trevor. And on that point, I now come to the bill sponsor, Chris Little, to conclude the final stage.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm really grateful that my final act in this Assembly chamber as an MLA is to move the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill, and I'm hopeful that it will deliver positive change for our education system. It delivers for fairness, a value that I, the Alliance Party, and that this Assembly hold dear. It delivers for education, the engine room for development and equal opportunity for children and young people across Northern Ireland, for peace and prosperity, and it delivers for teachers, the leaders of this engine room, the people who are playing one of the most important roles in our society. And as I said, Deputy Speaker, I want to dedicate the work that we've all contributed to and this bill to the teachers and indeed everyone that is working to deliver the best education system possible for Northern Ireland. Can I thank my Assembly colleagues, without whom the bill wouldn't have progressed to this stage and would not have passed. Thank Sinead for the role that she's played as Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee and the time that she made available to me outside of bill stages, outside of committee stages, that, as I said, made the progress of this bill possible. To Pat Sheehan, thank you for the advice that you gave me at key times of the bill as well, when it seemed like maybe there wasn't an opportunity for it to pass. That heads up, that cross-party cooperation again contributed to the passage of the bill. To Diane Dodds, another sparring partner from the Education Committee, I've really valued the opportunity to engage with Diane on these key issues, and even if our starting point on some of them is different, I have really valued the engagement that we've had on these issues, and she raises valid points in terms of other issues that are relating to this matter, in terms of certificates of religious education and how we approach that being something that a future Assembly could consider. To John Stewart, the Deputy Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee, a massive thank you to you as well for the time that you gave me at key stages of the bill. I think there was a key day where we went from it not passing to it potentially passing due to a visit to your office in the Assembly chamber. People, perhaps for good reasons, don't see all of that work that goes on behind the scene to make things possible here, and don't see the level of cooperation that can happen at times. They see us arguing robustly, fighting our corners in media studios. Perhaps some hosts of some of those programmes see fit to encourage that type of approach, but I'm really thankful for the level of cooperation that does happen between parties on these key issues, and I hope that will be the testimony of the next Assembly. Also, to recognise John's party colleagues Sandra Overend and Danny Kennedy, who have previously attempted to move this legislative reform, and that was work that was not wasted and contributed to hopefully the destination that we get to today. To Nicola Brogan, thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you on the Education Committee, for the champion that you've been for early education and childcare. It's a huge issue that this Assembly and the Executive must prioritise, and I know if returned you will ensure that they do. Thank you for the opportunity to work with you. Peter Weir, thank you to Peter for his contribution to this final stage. Indeed, a sparring partner on many issues in education, but I really value that whenever we disagreed, we always did so with a degree of humanity and respect for each other afterwards. And I'm really grateful that Peter took the time to come and contribute to the final stage of the debate today. To Trevor Lunn, MLA, thank you for your contribution today and for your support on the Executive Office Committee. Indeed, a friend of mine, a friend of the party. I think you said today you got on better with us after you left. I've always valued your interaction, whether you're in the party or out, and I appreciate the work that you've done on education throughout your tenure in this Assembly as well, delivering on some key issues for our education sector. I appreciate that. And in terms of your commentary about getting the bug for politics, I suppose there is a slight Hotel California element to this in terms of getting out any time you like, but not ever quite being able to leave. I hopefully we'll be able to keep contributing in some positive way. To Kelly Armstrong, last but not least, thank you for the advice and support that you've been throughout the passage of this bill, and to all my Alliance Party colleagues for the support and friendly prompts on occasion to try and make sure I get on with the progress of this bill. I'm really grateful for the support that they have been in that regard. Deputy Speaker, in closing, to everyone who will return to this chamber in May to contribute to the peace and prosperity of this wonderful part of the world that we all call home, I say a really sincere God bless you and keep you. It's an immense privilege to serve in this role, and I wish every one of you every success in building the united, prosperous Northern Ireland for us all. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Chris, for your very kind words to us all, and I shouldn't have already passed it in person to you, but my sincerest best wishes to you in whatever path you choose to go whenever you leave here, and I'm no doubts that it will be a successful role for you. The question now is that the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The final stage of the Fair Employment School Teachers Bill has passed and stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. But it couldn't be like this all the time. But anyway, I think most people have got the message about that bit. If members just take their ease now while we move to the next item of business, please. Okay. Members, the next item on the order paper is the final stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill. I call Claire Bailey to formally move the final stage, please.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill do now pass.
Thank you. The final stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit in this debate. I therefore call Claire Bailey to open debate, please.
Thank you. And it's a great relief to finally be able to deliver the final stage of my Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill. And Speaker and members, when I was first elected, I pledged to the people of South Belfast that I would work hard on equality issues for human rights compliant legislation, and particularly for women. And today is the last day of this mandate, and this bill is part of that pledge. It's been a long time coming. I began working on this bill in 2016, shortly after I was first elected to the House. And the issues have been well debated, mostly understood across the House. And I want to thank Sinn Féin, the SDLP, the UUP, the Alliance Party, Claire Sugden, Jerry Carroll and Trevor Lunn for your steady support in getting it this far. And there have been many staff behind the scenes who I have been told I can't name, but who have been absolutely invaluable on this journey. While I can't name you, I do want to let you know how very much appreciated that you are, and how helpful that you have been, and that your skills have been invaluable to me throughout this bill's development. And of course to the Health Committee for their engagement during the time they were scrutinising and working on the bill. Now, we're all aware that we're coming up to elections, and I was on the Electoral Office website yesterday, and I bumped into a code of conduct for canvassing in the vicinity of a polling place, and I thought members might be interested to hear some of the rules of engagement that we are afforded to uphold a democratic process. That code of conduct says that canvassers shall be polite and courteous at all times when speaking to members of the public. They should be careful to avoid any behaviour which may leave them open to complaints of harassment or intimidation. Canvassers will not engage in canvassing activities inside the grounds of a polling place. Canvassers should not restrict or in any way impede pedestrian access to any entrance of a polling place. And canvassers shall not attach flags, emblems, banners, posters or any other item used in connection with canvassing to a polling place or to any part of its perimeter wall or fence. None of that is what I've experienced in relation to abortion services. So I've went out to consultation on this bill in 2017, just as the Executive was collapsing yet again. And a 3-year hiatus meant that I could not progress the bill any further. And what happened in those years was abortion legislation was changed at Westminster, and it's now no longer a criminal offence in Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland office went to public consultation to commission services, also considering imposing buffer zones. Unfortunately, despite the overwhelming support for this, they decided not to bother. We got a new health minister who is aware of what's happening, but yet again has not moved to end the intimidation and harassment levied against women and staff. No movement from the Executive to commission services, and still we watch as women are traumatised on our streets seeking healthcare services. Staff harassed for doing their jobs, security measures put in place, services moved and kept secret. The Abortion NI Regulations 2020 commenced on the 31st of March 2020, and since then 2,794 women have been able to access the healthcare free, safe, legal here at home. So that should end the nonsense claims that there is no need for abortion provision in Northern Ireland. During 2020 alone, an estimated further 371 women were forced to travel to England or beyond to access services they needed. When regulations for everyone else was to stay at home, hundreds of our women were forced to travel, sometimes alone, without the care and compassion they deserve around them. So that should be enough to end the nonsense of this Executive being unable, unwilling or both to commission the services needed. We're hours away from the end of this mandate, when the Secretary of State had to step in further with instruction to commission services by the 31st of March, or he will. And while we've yet to know what that will look like, what we do know all too clearly is that when trying to overcome the many barriers, including the lack of services and finding the help that they need, women and staff are then forced to run the gauntlet of public shaming by a deliberate, concerted campaign of harassment and intimidation at some healthcare settings. Due to the emergency response to the COVID pandemic throughout 2020, I was again unable to make any meaningful progress with this bill in this chamber. Yet despite a stay-at-home messaging and regulations to prevent public gatherings, still the concerted campaign of harassment and intimidation against women and staff continued unabated, and all authorities claimed that they could do nothing to stop it. Not the Health Department, not Justice, not the PSNI, none. Despite travel restrictions in place and legislative reforms and a pandemic, women and healthcare staff were still forced to run the gauntlet of public shaming by this deliberate, concerted campaign of harassment and intimidation. When the Black Lives Matter protest happened during lockdown, there was a swift, unified action from the PSNI, supported by ministers, to fine some protesters for breaching regulations. Yet women and healthcare staff continued to run the gauntlet and no action taken. They were told current legislation nor lockdown regulations were deemed sufficient to act. Well, that's simply not good enough. If this bill is passed today, we can right that wrong, and I urge all members to support it. Thank you.
Nish Éireann Sir Chaithilach and Costa Sláinte, Colm Gilden, you on can I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Colm Gilden.
I'll make some remarks as Chair of the Committee in relation to this bill. I welcome this final stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill. I would like to thank the sponsor, Claire Bailey, for introducing the bill, and I would like to thank all of those who engaged with the committee during its consideration of the bill. This was an issue that was first raised in evidence during the committee's consideration of the Severe Fetal Impairment Bill last summer, and the committee sought further information from the trusts in relation to the number of incidents and the actions that they had to take in response to these protests. The responses indicate that the trusts had to introduce new security measures, and some trusts had to move the location of these services. I would outline that all members of the committee commented that there is no place in our society for the harassment, abuse and intimidation of women and girls accessing health services, and that patients, staff and visitors should be able to access health premises free from harassment, abuse and intimidation. The committee therefore welcomes the aim of this bill, which is to establish safe access zones around registered pregnancy advisory bureau and clinics in order to protect the women and girls who use these clinics, as well as the people who work in them. The bill would make it a criminal offence to harass people in a safe access zone around those clinics, and would stop activity directly outside centres that could cause distress to those attending the clinics and to staff. During consideration of the bill last year, the committee agreed that it would only take evidence from statutory bodies in relation to the bill, as it was clear from the written submissions the committee received what organisations and individuals' views were on the bill. Those written submissions informed members' views on the bill and were published in the committee's report on the bill. During evidence, the committee did hear a number of examples from the trusts and PSNI of some of the difficulties that women and staff face when accessing health services. It is fundamentally important that people can safely access health services when they are needed without the fear of harassment. During committee consideration of the clauses and amendments of the bill, there was a majority of members in support of the bill and the amendments. I would note that the members of the committee from the DUP did not take part in the formal clause-by-clause scrutiny of the bill. I would like to thank all committee members for their consideration of this bill, and I thank members for their engagement throughout the progression of the bill in what was a busy time for the committee. I would also like to thank the committee team and the bill clerks for their support through the various stages of the bill. I commend this bill to the Assembly, and I am sure any incoming Health Committee will look to the implementation of the bill to ensure it is meeting its purpose and protecting people accessing these health services. Just very briefly, as Sinn Féin Health spokesperson, it is surely long past time when women and girls and staff who are attending or working in these clinics are subjected to harassment and abuse of the levels that we heard throughout the Health Committee, and I welcome that, and Sinn Féin will be supporting this bill today.
Can we bring Pam Cameron on the screens, please? I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't intend to speak for long on this, the final stage debate. As I have said in previous stages, the position of my party is clear, and our concerns about the legal implications of this bill remain. Everyone will agree that harassment and abuse in its many forms is not acceptable in our society. No one should be intimidated or harassed entering his or her workplace. No one should be intimidated or harassed as a patient entering a health facility. No individual should ever be intimidated or harassed under any circumstance or at any place. I still believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the proper home for this particular issue is within a review of our harassment laws. And Mr Deputy Speaker, as I have stated before, I sincerely believe that this bill will not have the impact that its supporters believe it will have, and that it will most certainly result in protracted legal action. This bill is not good legislation. It is vague and it leaves many grey areas, particularly around the definition of influence as an offence. Mr Deputy Speaker, the right to protest is incredibly important to all of us, and surely the whole point of protest is to attempt to effect change or indeed to influence. How this offence of influence will or can be implemented remains to be seen, and the operational concerns from the PSNI have certainly not been addressed. To potentially criminalise someone based on perceived influence is a very dangerous road for our government to take, and I am in no doubt that this will lead to a direct conflict with several articles within the European Convention on Human Rights. I note Ms Bailey's comparison with the electoral law on polling stations. I would point out that as political parties we stand outside those polling stations at every election, and we absolutely seek to influence voters. Perhaps the comparison is not so good when it comes to this particular part which we oppose around the creation of an offence to influence. Mr Deputy Speaker, the DUP will be opposing this bill today. We believe there are better ways to strengthen harassment legislation and give the police proper resources to prevent incidents wherever they may occur. Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to stand here in this Assembly to support and indeed champion this legislation on its final passage through this House. This legislation is long overdue. This legislation does not take away anything from anyone. It doesn't remove anyone's civil rights. It doesn't take away freedom of speech. It doesn't take away the right to protest. It does not prevent anyone from praying. It does, however, protect the right of passage for anyone seeking the provision of health care and assures them a safe access zone. Just down the road from my office, it has become a weekly routine for protesters to gather. This has been upsetting and exhausting for patients, staff and the local community. Somewhat ironically, this has persisted throughout what is approaching a full year since the Western Trust's early medical abortion service was suspended as a result of the Health Minister's failure to commission services. Attempts to influence personal health care decisions at the clinic doors are unacceptable. Some women seeking abortions will have made their minds up right away as soon as they found out that they were pregnant, while others will take longer. Yet no matter how easy or difficult the decision is for that person, if they have made up their mind and they have made an appointment or are now walking through those doors, their decision has been made. How dare anyone suggest that they know better? Women are fed up to their teeth of the condescending attitude where we are constantly told, well, actually, I know what's best for you. We women know that all only too well. I do not need to spell out the damage that this has caused to women throughout the centuries, and indeed continues to cause. It is sadly prevalent across these islands. These attempts to interfere in personal health care choices also constitute an invasion of people's privacy, denying them confidentiality. Some women report feeling forced to rebook a later appointment to try and avoid these groups. This disrupts their treatment and can cause emotional distress. It particularly risks causing additional issues if they are approaching certain weeks' limits. The bill will not only help to prevent this interference, it will also enable anyone to enter a healthcare building without fear. The abuse of people seeking or providing care is always unacceptable, but it happens far too often, and it requires this intervention. Their rights and well-being will finally be protected. It's also worth pointing out that much of the posters and leaflets distributed by these groups distort the reality, are factually inaccurate, and are often emotionally manipulative. Distributing this kind of unregulated false information is pure dangerous. On the topic of falsehoods, no matter what is being bandied about, both in and outside of this chamber, the fact of the matter is that existing legislation is not enough. It's not enough to prevent the intimidatory behaviour that is currently taking place outside clinics. Everyone accessing abortion services to which they are legally entitled to must be allowed to do so in safety. Yet the current reality is that patients and healthcare workers are routinely subjected to targeted abuse. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill will finally put the necessary protections in place to put an end to this kind of harassment. Can I take an opportunity to thank Claire Bailey, her team and all the stakeholders for their hard work in bringing forward this private member's bill. On Tuesday, Claire Bailey, you were pure scunnered by the naysayers. But today, Claire Bailey, in my best Derryism, I'm all lured for you. You have delivered protections and support for many years to come, and that is a legacy you should be very proud of. And I'm proud of you. I commend this bill, and I look forward to its implementation.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Deputy Speaker, so I rise to congratulate Claire Bailey on getting the bill to this final stage this evening. Very much commend her work in her engagement with the Health Committee on many occasions, listening to the issues that we raised and her very constructive work with the Health Department in terms of the amendments that she brought through at the various stages. Very much welcome the final stage of this bill today. But what a society we live in, Mr Deputy Speaker, that these zones are needed. But I think the passing of this bill today will send a message from this chamber, from this assembly, that behaviour is no longer going to be tolerated. It also sends a message to those women and the people who are accompanying them, a message from us that we support them, we support their reproductive health care rights, we support them seeking health care provision without the need to have to run the gauntlet and experience harassment in doing so. I would put on record my thanks to Brandon Lewis MP, the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, for bringing forward the written statement to the House today in terms of strengthening the regulations around the Commission of Abortion Services here. I would say that I was a bit disappointed that there was nothing in the statement around timescales. I think that should have been tightened up. I think he probably could have had these drafted ready to be laid this week. I think we're all losing patience here in Northern Ireland around the Commission of Abortion Services. Women have waited far too long. So just in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, just want to thank the Health Committee and my colleagues around the work we did on this and those people who provided evidence to us, and very much place on record my thanks to Informing Choices NI, Alliance for Choice and the entire women's sector for their role in lobbying and championing these safe access zones. So I'd again just like to thank Claire Bailey for bringing the bill today. Thank you.
And I hear him, Sir Liz Kimmins, Hon Cancha, I call Liz Kimmins.
Lascan Corlia, and I too rise to speak in full support of this bill as it reaches its final stage. And despite the protracted attempts to block progressive change by others this week, if this bill passes today, this will be another momentous day in this Assembly. A day in which we send a strong message that we are committed to protecting women from abuse and intimidation, that we are standing up for women at one of the most vulnerable times in their lives, and that we are listening to the resounding calls from across the North that women have the right to access healthcare safely and free from intimidation and harassment. So I too want to thank Claire Bailey for bringing forward this bill and congratulate her for pursuing it to the end, which has been a very challenging task. I also want to thank all of those women who contacted me and shared their personal stories, some very, very harrowing stories, and for trusting me with those. Women who are patients, women who are staff, women who are parents, and just women who have encountered these protests when going about their daily lives, but it has had a significant impact and they want to see this change. And finally, I want to pay tribute to Cara, Fiona, Angela, Sharon and all of the supporting women in Uri Group who have been steadfast in their commitment to standing up for women week in, week out, trying to support women when accessing both John Mitchell Place in Uri and Daisy Hill Hospital for almost 2 years now. I hope their efforts have not been in vain. Mr Deputy Speaker, today we have an opportunity that never again will women have to run a gauntlet of protesters when trying to access healthcare or when going to their work. I sincerely hope that members across this House will today make the right decision to show that we take the rights of women seriously, we respect women's choices and we are serious about our commitment to tackling violence and abuse against women and girls. Goramila Mayogat.
I call Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will be brief as I have made my comments very clear in both the committee and indeed the chamber during the different stages of this bill. It will come as no surprise that I am against this bill because I fundamentally believe it is a poor piece of legislation. I believe it will be very difficult to enforce on the ground. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would also like to place again on record that my voting on this issue has been consistent and is clear on this. And actually, if we all took a step back in relation to this piece of legislation, I don't think there's anybody who wouldn't disagree that there are still a number of things that need to be ironed out, and it hasn't due to what I believe is the rush-through nature of this piece of legislation. And we haven't had the time to fully engage with other organisations, which we may have had if it hadn't have been for time constraints. Not least, I wonder if businesses nearby know that a safe access zone will be enforced close by. I wonder if that will deter the public from even entering such public spaces due to worry or concern. And I do recognise that there have been awful incidences which have deeply upset people, including staff. And I know that there have also been incidences when protesters met with abuse too. We cannot dispute that staff and those entering premises should be free from intimidation and attacks. But it is also important to remember that we must strike a balance in relation to freedoms of speech, which is enshrined in law. And again, I point out to the House wonderful organisations such as CARE and Both Lives Matter, and indeed churches, who have submitted evidence to the committee with concerns in terms of how this legislation will work in practice. And I felt it was important that we did listen to those concerns. It is a small minority of people who have created such situations, and it is important to point out that it is wrong to tar everyone within the pro-life community, or indeed even in mainstream within the protest activity, by pro-life advocates as being as people who are abusers or who harass people. And it would seem during some of the debates that if you're against abortion, you harass people. You're someone who shows distressing imagery and you're against women. and that parallel is wrong, and I think it's important to call that out today. Therefore, I totally do and I utterly condemn actions which have not furthered any cause but that which is of distress and harassment, which unfortunately has been carried out by a small minority of individuals in the vicinity of these settings that are malicious and reasonably regarded to be criminal in nature. However, I feel that it is an oversight that there has not been more engagement with the Department of Justice on this piece of legislation. I believe the best place to deal with this issue may have fitted better by looking at our current harassment laws and strengthening them. Mr Deputy Speaker, I do think the police will have difficulty in enforcing this legislation. Therefore, I do raise questions today yet again. In particular, why is this legislation going through today on the basis that it will be difficult to enforce? That will not help anyone. And it certainly raises expectations for those who expect it to work for them. Given my previous opposition to the bill, I believe that it does come as no surprise today that I and my party are against this bill.
I call Jim Allister.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it really should be no surprise to anyone that there would be protest against the widespread facilitation of abortion. Though abortion, by its advocates, is constantly described in this House as a medical procedure, the truth and reality of abortion is that it is by choice, the deliberate killing of a baby in the womb. A woman's womb should be the safest possible place for the unborn. And yet, under abortion, it is the most dangerous place for the unborn, because it is there within the womb that consciously, deliberately, by choice, death is visited upon the unborn. It should therefore be no surprise that that provokes unease, distaste, and protest. And when it ceases to, then this society will have entirely abandoned any semblance of a moral compass. And thus, when we come to a bill that seeks to criminalise the merest attempt to influence someone against the deliberate choice of killing within the womb, when we come to a bill which criminalises that, then it is but a reflection of how little some think of human life, that they want not just to have absolute legality and protection for the taking of human life, but they want to quell, suppress, extinguish any opportunity for anyone to say that it is wrong. They want to expel from the public space anyone to dare to take a stand compatible with a basic tenet of belief that thou shalt not kill. And to dare now, under this bill, to silently hold such a placard or piece of paper with those few words on is to criminalise that individual. They don't have to say anything. They don't have to shout anything. They don't have to approach anyone. If the words are capable of influence, then under this pernicious bill, it's a criminal offence. We really have reached a sorry pass if we're now in a society where the liberalism of some is so illiberal that they cannot abide the very articulation of a message contrary to their own, that they believe that they should be able to self-certify territory that is public territory and to say only our worldview will prevail within this 150 metres. Only a pro-abortion view. You're allowed to influence pro-abortion terms, but you are a criminal if you dare to try to influence against abortion. That, to me, is the oppressive and vindictive nature of this bill. And its vindictiveness is underscored by the fact that this House deliberately refused any amelioration in respect of Clause 5, in respect of the criminal offence of influencing, refused to accept that there should be written into the law, as there is with a vast panoply of criminal offences, the defence of reasonable excuse. Just a couple of weeks ago, this House deliberately decided that there would not be available for this criminalisation that most basic of defences of reasonable excuse, and instead decided that it would have to be, that it would be an absolute offence, no matter what your motivation, no matter what your mode, just being there. Just silent prayer, if it could be designed, if it could be interpreted as capable of influencing, would be an absolute offence. Doesn't matter what the reasonable excuse was. Doesn't matter if you were the mother of the 14-year-old who's insisting on going through with the abortion. That is the depths to which this House sunk in terms of its blind determination to ram down everyone else's throat their worldview about the taking of innocent life. I heard talk today about human rights. It really is quite galling to hear talk of human rights when the rights of the voiceless, the unborn, are so trampled, so despised, that you cannot even abide anyone seeking to influence against abortion. This is an unworthy and, in that sense, disreputable piece of legislation, because it goes beyond, way beyond, what was ever necessary to protect and deal with the opposition to illegitimate protest. The criminal law is there, disorderly behaviour, all of those things are there. But no, that was never enough. There had to be this special UDI approach to abortion clinics, special place which can only abide their own view of the world. Because I think that is an abhorrent position to take, and because I do believe in the right of protest. Whether I agree with the issue being protested against or not is neither here nor there, because I do agree with the right to protest. I will vote against this bill today, and only regret that some who tell us they are against this bill wouldn't take the step which would have saved their statute book from such an unnecessary and inappropriate piece of legislation.
Jerry Carroll, I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, happy to speak on this bill today. Supported the bill obviously all the way through, and happy to support on this final stage and commend the member for getting to this stage and bringing the bill obviously, and hopefully it passes today. It's welcome news obviously today also that the Secretary of State will intervene if the Minister, Health Minister and Department doesn't move to bring forward legislation to allow abortion services. It's a real shame, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the Minister did move to commission services earlier in this mandate. His party are obviously rebranding as progressives, but haven't moved to allow basic services for women to access terminations here in this part of the world. And as we've heard, forcing thousands of women to travel for termination. Anti-abortion laws or policies that don't commission abortion services don't stop abortions, they merely export the health issue, which is exactly what abortion is. There's been some talk about the freedom of speech and the right to assemble, but the truth is there already are restrictions in place generally for protests, but not people who are anti-choicers. I've been on anti-racist protest, Deputy Speaker, several years ago. A diversity carnival, no less, which wasn't allowed to go through Belfast City Centre and was redirected so people could take the back roads, with the excuse of sensitivities around the pre-mark fair and potential threats to profits of businesses. So nothing about that from people who are opposing this bill. Black Lives Matter protesters who had no freedom to assemble on June 5th, targeted and fined despicably. So there's already restrictions in place as the law stands, both written and unwritten. So this bill is obviously limited in terms of restrictions, but that's the way it should be. As much as I vigorously oppose anti-abortion organisations, the way they can conduct themselves and activities, I've been on many counter-protests, as the member has been as well, and they are still able to demonstrate and put their point across, just not outside healthcare clinics, which should be the case, and they shouldn't be, and they aren't banned from protesting in cities and towns across this place. So commend the member, happy to support the bill.
I call Trevor Lunn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will, of course, support the bill today and congratulate the bill sponsor for bringing it forward. This House has a history in terms of abortion matters. It goes back before 2016. I can remember when Stuart Dixon and I brought a motion or an amendment to try and introduce a concession for fetal abnormality, which the House rejected. I think that was perhaps 2015. There's been a lot of discussion about it, but at least at the end the British government saw sense and decided to introduce their own legislation on behalf of this Assembly, which is it's no tribute to this Assembly that had to happen. So where we are today is the latest piece in a jigsaw of regulation and rules, which is finally becoming a situation where women's rights are fully recognised, and the right to control their own bodies and their own decisions has been recognised as well. But back in the day, in 2015, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I decided to go and visit Mary Stopes' clinic. I just wanted to find out on the ground exactly what they were about. And it was at a time when I think in that particular year, the police had been called to the front of that clinic 200 times in 1 year. There was, I think, one prosecution, a very well-known lady activist who complained about nearly everything, but particularly abortion. And the prosecution wasn't successful. She got off. It would only have been a fine, but it wasn't enforced. Now, what does that say about the existing legislation, which has been referred to here a couple of times? That it should be powerful enough that we don't need this legislation. We clearly do need this legislation, because everything else has failed. People are saying it restricts freedom, it restricts freedom of speech, freedom of movement. Well, all I can say to that is that the women, mostly women and couples who are going into an abortion clinic or an advisory service or a hospital or a private hospital, and they're entitled to freedom of movement as well and freedom of action. And they're entitled to it under the law, which has now been brought in again by Britain. So, you know, I think every time there's an abortion debate of some kind in this place, it turns into some sort of a conscience thing. We now have abortion services provided as of law. We have, hopefully in a new mandate, that whoever is the health minister will actually move to commission them properly. And if not, by the sound of Brandon Lewis's comments today, again, the British government will step in and do it for us. This bill is designed to stop the possibility of harassment, of abuse, confrontation, filming, taking photographs. That will be banned in the vicinity of the designated premises, which will be either a space of 100 metres or perhaps 150 metres, depending on the actual geography of the location. It doesn't stop people protesting outside those areas. It doesn't stop people railing against abortion until the cows come home if they want to. But it stops them harassing women who are in a very fragile state and making serious decisions that will affect the rest of their lives, and not easy decisions. Yes, certainly.
The member has talked there about the protest and that it will, allow people, to move without fear of protest. Does he accept that actually the legislation will mean that the protesters will actually be displaced elsewhere, so it actually doesn't do what he is indicating?
I didn't quite get the logic of that now, with all due respect. This will stop people protesting in any material form inside the designated area, outside the particular premises. I'm happy to give way again if you want to clarify what you said. Just a moment.
I think for clarity, you didn't say that the first time. I think you said, that the protesters would still be there, as far as I understand. But, the protesters will move then outside the safe access zone. They will still be there.
I'll give way to Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, just would the member accept that, not that I am encouraging them, but this bill, if passed, allows those anti-choice organisations to protest outside Stormont, councils, government buildings, and the limited restriction is only limited that to healthcare settings?
Yes, I'm not for 1 minute trying to encourage those protesters, but it is a fact. This bill only applies to designated areas outside certain designated premises. And I really think all other avenues have been exhausted, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is the only way forward in this. We can't rely on existing legislation. I don't see any point in, might have been Mr. who, no, it was Pam Cameron who suggested that perhaps we could amend or tweak the existing harassment laws. Well, in a way, that's what this does. So I really think that this is it's a good day for women's rights, for women's reproductive rights. I thoroughly support it. I congratulate Ms Bailey once again. I know that, I've been involved in this issue for about 10 or 12 years now. That's nothing to the length of time that Claire has been involved, long before she joined this chamber. But many others, we talked the other day about the Brook Advisory Clinic and all the shenanigans around that. I think most people here are too young to remember that. But it was effectively the same issue. And so we are where we are. I do hope that this will pass. I'm sure it will now by the sound of the tenor of the House. And that it'll be another step. If we need to do more in terms of women's rights, I hope the next Assembly will do it. But perhaps this is as far as we need to go for the time being. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, since this again is my last contribution, like a lot of other people, can I just wish everybody well? I'll wish them well in the election, to the extent that I hope that they achieve the vote that they deserve. that may not be the same thing as the vote that they think they deserve, but I look forward to seeing the outcome of that election, and I'm glad to see that this Assembly, even in my time, has managed to pass some progressive legislation that 10 or 15 years ago it just wouldn't have happened. So we're moving. We're doing okay. Wish everybody well. Yourself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and the Speaker and the other deputies. And thank you very much.
Could we have Linda Dillon onto our screens? And I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you. And can I just, before I speak, with your indulgence, just wish Trevor all the best in his future, whatever he chooses to do, and I hope that he thinks I deserve enough number ones to get elected for Mid-Ulster. And I agree with much of what he just said. I have to say I concur with much of his commentary around this particular issue, but I just want to make a point, one specific point, and Trevor also did address it, but it's that issue around not being able to protest or not being able to have silent prayer or, say what it is you want to say, and some kind of notion being put out there that that's being stopped, and it's not being stopped. To be very clear, people will still have the right to protest, and we all defend the right to protest by any group or organisation, regardless of whether we agree with what they're protesting about. The issue is about where they protest and how that impacts people and individuals, and in this case, particularly women who are going through some of the most vulnerable times of their lives. And I've been very clear and open on the floor of the Assembly on many occasions that I am the mummy of one child. I waited a long time to have that child. She is the absolute light of my life, the most important thing in my world. However, there are women out there for whatever reason, and I do not need to know any more than anybody else in society needs to know what their reason is. Their reasons are theirs alone to know, theirs alone to understand. Them and their family need to make decisions about their lives, but they should not ever have to go through a gauntlet to face that, going through the decision that they're already having to deal with, to go through a gauntlet and be threatened, to be abused, to be shouted at, just to get access to a service that they badly, badly need at that particular time in their lives. So I want to commend Claire Bailey for the work that she's done on this and the fact that she's persevered and got it to this point. Well done. I want to commend all of those members in the chamber that are supporting this today. It's the right thing to do. As I've said previously when speaking to this debate, we've put through a lot of legislation in recent times around the protection of women and girls, and this for me is another piece to that jigsaw. It is another piece where we can actually genuinely protect women and girls, and as I say, particularly at this most vulnerable time in their lives. So I'm delighted that this chamber, that the people in our Assembly and those who are elected, and I certainly hope that all who will be elected to the new Assembly will have a very progressive attitude, and more so a compassionate attitude. Let's be compassionate, let's be kind, let's look after women and girls who are at the very most vulnerable time in their entire lives, and kind and compassionate to those who do not agree with the decisions they have taken, but they do not have the right to threaten and abuse women who have made a decision for whatever reason they have made it.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It seems strange perhaps to rise probably for the last time in this mandate to speak on a topic which I disagree with the bill sponsor on, and to use the terminology which I don't think is fair to describe any of us, where I would be pro-life and the members pro-choice. We are debating the final stage of this bill. And I do respect that the bill sponsor has been working on this bill for some time, not just in this mandate but from even before, and I'm also aware that the Health Committee carried out the scrutiny of this bill. But personally, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the Health Committee didn't perform its function to its full and fair extent. And what I mean by that is by not facilitating a fair hearing for some of the compassionate pro-life groups who genuinely and compassionately seek to care for and offer practical help and counsel. This bill has certainly raised the debate on assembly and protest, as many people have said, and I would have expected at least to have seen a formal impact assessment, given that pregnancy and abortion are such important and much debated matters. Perhaps the member at the end of the debate could clarify what assessment will take place if the bill is passed today. If the member will further indulge me, I'd like to seek clarity on an issue which I believe has been distorted or misrepresented perhaps, and get clarity and definition which will help form the regulation behind this legislation if it becomes statute. Clause 5 states that it is an offence for a person to do an act in a safe access zone with the intent of, or reckless as to whether it has the effect of A, influencing a protected person directly or indirectly, preventing or impeding access, or causing harassment, alarm or distress to a protected person. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would ask the member if she does agree with me, and for clarity in interpretation of this bill, that someone standing in personal prayer without approaching anyone, entering or exiting a defined premises in the buffer zone, is not causing the mischief that Clause 5 intends to prevent, and is therefore that person would not be guilty of that offence. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I now call the bill sponsor, Claire Bailey, to conclude the final stage.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And also thank members for their contributions, both those who have expressed they will be supporting and those who are still raising issues. And as has been mentioned, the right to protest has not been stopped with this bill. This bill seeks to balance the right to protest with the right to healthcare, the right to health, the right to private life. The current harassment laws have been brought up again, repeatedly debated throughout the process of this bill. Current harassment laws are not sufficient to deal with what we're seeing, but also that this bill seeks to be. Well, I'll tell you why. Sorry, I can see the member there. Current harassment laws require 2 incidences to happen to the same person before action can be taken. So when someone's attending a clinic once and one person approaches them and then they leave again, another person approaches them, it's not the same person targeting the same person on 2 or more occasions. So therefore, no action can be taken. No, I won't. We've been round. No, we've been round the houses on this one.
Order. The proposal of the bill has the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. But the law's there for anybody to go and read up on it. It's pretty straightforward and simple to understand. But this bill also seeks to be proactive in preventing harm being done, and we've had that debate many times already as well. I do take the point raised by Mr Allister on the defence of reasonable excuse, but also that will remain available to anyone, whether or not written explicitly into this bill, if they ever need to use it. Yep.
That is just absolutely untrue with respect. Because it's not in the bill, because the bill is written as an absolute offence. There is no defence now of reasonable excuse. So the member should be careful not to mislead the House. Her bill is very clear. I know she wanted to put it in and she failed, as I failed in that, but we have the bill as it is, and the bill as it is an absolute offence.
Thank the member for that, but the enforcement section allows an officer to direct a person to leave the safe access zone, so they will be made aware of their behaviours, and if refusing, then have no reasonable defence that they don't know what they're doing is against the law if this bill passes. And as to your points about, this bill is all about having someone else's views rammed down your throat, well, women in Northern Ireland know all too well what it's like to live with that. And can I just say to this House also that there are protests happening outside this building right now. Protests that cannot take place at the door of this building. Protests that are not even allowed to happen on the front steps of this building. Protests that have to happen on the apron, outside, on the far side of the railings, probably about 100 metres away. They're not silenced. We know they're there. We know what they're aiming for. It's simply managed. And I thank Mr Butler for the points that he's raised, because it does give me the opportunity to once again reiterate that this is not, nor ever has been, my intention to unnecessarily criminalise anyone by this bill. The offences outlined in this bill, they're narrow in scope, and the bill, as has been said, does not ban protest. It does not ban silent prayer. It regulates behaviour that is targeting women and attempting to stop them accessing lawfully available healthcare services and information. That's it. And I respect points raised on committee scrutiny or evidence sessions. And I do know that the committee received hundreds of written submissions, and I'll refer to just one of them that I've read, and that came from a compassionate group called Faith Voices for Reproductive Justice. So their words might be useful for some to hear, and they stated that the right to hold religious, moral or ethical beliefs is fundamental and absolute. No one can force you to change your views on God or abortion or any other issue. But there's no such thing as an absolute right to religious or moral and ethical expressions. At the point where our beliefs interact with the lives of other people, we are bound as people of faith by two things: legal responsibilities not to interfere with the rights of others, and the moral duty to love others and do no harm. I'm also aware that the Minister, your own party colleague, has also confirmed that he will produce a policy paper setting out how his department intends to implement the requirements around the safe access zones, including guidance to operators of health and social care premises. And that could be about displaying clear and appropriate signage at protected premises. And this is an important measure in achieving the appropriate balance of rights and recognises the role of operators within that. But in respect of the impact assessment, what I do know with certainty is that if implemented properly and proportionately, women will cease to be targeted by those intent on their deliberate campaign of harassment and intimidation, and that staff and services can function without fear. Certainly.
Clarity with regard to the question and the manner that I asked it, and thank the bill sponsor for doing that. Just for clarity then, particularly with regard to clause 5 and an individual's prayer in the buffer zone, that will not constitute an offence in the interpretation of clause 5. Is that fair?
Thank the member for that. It is certainly not the intent within this bill, and silent prayer cannot harm anyone. Silent prayer is silent prayer, so how does any other human being know what's going on? Yep.
Ms Bailey for giving way. I think there must be a difference between silent prayer, where somebody is on their knees indulging in silent prayer outside the door of the premises within the buffer zone, which is clearly designed to influence the person, as against somebody who wants to have a silent prayer outside the City Hall half a mile away. There is a difference here. I'm sure God gets both messages, but there's a difference.
Thank the member for that. And it's worth noting that comparatively, this bill takes a light touch with respect to offences being committed, because punishment for breaching safe access zones around the world, in almost all cases where these are operational, can result in imprisonment and wildly higher fines than what's being proposed here in this bill. And this comes back to the intention behind the bill, that it is to ensure safe access to healthcare. The intervention proposed here only goes as far as necessary to meet that aim. It's not punitive in nature, and I believe the strength of this bill lies in the ability of the police to move people on from the zone, ensuring that sanctity of a safe space and a safe zone, in making sure that those who need to access protected premises can do so without that fear or intimidation. And the efficacy of the bill is achieved without being unnecessarily heavy-handed or putting significant additional pressures on any criminal justice system. So I hope that we can move on from those debates. But this is absolutely a landmark moment for the Assembly. I've seen many bills passed today that I'm incredibly proud of. And we are sending a very clear message to women that we do see you, that we do hear you, and that we're not afraid to stand up for you in the face of bullies intent to impose themselves where they are not wanted nor invited. And we have a long way to go to right the wrongs that they endure, not least the full commissioning of abortion services across Northern Ireland, but it is a start. And an important one that will make a real difference to the lives of women, as well as staff across a range of healthcare settings. They've been abused for simply doing their jobs. And I must acknowledge today that I'm able to bring this bill, and I know that in doing so that I stand on the shoulders of some pretty formidable female giants. As far back as 1991-92, when, as Mr Lunn has already mentioned, when the Brook Advisory Clinic opened in Belfast, and the protests that were outside were so shocking to me that I made a point of barging my way through those protesters every lunchtime that I could, just to walk through the doors of that clinic and say thank you to the staff for what they were doing. And while I didn't know her at the time, I do now. I salute Mary Crawford for her bravery in the face of such resistance. And when I lived in a flat in the Holy Lands in University Street, right opposite the doors of the then Family Planning Association, I watched from my window the campaigners as they targeted women, hurling abuse, insults, blocking access. They were relentless. Members may be aware that the FPA is now Informed Choices NI, and I will declare an interest as a board member with the organisation. And while I didn't know her at the time, but do now, I salute Audrey Simpson for her bravery in the face of such resistance. And Breda Hughes, who was the director of the Royal College of Midwives for 21 years, tirelessly campaigning for legal reforms that would protect her staff and provide the services that women needed, free, safe, legal, right here at home. A woman I'm so proud to know, and also salute her for her bravery in the face of such resistance. And I remember when Dawn Purvis was a lone voice for so long in this chamber, speaking up for reproductive justice, and then Anna Lowe, Stephen Agnew, Trevor Lunn and a few others who came in and took up the mantle. And Dawn Purvis, who along with Mary Stopes International stepped up and brought nothing short of a revolution in reproductive healthcare services in Northern Ireland simply by opening the doors of a clinic and offering a choice to women. But that was in the face of such severe, hostile, targeted intimidation, and yet she persevered. I did know Dawn at that time, and I'll always salute her for her bravery in the face of such resistance. And to Barrister Laura McMahon, who has been unwavering in her profession, seeking to ensure that our laws are human rights compliant, going above and beyond at every opportunity, I salute her also for her bravery in the face of such resistance. These are women who've been targeted, arrested, faced criminal sanctions for speaking out and stepping up, not the bullies, not the people waging the campaign of intimidation. And to every activist and campaigner in the Alliance for Choice networks in Belfast and Derry who have changed the conversation, who have educated, agitated and organised to break the stigma and end the shame, I am proud to be among you. Not least of all to Emma Campbell, Naomi Connor, Kelly O'Dowd and Danielle Roberts. And to supporting women Yuri, who Ms Kimms already has mentioned, who have stood themselves and organised themselves to stand against the intimidation outside their very own hospital services on their streets. To every woman who's been called to bare her soul in public and speak about the deep and harrowing personal experiences to try and get us to this point, to get us to understand our lack of action and how that impacts on them. and of course to my staff team, because none of this would be possible without them. I know that I've put them through the ringer. I know they've gone above and beyond, and I'm so proud of them and thankful for them. Because to every one of them, to everyone who has stood firm for decades, I want to let them know that this bill is their bill, and I'm just proud to be a small part of their story. I hope that members will continue to support this bill passing today. And those who have not supported it so far, I will say again that I urge you to reflect on your understanding of what it is, why it is, and do the right thing by voting in favour of the bill passing today. Hardly surprising. But, Speaker, in the words of Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world, for indeed it's the only thing that ever has. I commend this bill to be passed.
Members, the question is that the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. And can I remind you that members should continue to uphold social distancing, and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order. Would members resume their seats, please? Members, the question is that the abortion services safe access zone do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Trevor Lunn and Rachel Woods. Tellers for the noes, Deborah Erskine and Trevor Clark. And before the Assembly divides, I again remind everyone that as per Standing Order 112, with the proxy arrangements in place, only those who do not have proxy voting arrangements in place are entitled to come into the chamber to vote. So I ask you once more then to clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order members. Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted. 55 members voted aye. 29 members voted no. The bill is passed.
The bill is passed. The bill has passed the final stage of the Abortion Services Safe Access Zones Bill has passed and stands referred to the Speaker. Unfasten the doors. I'm going to ask members to take their seats for a few moments.
Okay, members, the next item of business is the final stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill, and I call Alan Chambers to move the final stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the Preservation of Documents Historic Institutions Bill do now pass.
Final stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill has been moved. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call Alan Chambers to open the debate. Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my great pleasure to move the final stage of the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Private Members Bill. Even though the bill was only introduced just over 2 weeks ago, I do feel that this House has given it the priority, the scrutiny and the attention to detail that it undoubtedly deserved. I won't rehearse the contents of the bill. What I will do, however, is once again note that the overriding intention of it is to give effect to Part 1 of Recommendation 4 by the Truth Recovery Design Panel. Namely, the Truth Recovery Panel recommends immediate action by the Northern Ireland Executive, supported by the Northern Ireland Assembly, to create a statutory requirement on all relevant record holders to preserve and not destroy any information relating to mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries, workhouses, adoption-related institutions and baby homes, and their policies and practices, including personal records. The requirement should extend to all state and non-state institutions and agencies, officials, representatives and professionals that service them. So many women, girls and children who are now adults were failed in these institutions. Some suffered appalling abuse, gut-wrenching neglect and the cruelest form of shameful coldness imaginable. These institutions took so much from so many. Children were removed from parents, and some children were robbed of their true identity. Mr. Speaker, the very least they deserve now is truth. And key to that will be the protection and the retention of records, not just for the inquiry and investigation, but for all women and children who involved, who absolutely deserve the right to know what information exists will be protected. I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, that this House has shown such a collective will and a desire to allow this important bill to pass in the short time available. I thank the House firstly for granting accelerated passage and then for the helpful contributions made by all members across all parties in this chamber. In particular, I want to thank Ms Dillon for her constructive engagement at consideration stage and Ms Bradshaw at today's further stage. As I mentioned earlier, I do feel the bill is all the stronger following the detailed consideration it has received. I also want to take the opportunity to once again thank the Speaker's office for effectively setting all standing order requirements to the side, and to the Business Committee, Mr. Speaker, and the whips for allocating the time necessary. I also want to thank the Minister and his department, and especially the officials, Eilish McDaniel and Julie Stevenson, within it. Without them, I simply wouldn't have been able to produce the bill before us today. So it is important that their huge contribution is placed on the record. On this, the final item before the current Assembly mandate, I'm absolutely honoured and hugely privileged to move the final stage of my private member's bill. This bill, Mr. Speaker, belongs to all those tens of thousands of victims who want nothing more than the truth. I hope this bill helps bring the day of truth closer for those seeking it. Many have sadly died without learning the truth of their early life. Hopefully, their families will now get the truth and that their loved ones were denied, and I hope that they take some comfort for that. I commend this bill to the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Mr. Chambers. And I want to call now the Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office, Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. This bill has been of particular interest to the Committee, and I would like to thank the bill sponsor for bringing the legislation to this point. It has been particularly uncertain time for victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions and Magdalen laundries and workhouses. A key essential first step for those who are still experiencing the legacy of these institutions, for the groups that speak for them and for the Truth and Recovery Design Panel has been the preservation of records. The First and Deputy First Minister stated that legislation would be put in place to ensure that records would be protected. Then there was no executive to bring the legislation forward. Imagine the consternation among victims and survivors at the prospect that this legislation waiting for a new mandate. The committee was contacted by people in despair, fearful that these important documents would be imperilled. The answer lay in the introduction of this private member's bill. Mr Speaker, I cannot overemphasise the importance to victims and survivors of this bill becoming law. I'd like to thank the members who have introduced helpful amendments. The circumstances and legacy of what happened to people in these institutions are broad and far-reaching. While others have been looking at the process by which babies were taken away from their birth mothers and given to others to bring up as their own, the committee has been looking at what happened to them when they died. It has not been a comfortable journey, but one that needs to be embarked upon. The committee has called for an independent investigation into this aspect of a very, very sorry episode in our history. The preservation of documents to inform such an investigation is essential. Mr Speaker, we cannot undo what has happened to people and to their loved ones in the past, but we can do our very best to support those who are still with us in any way that we can. Preserving documents to ensure those who want to know the truth can find it is one part of that support. The Committee for the Executive Office supports this bill. And Mr Speaker, if I could make a few comments or observations on behalf of the SDLP. I just want to put on record my thanks to all the victims and survivor groups that have shown exceptional leadership. This bill will support their fight for truth and justice by protecting documents that will give light and transparency to their actual identity. Finally, Mr Speaker, and I'm glad you're here today for me to say this to you in person, you and your office have done tremendous work. Today is testament to that work and to your legacy. As you depart from this House this evening, let today give you comfort and joy, because you've changed lives, because you and your team have worked tremendously to get these private member bills through, and they're important to the whole of society. And so I wanted to thank you personally and wish you good health and well-being as you move on to a different part of your life. Thank you for that and well done, and I commend this bill to this House.
I thank the member very much, both on a personal basis and of course her contribution to this very important issue. Can we now please bring the member Linda Dillon on screen, please? Can I invite the member to make her contribution, please?
Good, Can Corlia, and can I first of all say, usually I'm delighted to be joining meetings via Zoom. On this occasion, I would much prefer being in the chamber because this is such an important issue. And I'm very pleased and proud and privileged to be speaking on the very final item on the final day of this Assembly mandate, and particularly given the item that it is, the preservation of the documentation for those that went through these institutions. First of all, again, to thank the member who brought this private member's bill forward, Alan Chambers, and for all of those that have worked so hard on it, everybody, and again, as has already been said, in the department with the Minister, but also, as has been highlighted today, in your office, Mr Speaker, and in the Business Committee. The work that was done there to ensure that this was brought to the House today has been phenomenal, and I can assure you that from my point of view and perspective, we offer great thanks for that, because we know what this means to the victims and survivors. And I was messaged actually just about an hour ago by some of the victims and survivors to ask what's happening or how are things going with the bill, and I told them that we're about to agree the final stage, and I had no reason to believe that it wouldn't go through, and that would mean that the bill would then become obviously legislation, and they were absolutely delighted. So I think for those people today, we can feel very proud that as an assembly, all of the members across the House worked together to ensure that we got the best bill possible. And when we talk about legislation, there's no such thing as perfect legislation, and it can always be better. But we certainly did our best to make this legislation the best that it possibly could be. And I think we have done good work to deliver that. But just to, as other members have already outlined, just to say that our thoughts are with all of those women and girls and their children who are now adults that went through the institutions, and each and every one of them deserve to know everything about their lives, about where they came from, about who they are, about what happened to them, and about why it happened. So all of the information that's included and all of the documents that will be preserved as a result of this bill are vital elements to each and every one of those individuals. And I think that, as the chair of the Executive Office has said, one of the very difficult elements of this is those who died, and it is going to be something that I think will probably be a very difficult thing for us to deal with going forward in the inquiry. I think that we will hear details that nobody will want to have to deal with, but I am glad that we are dealing with it. I am glad that we have done something today that I think may possibly restore some of the faith that I'm sure has been lost many, many times by those that went through these institutions in the state. And I hope that they now have faith that we will do the right thing going forward, that this inquiry will actually deliver for them, and that they will get the proper redress and recognition that they deserve for everything that they went through as children and everything that they continue to go through as adults and their families. So today is about them, and I'm thinking of all of those victims and survivors to whom this piece of legislation means so much, because whilst it's only one small part of the jigsaw, it's an important part, and it shows on our behalf that we really want to do the right thing for each and every one of them. So thank you for bringing the bill to the House, to Alan Chambers, and thank you to all of those who have supported it. And I'm delighted, as I say, that this is the final thing that we'll do in this Assembly mandate. And as the previous speaker has said, Can Corlia, wish you all the very best. And I think, speaking not only as a party colleague, but just as somebody who has been in the chamber over the last number of years, to say that I think that you've delivered your job in a very fair manner. And even if that meant telling me when I had said enough or had stepped out of line, and that's what being a good speaker is all about. And I don't think that we could have asked for any better than yourself. So go on, Maila Mayagov.
I can thank the member for that from both counts again. Can we bring the member Palm Cameron on screen, please? Can I invite the member Palm Cameron to make her contribution, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the final stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party. Again, I would thank my Health Committee colleague, Mr. Alan Chambers, for bringing forward this private member's bill, which plugs a very important gap in legislation that we all would have supported within the Adoption and Children Bill had the amendments been in scope of that particular bill. This is a very good use, I think, of the private member's bill process. Mr. Speaker, I fully support the bill as introduced and as amended at further consideration stage earlier this afternoon, and again thank Ms Paula Bradshaw for her work with the officials to ensure that those amendments did not bring about any unintended consequences. This House has seen an incredible amount of legislation processed in the last 2 years, and I think it is good that this is the very last piece of legislation to be processed in this mandate. I am pleased to have spoken my final words on this mandate, on this bill, which is so important to so many individuals and their families who were so badly treated in the past. Mr. Speaker, just with my final words, I want to wish you all the best for the future and whatever that may hold for you. Thank you.
I thank the member for that, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted to rise to speak on this final stage of this bill. I just want to congratulate the bill sponsor on getting it through in such a quick time, and to you, Mr Speaker, and those people who work in the Speaker's office in terms of facilitating this. Mr Speaker, 6 years ago, the birth mothers and their Children for Justice came to my office on University Street, and what they told me that day brought me to tears. And I remember the words of Ewan Duffy, who people will know is a fierce campaigner around this issue, said to me, "Paula, we have knocked on a lot of doors and we are now drowning in tea and sympathy." And I am so delighted that the Department of Health officials have worked with him and others over the years to get to this point where we got the research commissioned. And again, I would pay tribute to Sean O'Connell from Queen's University for his sterling work, and then the Truth Recovery Design Panel in working with the birth mothers, and also the Truth Recovery NI group. This is obviously a very important piece of legislation today, but it really is only the start of the journey in delivering the recommendations in the Truth Recovery Panel's report. And I look forward to, I hope, getting re-elected, and we can come back at the far side of this and push for the redress, push for the apology, push for the inquiry, and push for everything else that's in that panel report. We owe it to them, and as has been already said today, many of them are passing away, and we just have to get on with this work as soon as possible. So a great day, and again thanks to the Minister, his officials and the bill sponsor. So in closing, Mr Speaker, I just want to wish you well for the future. We met each other years ago when I was a lowly community worker in South Belfast and you were an MLA for my constituency. I have always really enjoyed working with you, not least even in recent months on the Business Committee, and I wish you and your family all the best for the future. Thank you.
I thank the member for that, for the kind remarks as well. And we now move on. I want to call now the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to respond.
Mr Speaker, I too am immensely personally grateful to my party colleague Alan Chambers, thanks to whose initiative and commitment through that this Assembly has been able to conclude this mandate with the passage of such an important piece of legislation through his private member's bill. I commend also those members who have supported the progress of the bill within such a challenging time frame, and in particular I wish to acknowledge the commitment of Linda Dillon and Paula Bradshaw, who have listened to the needs and experiences of victims and survivors of the historical institutions and responded with constructive amendments to this bill. Those amendments will widen the range of information protected by the bill, and which can therefore be made available either to a forthcoming inquiry or investigation, or to individuals who are seeking information about their own or a family member's origins. So to those victims and survivors and their family members, I know that no words can adequately convey the emotional and psychological hurt and distress that you have suffered, not only in the institutions where you or your relatives spent time, but in the years since then, when many of you have been seeking the information you need in order to understand either your own origins or the identity of a family member. I can only express the hope that the statutory protection to be provided by this legislation that we are passing here today will offer you and your family some reassurance for the future. The right to know who you are is a fundamental human right. That means having access to the life details which most of us have always known about ourselves: where and when you were born, who your family are, who cared for you as an infant, what happened to your mother, where you spent your early years. Those are just some of the unanswered questions which victims and survivors have had to live with, and which are so important to an individual's sense of identity. This bill presents an important step towards securing those answers which so many mothers, their sons and daughters, and their wider family have been seeking for so many years. However, Mr Speaker, the passage of this legislation, although significant, is just one step in this process. Much remains to be done to achieve the justice, to achieve the accountability, and to achieve the truth that are so urgently needed. And given the collaboration and commitment shown by members across the House in progressing this bill through the Assembly, I am confident that there will be a continued cross-party support for achieving that outcome. It is my hope and expectation that the statutory inquiry recommended by the Truth Recovery Design Panel will provide the answers that are so desperately needed. There are powers also in the Adoption and Children's Bill, which this Assembly passed recently, to make regulations that will empower the Department of Health to strengthen and clarify provisions governing access to information about adoptions that took place prior to that legislation's commencement. Victims and survivors will play an important role in the process going forward. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity as well, not just I have thanked the bill's sponsor, but also to thank my department officials who have been engaged in this process through the bill's sponsor and engaging with those members who have brought forward amendments. It was the same dedicated team of officials who brought forward the Adoption and Children's Bill at the same time. So their commitment I want to place on record as well to getting us to where we are today in the final stage of this piece of legislation. But Mr. Speaker, like others, I also want to thank you in regards to your support and the facilitation that you provided and through your office as well, so that we could get this bill through so many stages as quickly as we have in the final days and weeks of this mandate. Because, Mr. Speaker, it means a lot to the people who are listening, the people who are seeking that surety of the information that is held across those institutions as well. So I think, as Ms Bradley said, in regards to your legacy as Speaker, I think this piece of legislation stands among one of the greatest testimonies that you have provided to enable us to bring this private member's bill through in such a collaborative way across all parties in this House. So, Speaker, as well as that, I want to pay a personal thanks to you as Health Minister in regards to the support that you've given me in this chamber. I think I'm probably the Minister who has been in this chamber the most, nearly as much as you, possibly at times as well, but in regards to how you've managed some challenging debates, some challenging pieces of legislation, I thank you for your impartiality and how you've managed those as well, and your team. So, Mr. Speaker, it remains for me to simply thank once again my Assembly colleagues, Mr. Chambers, and for the other members' tenacity in securing this important legislation, to which I give my wholehearted support. And, Mr. Speaker, it's also a privilege to do that as my final contribution as Health Minister in this mandate, in this Assembly, that this is the final piece of business that we bring, because it is life-changing and it will give that surety in this mandate, which I think would have been challenging for many of those listening and that Ms Dillon referred to, if this legislation had not been delivered but was put into another mandate or put in the long finger. This was the right thing to do, this private member's bill, but also the support of the accelerated passage that it gained from yourself, from the offices and from all parties across this House. Mr. Speaker, I have great pleasure in endorsing this private member's bill.
Again, thanks very much to the Minister for all of those comments. And I call now the bill sponsor, Alan Chambers, to conclude the debate on the final stage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I feel immensely privileged to have sponsored this private member's bill, and I think we all may have made a little bit of history by the speed in which we have reached this point without losing any degree of scrutiny. My wife, with possibly a little justification, would accuse me of leaving a lot of things to the last minute. I think she maybe would understand why this bill that I've sponsored has had to go to the very wire. So the public, Mr. Speaker, would have a better image of this House if the spirit of goodwill that we've seen demonstrated over the last few weeks, as we've put through a lot of very sound and good legislation that's going to help the public of Northern Ireland. And I hope that that spirit of goodwill does carry right into the new mandate. It's a good day today for this Assembly. It's a very good day for those seeking the truth, and it is the least that we as a collective body can give them. And on a personal level, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for your service and your leadership shown during this mandate, and I wish you well going forward. But I particularly want to thank you for all the help and cooperation. I wouldn't be standing here tonight and this bill going through if it wasn't for the cooperation that you have shown over the last 2 weeks to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And thank the member, thank the sponsor. And members, the question is that the Preservation of Documents, Historical Institutions Bill do now pass. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I do think the ayes have it. The ayes overwhelmingly have it. The final stage of the Preservation of Documents Historical Institutions Bill has passed and stands referred to the Speaker. Like I say, well done to everybody. And could I also say that item 4 on the order paper is the adjournment. And before I do put the question, I wish to inform members that the Budget Bill has received royal assent. The Budget Act Northern Ireland 2022 became law today, 24th of March 2022, and it is Chapter 6. And in the spirit of goodwill as referred to by Mr Chambers, I want to say my own best wishes to all of those of you who are particularly seeking re-election. And I can only say, go forth and multiply. You'll do very well. And I want to thank you all for your very kind remarks and tremendous support and cooperation and hard work and dedication as representatives of this society over the past couple of years that I've known you in this particular role. A number of you I've known for quite a few years, longer than that. And I still hold everybody here in the very best regard. So thank you all very much for your very kind remarks and particularly your support and dedication to this role over the last number of years. Mr Chambers makes the point that our community would be well served if we could listen and see the goodwill that does operate in here, the multiple party support for a whole range of raft of legislation which has been passed by this House in recent weeks and months. So that's support. Thank you all very much. So, you're now free to go. The question is, did the Assembly do now adjourn?